আসসালামু আলাইকুম, কেমন আছেন সবাই? আমি তানভীর, অলসো নোন অ্যাজ JyanMaara গেমিং, নিয়ে এসেছি ফেস অফ কোয়েশ্চেন্স, যেখানে এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করছে A1 Esports থেকে দান্তে অ্যান্ড ভেনম লেজেন্ডস থেকে আছে স্টিল শট। সো তাদের মুখ থেকেই তাদের ফর্মাল একটা ইন্ট্রোডাকশন এখন আমি শুনে নিতে চাই। সো দান্তে।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমি হচ্ছি নাওমান রাফি দুর্লভ এবং আমি PMPL A1 স্পোর্টসের হয়ে খেলছি এবং আমার ইন গেম নেম হচ্ছে A1ES দান্তে এবং আমার গেমের মধ্যে রোল হচ্ছে আইজিএল ফিল্টার এবং এন্টি ফ্র্যাগার।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমি আবু ইফরান আরিফ, আমার ইন গেম নেম হচ্ছে ভেনম স্টিল শট এবং আমার ইন গেম রোল হচ্ছে আইজিএল।
তোমরা দুজন কিন্তু অনেক পুরনো প্লেয়ার, অনেক দিন ধরে তোমরা আসলে PMPL এ খেলছো এবং বাংলাদেশি প্লাস ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে তোমাদের কিন্তু প্রেজেন্স অনেক দারুণ। সো এইবারের সিজনে স্প্রিং 2022-তে তোমাদের স্পেশাল কি প্ল্যান আছে আমি শুনতে চাই স্টিল শটের কাছ থেকে।
আগে অনেকগুলো PMPL আমরা একসাথেই খেলেছি আমার এই টিম নিয়ে, সো আমরা অনেক দিন ধরে গ্রাইন্ড করছি। সো ইনশাল্লাহ এবার কম্পিটিশনও টাফ, সো আমরা আমাদের বেস্ট দেবো এবং আমরা চ্যাম্পিয়ন হওয়ার জন্য খেলবো ইনশাল্লাহ।
আমরা অলরেডি এই রোস্টার নিয়ে অনেকগুলো PMPL খেলছি আর ইভেন রিসেন্ট টুর্নামেন্টগুলোতে আমাদের পারফরমেন্স অনেক ভালো। আর যেহেতু আমাদের অনেক এক্সপিরিয়েন্স আছে আর প্লাস আমাদের সাথে এখন নতুন রোস্টারে ফ্র্যাগার যুক্ত হয়েছে, যার ওর গান পাওয়ার এবং গেম সেন্স অনেক ভালো। সো আশা করি আমরা বেটার একটা পারফরমেন্স দিয়ে ইনশাল্লাহ চ্যাম্পিয়ন টাইটেলের জন্য।
তোমরা যেহেতু বললে তোমাদের লাইন আপের মধ্যে তোমরা নতুন কিছু প্লেয়ার অ্যাড করেছো, লাইক A1 এর জন্য আমরা কিন্তু দেখেছি ফ্র্যাগার আর ভেনম লেজেন্ডসের জন্য আসছে জুনাইদ। সো এই দুইটা প্লেয়ার আসার পর আসলে তোমাদের দলের মধ্যে কি ধরনের পরিবর্তনগুলো আসছে?
জুনায়েদ বাংলাদেশে ওয়ান অফ দ্য মোস্ট এক্সপিরিয়েন্স অ্যান্ড ও অনেক ভালো একটা প্লেয়ার, সো আশা করতেছি ও PMPL এ ভালো পারফর্ম করবে অ্যান্ড আমাদের টিম পারফরমেন্সও ভালো হবে।
আমাদের টিমে রিসেন্টলি ফ্র্যাগার যুক্ত হয়েছে আর ফ্র্যাগারের গান পাওয়ার অনেক ভালো, সাথে গেম সেন্স অনেক ভালো। আর ওর সবচেয়ে ভালো যে দিকটা সেটা হচ্ছে অনেক ইন্টেন্স মোমেন্টগুলোতে, ক্লাস সিচুয়েশনগুলোতেও অনেক ভালো বেটার পারফর্ম করতে পারে। সো অবভিয়াসলি ও আসার জন্য টিমের পারফরমেন্স আরও অনেক বেটার হবে।
টিমের ব্যাপারে যদি আমরা কথা বলি, জাস্ট থিঙ্ক অ্যাবাউট দিস, A1 Esports থেকে সুযোগ আসলো যে ভেনম লেজেন্ডসের একটা প্লেয়ারকে নেওয়া যাবে লাইন আপে, সো সেটা কে হবে এবং কেন?
ভেনম লেজেন্ডস থেকে যদি কাউকে নেওয়ার সুযোগ থাকে সেটা অবভিয়াসলি স্টিল শট। ও ওয়ান অফ দ্য কনসিস্টেন্ট প্লেয়ার ফ্রম বাংলাদেশ, এটা যে টুর্নামেন্টই হোক অনেক শুরুর থেকে ভালো পারফর্ম করে আসতেছে। সো যদি সুযোগ থাকে তাহলে অবশ্যই স্টিল শটকেই চুজ করব।
ওকে, সো স্টিল শট।
A1 Esports থেকে যদি কাউকে নেওয়া যায় তাহলে আমি অবশ্যই দান্তেকে চুজ করব, কারণ দান্তে বাংলাদেশে ওয়ান অফ দ্য মোস্ট এক্সপিরিয়েন্স প্লেয়ার এবং ও রিসেন্ট পারফরমেন্স বলেন যাই বলেন ও অনেক ভালো খেলতেছে। সো আমার কাছে যদি চয়েস আসে তাহলে আমি দান্তেকেই চুজ করব।
দান্তে হচ্ছে তোমার A1 এর কি প্লেয়ার, সো ওকেই কেন হচ্ছে তোমাদের দরকার বা এমন কি স্পেশাল আছে দান্তের মধ্যে?
দান্তে বাংলাদেশের সবচেয়ে এক্সপিরিয়েন্স প্লেয়ার, ও রিসেন্টলি ও একবার PMGC খেলেছে, সো ওর এক্সপিরিয়েন্সটা অনেক বেশি অ্যান্ড ও A1 এর এন্ট্রি ফ্র্যাগার। সো আমরা যদি চাই তাহলে আমরা দান্তেকেই চুজ করব, কারণ ও আসলে তাহলে টিমের পারফরমেন্স আরও বেটার হবে।
ওয়াই স্টিল শট, ওয়াই নো ওয়ান এলস ফ্রম ভেনম লেজেন্ডস?
ও অনেক কনসিস্টেন্ট আর মেইন থিং হচ্ছে ওকে আপনি যেই রোলেই দিবেন সেই রোলের সাথে অনেক সুইটেবল হয়ে খেলতে পারে। ফ্রি রোল হোক, সেটা হোক আইজিএল ফিল্টারিং অর আইজিএল অর মানে যেই রোলেই ওকে দিবেন সেই রোলেই ও অনেক ভালো মানিয়ে নিতে পারবে। আর এর আগে ও অনেকগুলো দলে খেলছে, সবগুলো দলের সাথে অনেক ভালো বেটার পারফরমেন্স দিচ্ছে। সো আমার মনে হয় ও একটা বেটার মানে সংযোজন হইতে পারে আমাদের জন্য।
জাস্ট থিঙ্ক অ্যাবাউট দিস, ভেনম লেজেন্ডস তোমাদের স্কোয়াডের সামনে সেই কোন প্লেয়ারটা আছে যে সবচেয়ে বেশি তোমাদের জন্য প্রেশার সিচুয়েশন তৈরি করতে পারে?
স্টিল শট অবভিয়াসলি।
কেন?
কজ যেটা বললাম সেটা হচ্ছে মানে ওর পারফরমেন্সটা খুবই কনসিস্টেন্ট থাকে। মানে কিছু কিছু প্লেয়ার আছে কিছু কিছু সময় ভালো পারফর্ম করে বা কিছু কিছু সময় হয়তো বা ফর্ম খারাপ চলে যায়, বাট ওর ক্ষেত্রে এই জিনিসটা অত দেখা যায় না। সো যেটা হয় ও মানে একটা ভালো ফাইট সিচুয়েশনে বা ইন্টেল সিচুয়েশনে টিমকে ভালো ব্যাকআপ দিতে পারে। সো ও একটা থ্রেট হইতে পারে
অবশ্যই। এইবারের সিজন 5-এ ভেনম লেজেন্ডসের ওভারঅল গোলটা কি? কতটুকু পর্যন্ত তোমরা নিজেদেরকে দেখছো?
ইনশাল্লাহ চ্যাম্পিয়নের জন্যই খেলবো, যা বললাম। সো আমরা ওইরকম গ্রাইন্ডও করেছি, তাই বলতে চাচ্ছি যে হ্যাঁ আমরা চ্যাম্পিয়নের জন্যই খেলবো এবং ইনশাল্লাহ চ্যাম্পিয়ন হব।
ফ্যান্স আছে আমাদের, A1 এর ফ্যান্স কিন্তু বলা যায় বাংলাদেশের ওয়ান অফ দ্য বিগেস্ট ফ্যান বেস। সো ফ্যানদের জন্য একটা স্পেশাল ডায়লগ
বলতে কিছু নেই, জাস্ট এতটুকুই বলবো যে আমাদেরকে যেভাবে আমাদের জন্য যে প্রেয়ার্সগুলো আছে, যে সাপোর্টগুলো আছে, সেগুলো যাতে কখনো কমে না যায়। আমরা আমাদের থেকে অবশ্যই আমাদের সর্বোচ্চটুকু দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করব এবং চেষ্টা করব আমাদের দেশের জন্য একটা ট্রফি নিয়ে আসার। এবং আমরা চাই এই সময়গুলোতে, আমাদের ভালো খারাপ সময়গুলোতে আপনারা আমাদের পাশে থাকেন, আমাদেরকে সেমভাবে সাপোর্ট করে যান।
স্টিল শট, এনি স্পেসিফিক মেসেজেস ফর ইউর ভেনম ফ্যান্স?
যেভাবে আমাদেরকে প্রথম থেকেই সাপোর্ট করে যাচ্ছে সেই PMPL সিজন 3 থেকে, তো আমি চাচ্ছি যে তারা যেভাবে সাপোর্ট করে যাচ্ছে অলওয়েজ সেভাবেই করবে, এভাবে আমাদের জন্য দোয়া করবে যেন আমরা আরও ভালো খেলতে পারি, আমাদের খারাপ সময়ে থাকবে আমাদের পাশে। সো আমি বলতে চাচ্ছি যে অলওয়েজ দোয়া করতে এবং প্লেয়ার যাদের সাথেই থাকে আমাদের।
এনি স্পেসিফিক মেসেজেস ফর A1 Esports?
অনেক কম্পিটিটিভ একটা টিম, সো তারা আমাদের এগেনস্টে আমাদের রাইভালস। সো আমি তাদেরকে তাও বলতে চাচ্ছি যে গুড লাক, অ্যান্ড তারা হোপফুলি ভালো খেলবে, কারণ আমরা একই দেশ রিপ্রেজেন্ট করতেছি। সো আশা করতেছি তারা ভালো পারফর্ম করবে।
এনি স্পেসিফিক মেসেজেস ফর স্টিল শট এন্ড ভেনম লেজেন্ডস?
ওকে, এতটুকুই বলবো যে অ্যাজ আমরা সেম কান্ট্রি থেকেই বিলং করি এবং একটা কান্ট্রিকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করতেছি, সো ওদেরকেও অনেক শুভকামনা সামনে টুর্নামেন্টের জন্য, এবং ইনশাল্লাহ ওরা ভালো পারফর্ম করবে অ্যাজ ওরা অনেক কনসিস্টেন্ট একটা টিম হিসাবে পারফর্ম করে যাচ্ছে রিসেন্ট টুর্নামেন্টগুলোতে। সব অবশ্যই ওরা একটা টাফ কম্পিটিশন দিবে।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ গাইস, থ্যাংক ইউ টু দান্তে অ্যান্ড স্টিল শট আজকে আমাদের সময় দেওয়ার জন্য। সো গাইস, কেমন লাগলো ইন্টারভিউ অবশ্যই আমাদেরকে জানাবেন কিন্তু কমেন্ট সেকশনে, এবং ফ্যান্স যারা যারা আছে তাদের কাছ থেকে একটাই কথা বলার থাকছে, আপনার কোনো ম্যাচ কিন্তু অবশ্যই মিস করবেন না। পাবজি মোবাইল ই স্পোর্টসের যে ইউটিউব চ্যানেলগুলো আছে সেখানে কিন্তু অবশ্যই আপনাদের পছন্দের দলের সাপোর্ট কিন্তু আপনারা করতে থাকবেন, এবং দেখা হবে পাবজি এর ময়দানে।
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pubgmobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, the last league play day is about to begin. Yesterday, we saw an amazing pop-up performance from Vibes, and also out of the blue, A1 Esports were doing really well, but can they make sure that day two goes the same?
For a few teams, it might just be the last time we would be seeing them. We'll see what happens in the Super Weekend as well, because, well, if you're out of top 16 right now and if you fail to qualify or something like that, your journey is going to be marking up its own full stop. And talking about it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I did take a bath today, but then again, my hair, they are just like this. I don't know why. I can vouch for that. I can promise about that. But then again, talking about the competition that, is coming up in front of us, oh, this one is going to be really good, because just like you said, A1 Esports is coming up. I want to see if they qualify, because again, there's a big if, because today is day 5 games. They are still there for them 4 for overall for the day. It's going to be 5. If they qualify, the most important thing comes up is, will they be able to take a few $1,000s in the Super Weekend or not? And if they have a really phenomenal performance, will they make it to top 16? Because that journey, I mean, the question still remains unanswered right now.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot to discuss, and also, as you mentioned, I mean, the $1,000 that are going to be Super Weekend that are going to be there for the teams to secure for themselves during the Super Weekend. I think A1 Esports right now they will be eyeing that money,
Yeah.
but along with that, there are a lot of other important things. And talking about other things, other teams, especially out of the teams in the bottom, I think Dax is one of those names that well did really well during the second league play, second Super Weekend. They weren't really there, still outside the top 16. They were struggling quite a lot during their matches.
Yeah.
And then we come into the third weekend where at least I expected Dax to do well for themselves during the first couple of matches, but that hasn't really been the case. So there again is an opportunity for Atrax to try and figure out a way to bring themselves into the Super Weekend and then try and qualify for the finals. But ladies and gentlemen, before that, let's talk about the format of the tournament, because as we keep mentioning, this is the last day of the league play stages, because after this there's the final Super Weekend and then there are the actual finals.
Exactly. Now we are down to the Super Weekend 3. Like we are just entering that in a few days. And after that, top 16 in the overall rankings of Super Weekend are going to be moving forward to the finals. That's the most important thing. You have to be at top 16. Be it first, be it 16th, well, you'll be moving on to the Pro League finals. And in that, 100%, the scores are going to be starting up from 0 again. So you might have your own chance to make up a marker. Just in those finals, because that's where things go good as well. But then again, before that, you have to move forward with the Super Weekend 3. A lot can change. 3 means chaos.
I mean, 3 definitely does mean chaos, and a lot of pressure along with that if you're trying to qualify for the finals, because in the finals you get to compete for a lot more money. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, $150,000 of prize money for this PMPL South Asia, and out of which, I mean, a lot of it has already been secured in terms of that $1,000 per match Super Weekend chicken dinner money, I'm going to call it now. And we call it the food money, I guess.
Yeah, chicken dinner money. That's like that.
Yeah.
That's like one of the same things, if anything. And talking about the chicken dinner point, that is 15 that gets you in the first position. Eliminations, 1 elimination each is the point marker. 13 to 16 although gets you none, and I guess these teams know that by now.
I mean, we have seen a lot of teams take tumbles again and again and again and again just because of that 0 pointer that's there for 13 to 16. They try the level best with the eliminations that they secure, but sometimes even those are not enough. And ladies and gentlemen, talking about points and the distribution and the standings, we have the overall rankings in front of us after the matches that happened yesterday. And as you can clearly see, A1 and Esports and Vibes Esports are dominating the lobby right now, which is a surprise. I mean, not Vibes, but A1 Esports was struggling in the first 2 weeks, and coming into this final week, they just look like a completely different team. On the other side, JyanMaara, that last match was very impressive.
Vibes actually has a 50% win rate, and that just, is incredible. Out of all the 4 games that they have played for themselves, today they're going to be playing 4 more. Right now, Phantom is struggling on all the grounds as they have a 0.5 point per game average. That's not good. TRZ's out there. They are out of top 16. Again, it's important for them to be there. ElementriX right now, they are struggling. But then again, we'll see what happens. Last week, I mean, Johnny, you must be remembering. Well, Stalwart's right now at the 15th position if we talk about it. But then again, last week, if you remember, Johnny, Vibes was at 20th position. And then second day, they went down to 7th position.
Yeah.
Right now, they're the first position. So think about, like, they're taking league plays as well with the same seriousness as they were taking the Super Weekends.
I mean, and that's quite a nice thing from the side of Vibes, because again, you and I have had this conversation in the past as well, wherein the only problem with Vibes was the fact that they weren't able to close out the matches. This time, as you mentioned, the 50% win rate that's there, it is going to be beneficial for them. But to be fair, we just don't. Why, like, Vibes only played 4 matches yesterday, and today they're going to play the next 4. So if they can secure 2 more chicken dinners, then I'm going to feel very confident about Vibes Esports going into the Super Weekend, and that's going to make me happy, because that's going to mean during the Super Weekend there is a possibility that Vibes can finally break into the top 3, which for the team is going to be very important, as the extra bit of cash is going to allow them a little bit of a safety cushion going into the finals, where they will feel like, all right, we don't have to compete for like at least this much of money that we have already secured. Everything else is a bonus, and that bonus we can win along with the trophy. On the other side though, we just saw TRZ and 1952 not doing too good for themselves in the overall
And
rankings
Phantom.
and Phantoms as well. So it's going to be quite important for these teams to figure out exactly what's going wrong and make sure the corrections that they make are implemented ASAP, because there is no room for error left now.
But then again, if you talk about the stats right now, A1 Esports is a team to just, have a conversation for themselves. Think about it, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
From a 1.9 average elimination, they moved to an 8-point average elimination. That's an almost 4 times jump that is happening, right? And talk about it, right? From a 3.4 average point, they went to a 17.3. That's kind of a 5 times higher jump that they are just coming up for themselves, and a survival time of almost from 16:48 they went down to almost a 22 minute. That's just so good. All right, and talking about from week 2 to the league week 3, look at this, 1.428. It's just looking good, and an average 1.5 point to a 17.3
Wow.
point. 1.5.
I mean,
It's more than 10 times.
Yeah, it's very impressive what A1 Esports have done, and again, the average of 4 matches being more than the 8 matches they played in the entirety of first week. The reason being, out of the 4 games that A1 Esports played yesterday, they finished second thrice.
Yes.
They haven't been able to close out the matches with the winner chicken dinner. They had an opportunity yesterday in the very last Erangel, but they weren't able to finish that off as well, getting clutched out by in a 1v2 by the lad from JyanMaara. No Fear was the man who pulled off that clutch. But still, the consistency, even being second, is not too shabby, because those second place finishes, they
Johnny,
got 11 eliminations in 2 games and 9 in the last match yesterday.
if I may, right now we were seeing A1 Esports' highlight reel for the first time, and well, before we used to see other teams' highlight reels and they used to be on a receiving end. This time they were on a giving end, as they were giving out damage to the teams. Look at this. First 15 games, 20, like they were on a different note for the first 15 games.
Yeah.
And for the last, in fact, first 16 games. And for the last 4 games, except just 1 game, they have had a good, consistent performance. Where was this A1? And I don't know if it's a bit too late. I just hope they don't regret it.
I mean, everyone's going to be hoping that, especially, I mean, the fans of A1 Esports right now are enjoying seeing the team in this sort of momentum. So if they don't make it to the finals, then it's going to be quite upsetting. It's going to be a little heartbreaking for all the fans and for all the supporters of this team. But again, I mean, after the first 2 weeks, people were starting to question their presence in this tournament. And I think they have what they've showcased is that, yes, they are meant to be here. This is their sport. This is their opportunity to shine and showcase everyone else what A1 Esports is all about. I mean, we all remember the slogan, right? It's be the one, A1. And right now, I mean, they are not sitting exactly at the first position, but they're not too far away as well. So I would love to see them move further, but it's kind of difficult for me to decide as well, because the other team that's there on the first position, I like those guys as well, Vibes Esports. I mean, I've been enjoying seeing their performances, specifically in this last week, and even during the super weekends, they were doing so well for themselves. I mean, just being able to keep up with IHC in itself is a big challenge, and Vibes Esports have always made sure that IHC is not too far away from them.
Yeah, they definitely have just made that sure for themselves. Vibes, again, we can talk about this team for multiple times, but then again, we know how their performance has been overall. But then again, it's not just the way they are going up with their performance, it's also the communication. That's important, right? They have a brilliant communication right now, mind-blowing. Even that's a small word to just actually talk about their communication, the way they are. I still remember that Miramar game, the highlights that we were watching, right? They had to move down from a higher ground to a low ground with 3 teams looking forward onto them, and still they managed to get a chicken dinner in that one. That was just so good. The only thing that I would say is actually they're feeling shy of is getting more and more chicken dinners in super weekends, because right now they have $2,000 for themselves in the super weekend. I would say they should get more and more.
I mean, definitely. And if they, during the super weekend matches, if Vibes can even start by securing like 1 chicken dinner win in the first day itself, I think that is going to wake up IHC like, all right, they are way too close for comfort. I mean, Vibes at one point was literally just breathing down IHC's neck, almost taking the third position away from them. But in classic IHC fashion, the next game they get a winner chicken dinner with a high elimination point as well, and just move themselves up a little bit further away. But Vibes, they haven't given up yet, and I think it's going to be quite important for the team's morale and the players' morale as well if they make it to the finals inside the top three. If they fail to do that, then somewhere along the line, somewhere back in their subconscious, they're going to be feeling a little bit frustrated, like, all right, we tried our level best. What do we need to do extra that we somehow make it to the podium, make it to the top three, and take on the players of IHC head on? And I think Vibes, they aren't really making that many mistakes for me to point out, because their gameplay has been very, very good till now.
Vibes doesn't like it's actually a thing. Vibes, the way they are playing, right? The margin of error is so less that even if they actually make up a mistake or something, they rectify it in the next upcoming game, and well, they get those compensation points for themselves. They are not having much of a bad days or much of bad games or something like that. They're having decent games for themselves. It's working out in their favor. They're enjoying it. Well, they have their own vibe to enjoy.
I mean, as we've been talking about Vibes Esports and the mistakes they make, or the lack of mistakes they make. I mean, the worst game yesterday was a seventh place finish with 3 elimination points. And that's not too bad, to be honest. I mean, they didn't walk away with at least 0 points for that particular match. So it's still, they got something out of it. But remember, Roshan, yesterday, as we were talking about it, the Miramars were the things that Vibes was always capitalizing on. Well, today there is 3 Miramar, even though the team is not going to be playing all of them. They will just get to play 2. It's still going to be, I think, good. A wonderful opportunity. Yeah, it's like a good luck charm to have on your side.
Exactly. But as of now, we talk about the overall map chances. Seal still just, is at that higher marker for themselves. 7.25 points coming up from them in terms of the elimination points, and 8.33 coming up for them in terms of the placement point markers that they're getting for themselves. Seal, to be honest, has just been doing really good. But then again, Group E sits out for the first game, and then obviously A, B, C, D, those are going to be playing. That means Stalwart's not going to be there on the Miramar map, just like we are having this conversation as well. And Stalwart, well, they love to play Miramars in their own favor. But then again, we'll see what happens today with the other teams that are just coming up for the start of their momentum, and well, how do they perform? Because again and again, it's the zone that you have to play this game through. So, yeah.
I mean, definitely, it's the zone that you have to play this game with. And yesterday's circle specifically, I mean, Erangel was proving to be quite interesting. We had a circle head towards the military island as well. We had northern-ish zones as well in the matches yesterday. But apart from that, I think Miramar's yesterday were kind of a little bit on the slower side of things. I mean, we had basically both the matches were kind of textbook games, wherein in the early game you saw no fights at all, and in the late game it was complete and utter chaos, with the priority being given to those long distance engagements. So maybe today is going to be a similar thing, especially with a lot of teams under the pressure. As you mentioned about Phantom Esports, I think Phantom Esports still have the opportunity to head towards the finale, since in the overall rankings they were doing quite decent. I believe they're sitting at 180 points or something, so it's going to be difficult to challenge them. But on the other side, ElementriX is one of those teams that needs to worry out as well. They're currently on the 17th position with just 15 points, and if these games do not go their way, then ElementriX, they will have a lot to regret at the end of today.
If I'm not wrong, Sinister Dante, they are looking at the camera and they are smiling. I believe they understand that we are playing a game, and look at them looking at the camera and smiling at us.
Hi, buddy.
So, hey guys, what's up? And
we are seeing waves from
dancing.
Dante's dancing.
Oh, well, today
they're having a wonderful week. Their weekdays have been a party so far, so I mean, the boys definitely do deserve a break. But talking about breaks, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have any right now because the game is about to begin, and that's the first map right there, Miramar. One of the last few Miramars that we're going to see in the league stages of this tournament at least, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how this one is going to go, as the trajectory of the plane is going to be starting from Trailer Park through El Pozo, going through Los Leones all the way towards Puerto Paracio.
Alrighty then, everyone's just dropping down, and we see Skylightz being one of the first teams to just drop out. Atrax as well, as they're dropping down on the sidelines of El Pozo. TRZ just going to go to the slight southern side, to the backlines of Montenuevo, La Triela. Like those are going to be the areas from where they start off their journey. DRS, they're going to be looking quite good. ElementriX is dropping down as well. IHC, I don't know, but it looks like a kind of a split situation for the players, but that's not a far away split. So maybe a few players are going to go for a few vehicles here and there. Probably that can be one of the things. Vibes dead smack center of the map right now. We don't know the zone. We'll see where the zone forms up, and I believe zone's going to have the plane area, the flight path area, definitely, because it's kind of a central flight path, right? So it's definitely going to have the areas and the sidelines of the zone for the starters. Then we'll see whether it just shifts down. Seal A1 Esports dropping down on Lost Winners, and look at this exactly right now. ElementriX has a safer spot. In fact, IHC has a safer spot. Atrax, well, this might just be the game where they need to convert the points in 1952 as well.
Yeah, but 1952 have gone for a very interesting 2-1-1 split up where one of the players seem to be following Venom Legends. Why would you do that? That's not your team, buddy. That's someone else's squad. I mean, there are no fifth players allowed right now. But let's see how long it takes for Entry to join the rest of his comrades, because they will need him soon. As A1 Esports and Seal Esports, as soon as they are done with Los Leones, are definitely going to try and see if they can get a direct entry towards Picardo. And as you talked about ElementriX Ocean, I completely agree with that. But ElementriX also need to realize they need to regroup before the 12-minute marker. Because, I mean, for now, it's a good space, but we all know, like, Deadeyes Guys, DRS, Skylightz Gaming are going to challenge them at a certain point in time. So they need to be careful about that. Need to worry about that already. But another team that seems to be in a little bit of a pickle right now, the players from DAX.
Spike has always done this. He goes down to that pit, he takes up a loot, and then he comes up. That's like a standard place. Everyone drops in buildings. Spike drops up in that pit. That's his own place. But then again, well, everyone's starting their own loot for themselves. Kazi, as we see him as well. Assault, they have their own little buildings, but I don't know if these two teams are going to take up an early fight. I mean, they might, they might not, but then again, every single point matters for Atrax.
I mean, alrighty, Necro. So, sorry, Ocean. What I meant was that yesterday with Necro, we started playing another mini game, and this one involves viewers as well. So, you know how on the map you have all these different colors representing different teams, right? Yeah, pick a color, basically. You have to also you have to pick your favorite color, not any color.
What is this game? Like, I do need to know then, but like, what is this game about?
What's your favorite color, basically? We're basically forcing people to gamble at this point. Like, pick a favorite color and then you start just rooting for that team.
No, so here's the thing, right? My favorite color is black. You know how we look good in black formals and all those things?
So now you're supporting Savage Esports.
Oh, is that how it is?
Yeah, that's the entire game. It's very simple, very easy to understand. And at the end of the day, we're going to see where Savage Esports are.
That's like a weird bully situation. Like your color and you are with that team now. I'm
simplifying
like,
the decision-making process.
My favorite color is...
Yeah, mine is olive green, so the closest I can go is IHC, I guess. Yeah.
My favorite color. What color should I
Chari is
go for?
also thinking the same thing, I guess. He's just standing out in the open.
Yeah, it looked like he was just standing there and he was like, yeah, no.
No, I guess even he was thinking like, yeah, what's my favorite color now?
Like,
you want to go for orange because ElementriX and Vibes are pretty much in the center.
But then, I just had this weird thing, like, pick a favorite weapon. What is it? M4? Yeah, your birthday's on 7th March. Thank you. Like, I was like, what?
adding a new sort of dimension to the prediction process now.
Yeah, I was like, when did Newton make these laws?
Yeah, instead of a crystal ball, now there's going to be, what's that game called? Twister?
Yeah, Twister with different colors. You just have to, you know. But then again, right now, the circle's forming up. We'll talk about these things definitely. But the circle's forming up and it's like what? 700 meters, 1,000 meters for TRZ just need to get inside the circle. I'm really surprised though by TRZ's performance in the last Super Weekend versus the first and the third Super Weekend so far, because in the first one, well, they failed to qualify. In the second one, they arrived and surprisingly, wherever they were, the zones were forming really good around them. They played with the positions, they played with the information of the position, and they played really good fights. I still remember the first game that they played in the first match of the second Super Weekend. They were at the second position, where the True Love just clutching that out for Deadeyes Guys, and TRC was there. But then again, we'll talk about that. But Jiggle right now takes down ElementriX's Yozu, and now it's important for ElementriX as well, Johnny, because ElementriX, well, they're at the 17th position as of now.
Exactly, and that's also the first blood of the game right there, with Jiggle finding the extra point for his team. And as you mentioned, I mean, every single point is important for ElementriX. The team above them is the team of Raw, and Raw also have been struggling in the recent days, but let's see what they're going to do to recover themselves. On the other side, ElementriX, I think the game plan hasn't changed yet. Mr. Yozu always used to be the first one from his team to move around, start scouting, start clearing up positions for the rest of the squad, and this time again, the game plan remains the same, and since they have become a little too predictable, this was bound to happen. But also, I think ElementriX, they are prepared for this. They're prepared to lose Yozu just to collect some extra bit of information, because we do have the minimap in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and ElementriX are right now not exactly abandoning the center, but their formation looks like they're prepared to do that. They're slowly and steadily going to move away from the center, move away from Vibes, and just take a little bit of a backstep and try and play this one slow.
They might. DRS on the other side, they have a good, like decent grounds. In fact, higher ground, lower ground, all those areas. Like they have an amalgamation of all those areas, and we'll see Jiggle in the replay probably. Yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, it's not even just anything. It was an open area plus Hyozu's angle was something like Jiggle could connect all the shots. He was not in a perpendicular direction to Jiggle's aim, but he was just in a straight line to Jiggle's aim. So he was easily taken down by 3-4 shots. And that happens, right? That happens in these kind of lobbies. If you are in an open ground and if you think you're safe, well, think again.
I mean, 200 meters for these lads is nothing. They're going to easily spray you down. And look at this. So this is what I wanted to talk about. The DRS, as you mentioned, Ocean, their position is like perfect right now. But along with that, DE is in front of them, and Raw Esports is going to close in on their position. I believe Skylightz Gaming have joined them as well, so the action is all about to begin.
It definitely is. As of now, Seal, the players are moving from around the zone. Well, they're trying to find up a good place for themselves as well. But Galzen, Spike, he might... I guess both of them don't know about it. Obviously, Spike is moving from the other side, so we know about him. And Galzen, he's just jiggling his head left and right and his place from one of the hilltop to the other. Imagine if you fall down from a... What hard work will go in vain.
Yeah.
And also, you might just get... Oh, I thought Galzen's falling down.
No. I think from our perspective, it looked like there was a steep cliff there, but he still had area to walk. Oh, all right. Now, that was scary.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine if it just drops down. First thing, the hard work will go down, and second thing, he might just even get knocked. Right? It's kind of a higher area. But then again,
this man has nerves of steel. He's just jumping out from and moving around like that at that height. And Mafia Ninja, look at this. I mean, yeah, that's how far it goes, I guess.
As of now, yes. Mafia Ninja.
Will he flip it? He flipped it.
Flipping.
Again. There.
And again. One more. Nope.
Two barrel rolls.
Not the
10 points.
10 points to Mafia Ninja and Gryffindor. But then again, right now, Frag Boys onto the lower side. DRS's players on that higher ground for themselves. Rules has a good nade, drops it down to Frag Boy's area. In fact, who indeed takes him down to a similar HP as that of Rules, which looks pretty decent. Now they'll have to take up the fight. The only thing that's bad with Frag Boy, sir, is that all the his location, right, being on the lower ground, it becomes bad. But True Love on the other side takes down 1952 entry, and that means 1952 is in a troubly situation again, as there are 3 players now. Entry definitely needs a revive, and then they'll be back to 4. And I guess it might just be really tricky. If C1 has one more smoke, he can just use that smoke and loft it down on that area, and then they can maybe just go for that revive.
Definitely, but let's see what's going to happen. One more knock is going to be there in the game, ladies and gentlemen, as entry has been taken down by True Love from the side of Deadeyes Guys. Fragboy is in a perfect position to go for a push, but before they decide to go for a push, they need one more opening. And who is it going to be this time? Because Shifu also has a pretty decent flank available to put a little bit of extra pressure on the players of 1952. But Deadeyes guys, if Shifu reveals his position or if Frag starts to engage, then it becomes really easy for 1952 to sort of deny vision to True Love on the high ground and then just run through those smokes, finish off these two lads on the lower ground and gain an advantage in that fight. Jiggle just jumping down from the cliff is going to lose at about 25-26% HP, but still will be able to heal up quite nicely over there. And coming back to the action though, let's see. Deadeyes guys, they want to take this fight. They are very eager to take down the players of 1952, but the opposition is not making it as easy as they thought it would be.
Shifu is using an M24. I remember yesterday when that TDM was happening, right? Shifu just tried and used M24 in a higher quantity. Right now, though, ironically, his own helmet is damaged. So we'll see what happens later on. But then again, if Shifu spots someone peeking or maybe over peeking, he would want to take that helmet down, like his opponent's helmet down. But look at the way Deadeyes guys has just situated themselves. True Love on a higher ground. Fragboy quite close to 1952. So right now, if 1952 does something, Fragboy is going to be the first one to give all the information to Shifu and True Love and Shari, who are going to be capitalizing on that information. So Fragboy, his calls matter, and True Love, his driving matters.
I mean, the skills definitely do matter. Is he just teasing them with the vehicle? Like, yeah, I'm going to go forward, I'm going to go backward, like just trying to play with their minds. And I think 1952, the lad was definitely getting frustrated, just shouting out to True Love, step out and face me. But
oh, this circle.
Yeah, this Northern Shift, Skylightz Gaming, they will be pretty happy just having taken control of the perimeter of the city of Crater Fields. But they do have Phantom Esports closing in on their position. And Nima and AJ are about to be caught off guard. Oh, this is going to be brutal.
Let's see what is going to happen right now. Skylight's players, just like you said, right? They have their own areas. But then look at Savage's rotation alongside Venom Legends. Well, we're going to talk about that. But Phantom, a team that just has 2 points from yesterday. Now they need more. In fact, they need a lot more. So we'll see what happens. Nima with that higher ground. In fact, if Nima just plans one of his throwables right, you know, Johnny, he can actually take down 2 players. Because Phantom, they look at how closely they are with each other. Maybe 2, maybe 1, maybe more. Depends if Nima has a throwable. I guess he can maybe just go for it. But then again, on the other side, Vibes is Joker. Vibes is starting again.
Well, Vibes, they are vibing quite nicely right now, and there's nothing you can do to ruin their mood. Getting the second pick in this game, putting a little bit of a pressure on the lads of High Voltage. Assassin is going to be taken out as well. And let's see, IHC taking a hit from Dax. The Zeol. What happened right here? He's been finished off. It's a 3v4 in the favor of Dax in this fight.
Yeah, as of now, it is. It definitely is. We'll see, though, how this one goes. As on the other side, 1952 players are being taken down as well. And Joker still just, raining hellfire on the players, on his opponents. High Voltage, the team is not looking good as Assassin is down and he might be out really soon. Cloud, they lost him as well. Vibes is moving from around the circle. Assassin will go down and Malik will get that elimination point. Entry! Oh, Sus with a good grenade, probably. On one side of the entry, he goes in that grenade. Oh, how is he still surviving? How? Why is he still surviving? That's one of my questions now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, just barely making it. Also, he ran on top of the nade out of all things. So, yeah, that's a miracle right there. But you have to thank your good graces to survive in a situation like that. But again, so this is quite interesting what ElementriX are doing right now. They charged forward. They didn't realize they're about to get sandwiched. They were stuck between 1952 and DRS, and they've lost 2 players. But still trying to take this fight. It is Sus who is again pinned down completely in this confrontation against 1952. If he steps out, he has to worry about DRS in these close close quarters. He knows 1952 will put a lot of pressure on him. And plus, the blue zone is coming. 550 meters is how much the distance that these lads from A1 Esports and Vibes will have to travel. And High Voltage being the first team to be eliminated from this match. Let's see who is going to be next, as Jax, he's trying to take on Malik. The blue zone damage will definitely swing the advantage of this fight in the favor of A1 Esports. But hey, you're not from the same team. Entry, shoot the guy in the back, and finally taking down Sus.
Wow.
They will be able to finish him off as well. 1952 finding their first point in this match.
Wow, the elimination definitely happens, and this time it looks like things did not exactly look good for High Voltage, as they have had their own share of good momentums, but well, not today though. We are down to 48 players, 15 teams still surviving. Vibes jiggle on one side, A1 Esports on the other. Surprisingly, again and again, we've talked about this. Look at how efficient A1 Esports is. 2 players on a higher ground, then 2 players are moving from the backlines. They understand it, they understand their own value, and now they are moving from around the zone. Deadeyes Guys taking a fight against DRS, who's indeed getting taken down by the other teams here and there, as we just saw ElementriX's Incas taking on the eliminations for their own favor. We'll see how that works up. But A1 Esports versus Vibes. Oh, this is good. Jiggle on one side, Rio on the other, and Dante has a weapon for himself, Scarl, but his helmet is totally done for. Even the shot just connects onto his helmet, it would be taken out of his body, and then he might have to just pay the piper. Although Rio gets taken down from the other side, A1 Esports, the positionings. Oh, the positionings by these teams. It's refined.
I mean, A1 Esports are definitely looking very strong right now. I mean, we did talk about how Vibes were looking quite solid, and look at this Sinister getting caught off guard by Storm OP. Now, that's a mistake right there, and it should be avoided in the future, but the other 3 players are quite far away in the distance, and they know exactly where the players from TRZ are, but I think A1 Esports, they forgot about Vibes, who are still mad at them for picking off one of their comrades. And Vibes Esports go on to find an opening against A1 Esports, which will be beneficial to TRZ, as this is kind of a 3-way situation between these 2 teams, with ElementriX in the backlines, 1952 in the backlines, and ElementriX's last player, Incas, with his mini, does not want to stay still in a moment. Yeah, Jax, you're not making out of this. You're not getting out of this now.
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, Storm was actually fighting him, but then again, the circle just, has started moving, and Storm was getting shotted from the back lines, but players on taking down A1 Esports' players. Oh, what is happening? 1952, the players are going down as Incas just takes down the vehicle, takes down the player. Incas is deadly right now, but 90 Degree is the last one surviving, if I'm not wrong. But, well, who took that elimination? Oh, Incas is going to be angry because DRS actually stole that, and from the other side, 90 Degree just taking 1 point for himself as ElementriX follows down.
Well, the last player from the side of ElementriX has been picked off, but ladies and gentlemen, the blue zone is about to close in, and we will have the 5th circle of the game in front of us, and it heads towards right smack in the center of the Cradle Fields area, which basically is shaped like a dome, so it's quite difficult to survive in the middle. But Sanchir just happened. I mean, he was just trying to cook up a nade, takes a few shots from the distance, and is finally knocked down. Venom Legends, they can push forward and try and capitalize on this, but they're also worried about the players from IHC on the other side. Oh, Eisenberg has been spotted out by Stevie Shot. He sees those pixels, the shots do connect, and Savage Esports are going to be tossed out of the lobby next.
As of now, yes, 11 teams and 32 players are surviving. Crater Fields is where the circle is. That's such an open ground, such an open area for the players to play around with minimal covers for themselves. Oh! Wexy goes down as DRS is just trying to get a hold of a good game for themselves. On the other side, Godless takes one of the players for themselves. Assault is surviving. Kazi as well. Mama God is down. Gyaltsen follows up, but then AJ comes in for the aid of his own teammate. Gyaltsen needs a revive. I guess he will get that. And Skylightz looks like they will be on a decent roll for themselves. Then again, we'll see what happens right now. But Jiggle with a good nade is not going to find anyone.
I mean, the only problem right now for Skylightz Gaming is the fact that you do see 3 players over here, Mafia Ninja, AJ, and Gyaltsen. Nima is on the other end of the edge. Nima is at the extreme opposite. If you see at the map, he's quite close to the players of Phantoms and DRS. So Skylightz Gaming, they are not a complete roster altogether, and that just might be the thing that causes them to lose those squad fights, lose those 4v4. So it's going to be quite important to see exactly what Skylightz Gaming is going to do to survive into the late stages of the match. Plus, with Raw Esports crawling towards their backs, things are not looking too good for these lads.
Yeah, it's not. Skylight's players, well, if we talk about them, their positioning, their situation, well, that we'll just see how it just goes. Phantom. Just one side. Venom Legends seal. All right. Oh, Nima gets spotted down, but then that's not the thing right now for Venom Legends because their one player, Dictator, has been taken down, and another one follows up with a brilliant grenade. Dictator will be finished. Seal is looking to seal the deal as the players are moving forward, and they're trying to take down the players whosoever they can. Seal Leo. Oh, he does not have a helmet, but he does have a good horse head for himself. Seal shots moving forward, but then again, the elimination numbers are coming up. They might spot Seal shot. Yes, they have spotted down the buggy. The damage is taken down on buggy. TRZ, they follow up on the elimination marker. We're down with 8 teams and 22 players remaining. Venom Legends as well as ElementriX. These teams have taken an exit, and 952 follows up as well.
I mean, just the final 8 remaining, 22 players alive. Stalwart Esports from the high ground can definitely capitalize on the situation down below, but DRS, they're going to lose rules. Delta under fire as well is going to be taken down. Killer YT is going to be the last player remaining for the team and has been spotted out by Nima, and death from above to this lad, but he manages to escape, and Nima now with a nade is going to look to close things out, finish off DRS and move further in the game, but the rest of the players from the Skylightz Gaming squad pushed into the players of Raw and ran into a meat grinder where they are in fact being finished off. But Stalwart Esports on the other end, ladies and gentlemen, fighting against the Phantoms. Wally pushing forward, yet right in front of him. Demo is going to be there to revive his teammate, but from the backlines, Nima is looking to solo collect so many points for his team by just securing these eliminations right in front of him. And look at that, he is just picking up those points one after the other. 6 points secured by this one man from the side of Skylightz Gaming, as Skylightz Gaming have all of a sudden just turned up the heat in Miramar, sitting on 11 eliminations. All 3 players left. Galzin hasn't picked off, but the other 3 are looking very solid. And look at Godless.
Yeah, Dartrex is just coming in. Godless actually spots him down. They understand the players, but then again, what is happening? That was wrong, as Dartrex will be the reason of IHC's elimination. And Johnny, well, Dax and Phantom, they needed this game. They're getting this game. Wow. Whites, they just find a place to get into top 5 somehow. Yeah.
Vibes have been impressive, but as you mentioned, I mean, Dax and Phantoms, this match could be the game that propels them into the top 16, but from there on out, they have to hold that spot. Let's see, I mean, they have made it into the top fast so nicely, and Phantom Esports, they have 2 players, so if Jiggle from the side of Vibes can be finished off, or if you can pick off the lads from Skylightz Gaming, in fact, Nima is going to be the most important player to shut down right now. I think these 2 teams in particular can get those extra points that they need to basically have a little bit of a safety cushion inside of the rankings. But even though Dax, they are trying their level best to shut down Nima, it doesn't look like that is going to happen. On the other side, the Phantom Esports, Slipknot, has been pinned down on the high ground. Yet he's out in the open, just thrown out behind the buggy, and that's an easy target to hit for Spike. Just sprays down, empties out the clip, and takes down Yeta from the side of Phantom. But Nima,
Spike,
unable to steal the point.
Yeah. Shanti definitely gets 1 point for himself. Slipknot is just on the other side, but then again, this fight, it is situated between Dartrex and Skylightz now, as the elimination of Phantom just follows up. The throwables are coming in. AJ just moves out of the harm's way for himself, but then again, he's getting shot at. AJ will be taken down, and there it is. Dartrex, what a brilliant way to start off the game, start of the day for themselves. They get a chicken dinner, and look at that, they're at the 3rd position. Wow!
So, previously, before this match, Dax was sitting on the 5th spot, 37 points secured, but making into the top 3, just pushing Deadeyes Guys and CD Sports further down. I think now they look very strong, but it's the same thing. I want Dax to play like this during the Super Weekend. They did the same performance in the league play days of week 2, but then Super Week rolls around, and I mean, this team was missing.
This was just a brilliant way to just start of your day and your momentum, and not just for Atrax, right? I will talk about Phantom as well, because Phantom, we know they are struggling. We know they're struggling bad. So they needed the points. They needed the game to just follow up in their own favor. And they did good as well. They were the reason of many big names getting eliminated out of the lobby. And Skylightz is Nima. If anything, I don't know, but I believe he might just be the MVP as well. Atrax will see the performances that those individuals have just, showcased for their side. But then Nima also did good. And this, at the end, was a wholesome game of Miramar, I would say.
I mean, this was a very nice match, especially those final few fights with Skylightz Gaming and in particular Nima just realizing like, hey, I have the best spot in this game. My teammates over there are a big distraction. The other teams are fighting, and I can be the harbinger of this chaos and just secure whatever points are needed for his team. And it was phenomenal. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. So stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Oshu
Why is
Sharma
it, Johnny? Why is it when some team gets a chicken dinner, you always feel that coming up for yourself, right?
I always get hungry. I mean,
Yeah.
as soon as a game like this ends, I'm like, yeah, I need some food in me. But
I'm telling you, us commentators, we should also just enjoy those feasts of the chicken dinner for ourselves, and that's the
Yes.
best thing that we just have for ourselves. I get it.
I don't think we can, because the chicken dinner symbol that's there, it's just too perfect. I don't think we, unless we get that specific chicken dinner, I don't think anything else is going to satisfy us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, so what we can do is just actually team up with these players and maybe try have a few chicken dinners for ourselves. I would love to have that idea for ourselves. Maybe take one player from one team, one from the other, and one of us as well, and try and actually just have a game and try to see if we can get a chicken dinner. But then again, that's gonna be for some other day and other games. But this one was just incredible.
I mean, this was just an incredible match. And again, as we did talk about it, let's have a look at the MVP of the game, which I'm pretty sure it's going to be Nima from the side of Skylightz Gaming, who did quite a phenomenal job. There it is. There's the man. 6 eliminations secured, 745 damage, 2 assists, 2 knocks, and the 23-minute, 20-second survival time that's there. Nima was very impressive in this match, doing so much, securing so many eliminations. But to be fair, the other players on the lower ground, the other lads who were stuck in that crater field dip, also did quite impressive. They also secured extra eliminations. Now it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly where does Skylightz Gaming end after this game, because Dax also, I believe, ended up with a double-digit elimination number for themselves. And Dax, they needed it, but Skylightz Gaming, they were doing quite decent. They were sitting on the 9th position, 26 points. So after this, I think they're going to be pretty much inside of the top 6, top 5 as well. One team I think that we need to talk about, and we will talk about before we head to the match after all these stats are done, is Stalwart Esports. Why? We will discuss in a little bit later, but ladies and gentlemen, the list of top players in front of us, and Nima is going to be there, joined by his teammate Mafia Ninja, sitting on the 3rd position with 4 eliminations, 501 damage, and there are the other 2 lads from the side of the Atrax squad, Spike and Chante, who together have managed to secure 8 elimination points. Now, on the 5th, we do have Delta from the side of DRS, but DRS, they could have done a lot more. had they not been spotted by Nima, because he was just a one-man army over there, just destroying the players of DRS, finishing off Delta as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we have someone new joining us. Well, not new. You have heard him. You've been listening to his voice for quite a while now, but he's here finally. Necro, how you been, buddy?
Well, I've been doing phenomenal, man. I don't know what to say. I mean, the first game, Dax pretty much just surprising all of us and getting a nice chicken dinner for themselves. But hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. I missed the chat quite a lot. So, yeah, thank you so much for the warm welcome, Johnny. I hope you're doing great too.
I mean, I'm doing great as well because I just enjoy the matches, and the last game was pretty much like very, very solid for me to sort of get rejuvenated with a new wave of energy. But look at this, the stat comparison that's there. So it was quite even between these two titans at this point, Atrax and Skylightz Gaming. It was just that Dax ended up like dishing out a lot more damage to Skylightz in the end, and Nima was stuck on that high ground, completely exposed, and he was taken down, which made things a little bit more easier. But only 200 damage received by Dax. I think the one thing that is like kind of an outlier if you talk about team stats.
Ooh, and take a look at the match summary, though. The players of Skylightz Gaming are right there. Nima seems like he went absolutely ham in the previous game. Baron 2 is going to be there in the match summary with the highest assist on his name, and then Jiggle as well will find himself in the 2 spots right there. So again, I mean, Skylightz Gaming and Vibes right there with the consistency flowing. As long as they're making it top 16, that's all that matters. And again, yesterday we saw teams like Stalwart Esports on a struggle. Hopefully things are going to be stabilizing for them today.
Well, hopefully we will see them stabilize, as you said. But I think, again, Vibes is going to be one of the interesting names over here because we saw them getting taken out a little bit earlier than expected, but they had quite a decent start in this match as well, especially Jiggle managing to secure a few key points for his team, but still not being able to survive to the late game stages, not being able to close out the match is something that I think is going to sting Vibe in the next matches that they play. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, the match rankings are in front of us, and Dax, they did quite well for themselves, securing 26 points, and the 3-point difference that's there between the chicken and finishing second in the match, that's clearly noticeable between the 26 and the 23 points that have been secured by Skylightz Gaming. Although, so as we were talking about it, Phantom Esports, this was a very desperate push from their side, and they made sure that they got a lot of points from this match, 15 to be precise.
I mean, this is what we talked about, right? Teams like Phantom Esports, we expect them to see them, or at least we expect to see them in the Super Weekend. So I was not really worried for them in the first place in the first day. I knew somewhere down the line later on, Phantom Esports will be as easily able to make it on the Super Weekends on the other hand. But now the teams that I'm really worried for is Avon Esports. Again, today, it's kind of like if you start for them, if I'm not wrong, they only had 0 placement points and 2 points in total with 2 elimination points to wrap up. So again, that's kind of like a bad start. You talk about for the second day, but again, yesterday they secured quite a lot of points, so I don't feel like there's going to be a bit of pressure. But if you talk about the consistency, this is going to make me question it even more.
I mean, I agree with you on that it is going to be sort of, it's going to raise a lot of questions exactly like what is the end game going to be like for A1 Esports. But again, I mean, the team has pretty much already qualified for the Super Weekend, so now they're going to be thinking about that. And on the other side, though, I think Deadeyes Guys also had quite a decent start in this match. High Voltage is quite unfortunate getting caught off guard like this by the players of Vibes Esports, and Vibes, they do not let things go easy.
Ooh, and look at these highlights though, Johnny. Oh, that's a nice eject right there from the vehicle. Was able to instantly secure an elimination points, and ElementriX in the end, unfortunate stuff came around for them. 1952 though did a great job. Entry with this frag right here was a game changing without a doubt.
I mean, definitely, as you mentioned, the game changer. But I think if you want to talk about another man who was a game changer, it has to be Nima from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Whoa, that was a very nice shot from Jiggle, and I think even though they failed to capitalize on that knock, they can still, I mean, try and see if they can make a comeback in the later stages. I mean, Vibes, they're doing so well for themselves, so I don't think that's too much to worry about. But here's the man, here's the MVP, the man of the hour, ladies and gentlemen, Nima, who, well, was absolutely phenomenal in this entire game.
Yeah, exactly. And Dax, in the end, just patience paying off for this team. They played it so well, too. And in the end, they were just able to maneuver around the best spots in the game. and slowly and steadily they just secured a nice chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah.
What a way to close things out, Dax. I mean, look, they did kind of have a really good positioning for themselves, but still, Dax, in the end, as long as they were able to hold it down and as long as things were really going in their favor, that's all that really matters. Dax again with 11 elimination points and 1962 damage dealt. Skylightz Gaming too, not really far behind, but the conversion from the Skylightz Gaming is really good. You can see 1493 damage and then 11 eliminations. The conversion right there has been phenomenal.
I mean, definitely, and all thanks to, again, Nima, who was doing quite a phenomenal job from that high ground advantage, just making sure that no matter what the fight was, because I believe majority of the points, not majority, but a lot of points were also picked up from the entire Esports, Phantom Esports fiasco that happened on the ridge of Crater Fields, or the eastern ridge of Crater Fields, and that is when Nima was also able to secure at least 2 or 3 extra eliminations on the players who were already knocked down. And I think that also helped out Skylightz Gaming quite a lot. But again, looking at the overall rankings this time, Dax find themselves in the top 3. Skylightz Gaming making a 5-position jump, breaking into the top 4, in fact, and all tied up with Esports. So 49 points for both these teams.
Damn, look at Dax too, right there on the 3rd spot. A 2-spot jump from the status Dax. That's going to boost themselves up to 3rd spot. Now we talked about Avon Esports, pretty much a bad start to the 2nd day, but hopefully they're going to start catching the grip back up in the upcoming games, and Avon Esports, they will live up to their name. On the other hand, you can take a look at Seal2, Deadeyes Guys, I see High Voltage. I mean, maybe a bit worried for High Voltage, how things are going to be looking like for them, but still they're in hashtag 8th spot. All they need to do is even get like a decent bit of points here and there. That's going to secure them another slot in the Super Weekend. Savage Esports on the verge of getting eliminated too on 12th spot, because you never know. Teams like ElementriX, teams like 1952 and Venom Esports, I mean, they're already doing a great job showing themselves up. These teams can just catapult themselves with one good game all the way up top, and Savage Esports will be on the verge of getting eliminated.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So I think definitely, since the points are quite close over here, teams are going to be under a lot of pressure. And even in this particular match, I mean, we saw ElementriX getting taken out early. 1952 weren't able to do anything. Phantom Esports, they tried their level best, but it's going to be quite interesting to see where they end up at the end of the matches today. I think, again, Phantom Esports, they need one more game like this, and the next one is going to be Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Group D is not going to be performing, so Skylightz Gaming, A1 Esports, DRS, and TRZ are the teams that will be sitting out, but you know what that means. That means Stalwart Esports, they're going to be back. Train to Kill is going to step into the battleground again, along with JyanMaara and 7C Esports, who are also looking to qualify for this Super Weekend, because they missed out on the previous one.
It's going to be an interesting one, huh, Johnny? Now this game is going to be just full of just ups and down, tipsy-turvy events, because we saw Stalwart Esports too. They're not really doing that hot in the overall rankings. I think so. They're pretty much on like 16th or 17th, if I'm not wrong. And still, I mean, if they start taking things a bit more lightly, I don't feel like things are going to get even more better. Instead, they will just keep on getting down and down in the overall ranking. So I feel like now it's time for Stalwart Esports to put on a bit of serious faces and maybe just try and get the elevation back up.
I mean, and we all know these lads, like they can switch their game whenever they want. So it's going to be quite important to secure the qualification spot to make the cutoff as early as possible. Otherwise, you don't want to leave it for the last game of the day. That's very stressful. It's going to give me in particular a lot of heart problems in the future, but so I would request the teams to avoid situations like these. But talking about other things, I think Stalwart Esports from that group, Group E in particular, already have, I think I agree with you, being on the 15-16 position, but still they will be able to make it. 7C Esports are doing quite decent. They were on the 11th position before the day started. JyanMaara were doing really well. They were sitting on the 7th position. So Group E as a whole is doing quite okay. It is just a few teams here and there that have been struggling, and not even in the league play stage in this one in particular, but in the overall that has been there.
Exactly. As you can see, the player camps, the players are definitely getting ready. On the other hand, too, some players are Deadeyes Guys. Oh, man. Well, they're doing something. And then TDK as well. Look at Sunday is just happy. He's happy, man. He's just happy. Legend 2, every single player from TDK, they're looking really good. Because we saw TDK in week 2. It was just a complete new team. the team that we were completely missing out on week 1, and in week 2 they just started getting things together. They just started grabbing their way back up. Again, here we go. The plane flat pat's going to be in front of us. It's going to start all the way from military base, ending all the way towards Kameshki. And Johnny, man, here we go. I'm pretty sure Stalwart Esports now, they're going to be hungry for blood.
I mean, Stalwart Esports are always hungry for blood, but this time I think the other teams are going to be a little bit worried. Like, hey, they're going to land super early. The flight path is like in a perfect position for them, and that is going to cause a lot of mid-game troubles for specifically the teams that do like to play from mid-turf farm positions. But along with that, this trajectory is leaning heavily towards the southern part of the map and also towards the eastern side. So all the teams that like to play from the western part of the map, be it the northern Georgia Pool City, be it the Georgia Pool Containers or the Georgia Pool City, they are going to be in a troublesome situation. And out of those, I think IHC also need to figure out exactly how they want to play this. So they have taken an exit towards the prison and mansion area, and from there on out I think they're just going to pick up a few vehicles, move towards Georgia Pool and start the game there.
Ooh, and look at that. Seal, of course, is going to be all the way down south in the military island. Yesterday, Seal was doing quite great, but now they're boosted. I mean, now they're pushed all the way down to 5th spot, and something Seal will need to try and acknowledge and work on as quick as possible. This is one of those circles that we've seen in the past, but again, another mysterious aura that is being created is that circle is going to be shifting up north, or is it going to be going down south? That's what we don't exactly know. Seal, currently, they're just going to be sitting down on the military island, chilling, taking their sweet time to loot. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports, we talked about these players are hurt, and so far in day 1, they weren't really able to show themselves up, or more kind of like they were just not willing to show themselves up. And now maybe in day 2, they're probably going to start to just absolutely demolish every single player in the lobby. Deadeyes Guys in high voltage, catching each other's eyes, or at least crossing each other's eyes with high voltage. Now they're going to get some hands on the guns, but no damage inflicted.
Well, some damage has been dished out, but let's see. Extreme, he only has pistols to work with, and high voltage all of a sudden found themselves in a very interesting situation. I mean, we knew this was bound to happen between Deadeyes Guys and Savage Esports, because it has happened in the past as well. But I mean, the interesting factor over here is going to be the fact that Savage Esports and T2K are not too far away from their spots. They're just a little bit up north. So there is an opportunity for the other teams to also capitalize on this. And talking about other things, I mean, it's I also want to know what's going to happen with Vibes and 7C, because they are also quite out in the open. And, well, we will have a look at that. But T2K seem to be in a world of hurt as Savage Esports found the opening. And even though Suyog, it looks like he is going to get a revive, can Jane delay the assault from the side of Savage Esports enough for his teammates to be back on their feet? He's trying to distract them with the buggy out in the open.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a mistake. Eisenberg with the Thompson is going to take him out. Now Suyog is back on his feet, but was this trade, in fact, worth it? Oh, Sandesh! Ooh.
Oh man, this man is just absolutely possessed. Sandesh just taking out a player of Savage Esports with just a little pistol to work with. Anifo, kind of oblivious to the fact that Sandesh is still right below him. And what a shot from Sandesh. But again, Sandesh peeks out and instantly delivers. Anif now taken down as well. Eisenberg's going to be on the other half of the mountain, or on the other half of the road. This nade from Eisenberg might just seal the deal. Oh no, a little bit undershoot from his side. Sanchir now is probably going to make the push. The call was made. The Sandesh just has a pistol to work with, so might as well just try and push in and get the confirmation as quick as possible, because Savage Esports currently, they're quite hurt. Jane will be confirmed as well, as he was just behind the buggy. And TDK, we just had to talk about this team, how they gathered things up in week 2. Hopefully in week 3, it's not going to be the case where they just completely let loose.
Well, hopefully. We're always going to be hopeful about stuff, but let's see. Savage Esports almost blundering up the entire situation, even though they had the advantage in terms of the weapons that were there in their hands. And still, let's see. Hopefully, the lads can recover. And I mean, they have recovered pretty much. Hershey and Anif, they're back on their feet. Siog has just gone for a swim. No other option left. And Savage Esports, they're going to try and see if they can hunt him down, make sure that they wipe out the entirety of T2K in one go. Sanchir going for a dive to give information to his teammates exactly where they need to shoot, and I believe he's going to go for the boat as well. Try and see that he can see if he can take down Siog after getting on board. But Siog, oh, finally. Oh, denies the point though. gets taken out because he ran out of air to breathe.
Well, here we go. Savage, at least they got 3 points for themselves, and that's quite a nice start for this Erangel game. We talked about the sword hanging on their necks, and currently it is. But with now such a great start in this game of Erangel, Savage, that's the best thing they can ask for. 3 kills off the bat, and now they're pretty much going to try and get their loot in the hand in the Asna Poliana region. As you can see, every single team currently in the lobby, they're just trying to centralize near Rodshawk and the Water City. Of course, Water City control is currently in the hands of Vibes. It's going to be tough to get it away from them. 7C as well is going to be just right on Pachinki. A lot of teams, they don't really need to move. Venom Esports, though, I like the proactivity from this side. They're just trying to rotate up north just in case if the circle takes a curveball shift.
I mean, it can work out for them, but let's see. We're going to have to wait. The first blue zone is about to close in. Dax towards Milta. Feeling quite safe since DRS are missing from the lobby, but Venom Legends in the back can at any time try and go for a push mid-rotation, see if they can pick off the players of Dax. And even Venom Legends have finally started to move out of Milta Power as well, slowly and steadily moving forward towards Shelter, which is going to be the edge of the circle closest to them. But I think one of the best spots in this game has to go to the players of Raw, who starting from the Stalwart Hill and from north will be moving towards Severny and then be completely isolated on the northern half of the map, while everyone else is trying to regroup towards Rozok, towards School Apartment, School, and all these positions. The Water City has been taken over by the players of Vibes. Phantom Esports just a little bit north of Rozok across the river. I think can in fact keep an eye on the players of Deadeyes Guys, but it's going to be a little bit risky for them since Raw can at any time decide to backstab the players of Phantoms and take away their opportunity for this game to secure the points that they need to qualify.
Talk about taking away the points, though. TDK, man, they got snatched away quite early in this lobby. Pretty sure they're going to be kicking their feet against the wall, or they're going to be banging their heads against the wall. But Stalwart, now, one of those teams, again, so far in the overall rankings of the League Play Week 3, they aren't really looking that great, and we're already off to the second day in the first game, too, and did not really look that hot. Pretty sure now Stalwart, they're going to try and get as many as elimination points and just try to be in the top 16. That's what the main goal is. And we talked about this. Me and Ocean had a huge, brief conversation about this thing, is that after the first Super Weekend, if a good team has already had a nice rocket start for themselves, they tend to dial things down in the upcoming weeks, and it's more kind of like they just don't want to expose a lot of strats.
Talk about exposing strats, though. And Raw from the side of JyanMaara, I think everyone knows, like, yeah, they do not want to fight early. Have managed to finally reach, well, just outside Severny, and this is going to be a very interesting position for them to play with. If the circle moves south, this game plan is going to backfire, and it's not going to be a good position for Raw Esports. But let's see, as the blue zone is about to close in, ladies and gentlemen, and the next shift of the circle that we will see is going to happen in the next 8 seconds. So we are still waiting for that. But Joel from the side of IHC, I believe he can hear the lads from JyanMaara rotating around him. Are we going to see IHC react to this, or will they just try and hold their spots? I think for now, even they are trying to protect their position, but JyanMaara, the direction that they've switched towards, it's a little bit risky since they are headed straight for the players of 1952. And finally, they decide to avoid the collision, but Godless, he knows where the vehicles are headed, is going to try and take a few shots on them, or maybe just keep vision. Decides to keep vision, no information shared with JyanMaara that exactly where Godless is.
Exactly, but still, with the next circle shift, none of the teams have any clue. Again, if the circle is going to be shifting up north or down south, the mysterious aura is still going to be created, and it's still there. AWM was in the airdrop, and it seems like Akujad has got his hands on that. Oh, man, 7C is about to deliver hot. You better do. It's not. It's just a big green cannon. It's a demonic gun. It's a possessed gun. You want to make sure you're connecting every single dots with that one. And Snipe YT. Now, the entire squad of JyanMaara, they do know IHC is in the front, and they just want to take things quite slow. At this point in time in the game, they are probably going to be surrounded by a lot of squads. You want to make sure you're not really exposing yourself quite a bit, because if you do, you're going to get instantly capitalized on.
Well, let's see what is going to happen as 7C Esports Memo right now finds himself just trying to deal with the push from the players of High Voltage all alone. Extreme is trying to go for a push while Assassin cooks a nade to lob inside the rooms and see if that is going to be the thing that gets them the opening. The rest of the lads from the side of 7C Esports are, well, a little bit further away from their teammate, but they still have the line of fire available to trade him out. Oh, this is going to be brutal. Memo steps out in the open, goes behind the wall, manages to survive. Just that split second could have been fatal for him, but now he's forced to run. Cloud, careful.
Oh man, imagine if that nade was overcooked and that would have just like blown right in front of his face. Could have been a free opening for the players of 7C to try and capitalize on. Well, this nade from the side of Memo might just be a good one. It seemed tossing a nade in that room, but alright, seems like wasn't really, or maybe it was just canceled or the wrong nick of time. But oh, there is the backup fire from the side of 7C as Memo. He goes down. Beripson from the backs is also going to try and deliver, or at least try and compromise things, as they have found one-on-one trade. But again, from the side of High Voltage, shouldn't really be that tough of a call to get the res back up on the fallen man. Memo will be confirmed as well. Cloud, easy confirmation. 7C now down to a 3-man squad. And this Super Weekend is going to be a really crucial one for 7C too, because they missed out on second.
Well, let's see. Assassin right now from the side of High Voltage just trying to see if he can protect the vehicles as well. Do not want to have your escape options taken away from you. That's the backup plan right there for the players of High Voltage. And they managed to hold on to the control of school apartments for so long right now. 7C Esports also quite nicely backing off, not really overcommitting into the situation. But they did have to pay a price for that. Memo was taken out, so now just 3 players from the side of 7C remain.
Oh my god,
And
what?
Yeah.
The circle shift again, Johnny. No one knows where the circle is going to be going. If it's going to be going up north or down south. Or maybe imagine the water lines being played even till the final zone.
I mean, we have seen that happen before, so it's not going to be too surprising. But all right, I do hear gunshots, and this time it's going to be Extreme blowing up the player from the Atrax as Chante is going to be taken out. And as I was saying, up until now, there was not a lot of action for us to, well, enjoy, but all of that is about to change. As also, along with the central shift of the circle, you notice like there is a massive cluster of teams that's forming towards the Rozok school position. I mean, there's going to be a lot of fights happening right now, and High Voltage, they need to be prepared.
Yeah, because we do see ElementriX and Vibes closing in. And now Phantom and Raw. We did see this team up north. They were getting a little too close. Not really respecting each other's comfort space or private space. And this is why now they're going to start engaging in a fight as Raw. They've already found a great opening, but they're also taking a lot of damage. Straight up just ramming the vehicles in the Phantom's compound and easily able to wipe their existence out the lobby as well. Raw, they're going to get this nice wizard tower to play around with. But as I said, still, none of the players or no one knows if the circle is going to be shifting up north or down south. The anonymous factor is still being created. The astonishing factor in this game is still there. Deadeyes Guys, 2 players down. And this is why we keep on saying you never expose yourself in this late in the game, because you never know how many eyes are there on your compound at that point in time. ElementriX, they've got a nice hold for themselves in the school. And Precious will now get knocked out. There was a nice smoke pathway created for 7C, but that's not going to be more than enough. Smoke is just going to be there for visual blockage, not the bullets.
Well, let's see, as you said, smoke is just there to deny the vision. It's not going to stop the bullet, so you need to get out of there as soon as possible. And 7C Esports, they are stuck in an uncomfortable spot right now. Gyante from Atrax, well, they did lose a teammate, but they have figured out how to get to the airdrop and have recovered. Oh, Akujord, as he tries to make a run for it, is going to be taken down by the players of JyanMaara. And that's going to make Precious a little bit more cautious that he can't make the same mistake. But JyanMaara, Snipe YT on the other side, is going to get third-partied by the players of High Voltage. So multiple collisions from multiple different directions. And these players, these individuals right now, they won't look who they are shooting at before they actually start
Johnny.
shooting. Octopus, is he trying to bait the players of 1952 to step in front of Spike so he can take them down? Was that the game plan right there?
I'm not really sure, but they were taking a lot of shots, that's for sure, and they're also taking a lot of blue zone damage. Oh man, especially when you're in that bad of a position, you want to make sure you're not catching any bullets from anyone's guns. Because if you do, you're also taking the damage from the blue zone and also trying to make it inside the zone and taking some damage from the players too. Oh, but the next circle this time is going to be shifting in the favor of Raw. A great capitalization, as I said. That fight indeed paid off, and now Raw, they have the main prime positioning in the zone. A nice wizard down to work off with, and a great split between Mama God. But you talked about Dax as well on the bottom right side. These are one of those teams that's going to have the hardest time rotating in. Stalwart Esports 2 on the right side. Shouldn't really be that tough of a task to try and make it in inside the next zone. But if you talk about even making it inside after this zone, then things are going to be a bit more tougher for Stalwart.
Well, let's see. High voltage, quite close to Vibes. Jiggle trying to go for a spray, but does not find anything. Rio on the other side has been dropped to around 65, 70 HP, but still trying his level best to put a little bit of a pressure on the players of High Voltage. And now Necro, I think it's going to be a little bit less of a gamble, since there is, like, majority of the land is on the other side of the river. The teams will think about crossing over as soon as possible. Venom Legends are already on the other side. The players from Raw are on the northern part of the island, and everyone else is just towards Rozhok. These few compounds are the only sort of solid, proper covers that you can use to fights that are available to these teams. And Ryu taking a massive hit right there is going to be struggling for a few moments, but let's see, it should not be difficult for him to heal up and move forward. Oh, this is interesting, as 7C Esports rips and runs into an outnumbered situation, and JyanMaara, they start asking, like, why are you here? What are you doing?
Yeah. Oh man, he just straight up runs into an enemy territory and will be ripped apart. I'd see with this hilltop control looking so good so far. But JyanMaara, they're quite jealous of the fact that IHC has the control of this hilltop and they want it in their hands. IHC still taking things quite slow. As you can see, IHC, there's a huge distance between IC and the entire squad of IHC, but again, IC is more kind of like the future insurance for them. But Savage, they're straight up going to ram their vehicles in the compound of Venom Legends, and they're not going to back out from this fight, as all the three players, they've managed to clear out the compound. And Steel Shot now is going to try and make an off angle. It's all down to the final two men of Venom Legends. Dictator and Steel Shot available right there in the front. Punchin's going to be spotted out in the open. Nice shots taken. It's not going to miss those. And now the rest three players are in the compound in the front. Dictator knows. And also his position now is being compromised. So Savage, they're just going to try and hold him off at bay, because Dictator, now the pressure is going to be on him.
Well, definitely there's going to be a lot of pressure on him, but
God.
can he survive? It's not going to be easy. But look at this, ElementriX versus High Voltage, and Prabeen, he's left with just one option: try and disengage, try and run away, as ElementriX are just picking them apart one after the other. Prabeen Assassin and Cloud Extreme was taken out a little bit earlier. Prabeen taking more damage on the stairwell right there. And there are a lot of teams that will definitely be shooting in their direction, because now the circle is completely moved away from Rozhok, and now it's, well, on the players of Raw. They have complete circle for themselves. There's no other team apart from Raw inside the circle right now. Finally, I think Venom Legends or Savage Esports will close in, but we'll talk about that later, as ElementriX have found two openings. Orange tries to go for a push, but will be taken down by Assassin from High Voltage squad. He's still trying to fight, still trying to keep his team's dreams alive in this matchup. Opens up the second door, trying to bait out Sus in that position, but that's not going to happen. Takes a lot of damage, and Sus shooting him in the face will end it all for High Voltage in this match.
Oh, man. What a closeout from Sus. Or Sus, as you'd like to call it, because that's what he likes to call himself. But
Yeah.
Seal, with also a great one elimination number with the frag grenade right there. And Savage now, they will wipe out the existence of Venom Legends. I said this, Dictator was out of the zone. and the problems were created for him. He will need to move out in the open. That's what exactly happened. He did so, and then he got taken out easily. I'd see now up against the players of JyanMaara. Godless will find a nice opening with the nade. Gunner taken down. It's all down to the final man now. No fear. We've seen this man pull off some insane clutches in the past, though, but this time he will need to go against the Goliath themselves. I'd see. They're just trying to pounce on in. They're trying to rip them apart. They're trying to eat them alive. They're trying to devour them one after the other. And in the end, I see they will easily capitalize on that, and a nice security from their side.
Well, it was definitely a nice point secure or point heist from the lads of IHC, but let's see how further into this match can this team move, as finally we're down to the top 10 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 34 players alive, so just a few more individuals getting picked off, and we're going to be down to the top performing team shortly. Chari, just with his last few moments, is trying his level best to secure a few more points, does finish off Zeol, but now he's going to be shut down, and IC is going to make sure that it's not a free pick, it's a trade, an extra point being secured by the lads from IHC. ElementriX down to their final player. How long are they going to stay alive in this game? That's going to be pretty important. 1952 taking a lot of damage as they try to go for a push towards the edge of the circle, but it's not working out for them as Stalwart Esports, they from the back are just absolutely destroying the players of 1952. Almost all have been sent back to the lobby, just 2 remain, and along with them is just the final player from DE as well, who is just trying to hide his presence, trying to survive.
Oh, man. They will wrap things up, too. One of the players from ElementriX is still all the way out in the blue. He's trying to tank it as much as possible. But again, the heal battles in these kind of maps is next to impossible, as ElementriX, they're finally going to be taking an exit from the lobby. 4 players of Stalwart Esports slowly and steadily crawling their way towards the victory. 3 players from the side of Savage, their counterparts with 7 elimination points on their name. I talked about Stalwart Esports. They're quite hurt, and they're looking to win this game as well, just to settle themselves in a good spot in the overall rankings and at least be in the top 16 to qualify for the Super Weekends and get their spot back in the hands from Seal. 1952, there's quite a big spread between them. Oh, now he exposes himself. 90 degree will catch a couple of bullets in action. Instantly retaliates back with a knock. A great reply from the players of Stalwart Esports.
Well, that is a great reply, but it's not going to be easy to make it to the late stages of the match now. Seal Esports on the other side against Savage, and do manage to find the last 2 players. Anif is going to be shut down along with Hershey, and 7 teams, 20 players surviving. Seal Esports with all 4. Stalwart Esports, we saw them with all 4 players as well. And Raw Esports are going to be there as well, who have been in the center of the circle since the start of the game. Have held a very strong position, but can they win this match? That is going to be pretty important for them, because they were struggling in the overall rankings before this game, and they need to build a little bit of a safety cushion in the league play rankings. But oh, Demo needs to be extremely careful. Scry, he has his position, knows the location, and has the DP to spray him down as well. IHC Esports getting eliminated from this match. And finally, we're down to the top 4 as 1952 are out of this. So it's between Vibes, Raw, Seal, and Stalwart.
As you said, we're down to top 4 teams. Savage as well, they got eliminated out the game. Raw is still up, though, with all 4 players. That position really paying off huge for them. Action and Pika were taken down. Scribe will need to try and get the rest back up on the fallen man as quick as possible, because he's getting ticked off quite easily and quite a lot. And pretty quickly, too. Demo from the side of Seal did go down. A lot of shots ringing this late in the game. And Raw now, they're probably getting pounced on by the players of Vibes.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. Kazi, he's trying to see if he can take down the lads from Vibes. But Jiggle, he's making a push forward. The nade was lined up perfectly, and Kazi's going to be down on his knees. Now it's up to Assault and Mama Jordan. Malik takes down one, but the second one... Oh, from the flank, Joker strikes again. And then there were 3, ladies and gentlemen. Vibes, Stalwart Esports, and Seal Esports. Seal Esports and Stalwart present with all their numbers. It's 4v4 between them. But Vibes, they're down to the final 2.
Oh, they're down to the final 2. They are trying to get the Reds back up on the fallen man, but still Seal. Oh, the next circle is actually going to shift on top of the players of Steel and Stalwart. Seal do manage to find a bit of opening on the players of Stalwart, but again, it's going to be really tough to capitalize on it. And an instant confirmation too. Unfortunately, I'd see. Man, things are really slipping by.
I mean, definitely it's not looking too good for them. And top from the side of Stalwart Esports has been taken out. Action on the flank is waiting for the players from Seal to overcommit in this position, but finally Wally starts to move in. The buggy being used as a way to quickly maneuver in and out of this dangerous situation. Action, he's trying to spray them down. Leo's going to be taken out, but Baron, he comes in for the closing moment, ladies and gentlemen. And now, finally, it's between Stalwart, Seal Esports and Vibes, the 4v2 situation. The final two players from the side of Vibes, they had completely avoided any contact with these two Mongolian titans up until now, but you can't do that anymore. Leo takes a few hits from Joker and Malik. We're both pretty much in a similar spot, and finally Malik starts shooting, takes Demo down, but that's just the first knock. Leo is still there on the flank, and with a nade, Wally is going to take out Malik. Now Joker is the last surviving player for the side of Vibes, and the blue zone is closing in on his position. Finally steps out in the open, nowhere left to go. Leo dishes out a little bit of damage. The Molotov is going to be there as well. Joker jiggling in and out, takes down Leo. It's still a 1v1 now. Finally Baron and Joker, they're all that left. And Baron, his armor is shot up. He needs to be extremely careful about this. Joker, if he clutches this out, this is going to be very impressive, but takes a lot of damage inside the smoke. Prone's down. Malik is giving all this information to his teammate, but Baron, he's making a push and closes it out. Seal Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they have secured this chicken dinner on the map of the Erangel, and well, they brought themselves onto the second position in the overall rankings.
Oh man, things were so close.
Ooh.
So freaking close. And now Seal, they're going to boost themselves up to the #2 spot in the overall rankings. And a great showing from the players of Stalwart Esports as well. But Vibes, man, the consistency this team delivers on every single time, it's absolutely insane. But Seal, again, in the end, what a great capitalization. Props should be given to the man like Joker. He tried his best to close things out, but unfortunately had a bit too many men to deal with, and also caught a couple of bullets in the end right onto his dome. So he took a lot of damage.
I mean, definitely. Joker and Malik together tried their level best to secure and, in fact, close out this game with a high note for the teams. But Vibes, again, I mean, not too shabby. Finishing second with a decent number of eliminations over there. I think Seal Esports, they're going to be behind Vibes in this one when the rankings are in front of us. But it's going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen in the next match, because then Vibes, they are going to be out 1952. Savage Esports and ElementriX aren't going to be playing. So these three teams will be sitting out. And A1 Esports, the team who, well, have been having a pretty decent day so far, have been having a pretty decent time so far in this particular league play week, are going to be returning along with DRS and TRZ. And also, it's going to be Miramar. So Stalwart Esports, I believe, they are going to be waiting for that particular map in today's match as well. And they have two more to play. So we're going to see a lot of action in the next one. But before that, I believe we have to discuss a lot of stats, a lot of numbers for this particular game. And I think it's going to be quite exciting to witness, because up until the mid-game stage, I think at 13-14 minute marker, we did not see a lot of fights happening. I mean, even though the first team was eliminated quite early on, after that, it was just like a pretty big dull moment in the game. But as I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be discussing this game in further detail, but after this break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for that delay, but finally we are here, and finally we are looking at the stats of the previous game. This is Super Johnny, by the way, and joining me, ladies and gentlemen, like always, it is Necro.
Yeah, like always. I like what you said right there. Like always, ladies and gentlemen. All right, jokes aside, though, stats comparison in front of us. Seal and Vibes. I mean, of course, Seal were doing quite phenomenal in that previous game.
Yeah.
They were absolutely going ham. It's one of those teams, as I said, even yesterday, if you already have the hashtag one spot for yourself in the overall rankings, so you might as well just try and go all in. And Seal, that's what they're trying to do in league plays. Just trying to farm that kills, just trying to farm those kills and just those elimination numbers on the board and a lot of damage to back it up.
Well, definitely a lot of damage to back it up as well. I mean, the domination that was there till the end game scenario, Skylightz Esports, I mean, quite surprising as well, because they start off from the military base, and even though the plane path did favor them, the circle was completely in the opposite direction up north, and it wasn't going to be an easy rotation for Skylightz Esports inside this match, but they did pretty well for themselves. On the other side, though, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the stats like right now in the match summary look like in front of us. And Baron right there with the highest elimination is going to be followed by, well, only Wally is there, joining him with 3 eliminations from his team. Other than that, Joker is there with 4, and Godless as well with 4 eliminations to his name.
Oh, man. Chari right there, too, and the longest distilled eliminations, as you said. The Wally, too, with the highest assists. I mean, Seal, the spot is points because they won that previous game and 11 eliminations points to wrap it up. They boosted themselves up to hashtag 2 in the overall rankings. That's quite a great boost. Again, it's just the league play. It's not really going to matter where you're positioned. All that matters is top 16 as long as you're able to qualify in the super weekends. Now, Savage was one of those teams I was really worried about. And a decent showing for themselves with 7 elimination points and 1 placement points. That's going to boost themselves up to 8 placements. I'm not exactly sure where they are currently in the overall rankings, but as long as they're able to wrap up some amount of points, some decent amount of points in the upcoming games too, that's going to at least solidify their slot in the overall rankings.
Yeah, we still have 3 more matches left. That is the most exciting thing. And again, with 3 more matches, I mean, there's still going to be a lot of opportunity for these players to secure extra points, as you mentioned, Necro, and secure a spot in the top 16. But Phantom Esports failing to show up in this one, I think that is definitely going to hurt them on the longer run. Plus, I think for them, they just have 2 more matches. They're not going to be playing the last game of the day. So Phantom Esports, Skylightz Esports, Atrax, and IHC, they're just going to be playing 2 more matches. The next 2 matches, in fact, 1 Erangel and 1 Miramar, which is going to be the next one. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the desperation will bring out from Phantom Esports, because, again, they failed to perform in this one. The top 16 again goes for a toss in the last match that they play.
Ooh, the top 16 again, ladies and gentlemen. And Stalwart Esports, a decent showing from their side in the previous game. But again, is that going to be confirming their slot in the top 16? That's what we still need to find out. And we're only going to be able to find out once we take a look at the overall rankings. But I'm pretty sure before that, we need to go through the Oppo F21 Pro moments to find out how things really went off or how things kicked off in the previous game. Because we saw, right, action took place quite late in the game. But the circle was something that was just creating that astonishing factor.
I mean, definitely. The circle was doing quite a lot inside of the match as well. And especially, I mean, just sticking to that river for so long, just making the players, keeping the players guessing as to exactly where the final shift will be from the circle. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, let's move forward, have a look at the Oppo F21 moments of this match. And, well, relive the action once again. But along with that, also try and break down what happened with a few of the important fights in this game, starting off with this one where Savage Esports almost got destroyed, almost got 1v3'd, and in fact lost a few players to a pistol out of all things.
Oh man, this pistol play right here, dude. Oh, he was able to take down not just 1, 2 players with the pistol, and the way he was peeking out too, it was like he was just finding those right times to try and peek and strike, and that was something that was thought out so well from his side. And then JyanMaara and IHC, both of those teams, just spotting out the players of 7C with that nice smoke pathway created. But they was just a little too late to try and capitalize on and move on in. The final man just straight up walked on in the entire squad of JyanMaara, and Ripson got absolutely ripped apart from all the different directions.
I mean, definitely. And a couple of moments earlier, we did see Memo make the same mistake as well
What?
against the players of
He
high voltage.
potatoed!
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He missed all the shots, Johnny. He did not even hit a single shot right there.
Oh, man.
ElementriX, oh, they took a big hit. They took a big toll from that.
I mean, talk about taking hits. I think the biggest one of them all has to be taken by T2K, just losing out the entire team earlier on in the game. But this has to be the play of the game. Joker did not win this, but we have to give him props. Like, completely outnumbered, and the man brought it down to a 1v1 gamble for Baron to win this for his team. And it could have gone either way, but Baron being a little bit more quicker and the crossfire placement being a little bit more on point resulted in Joker taking the first hit. The first hit being quite critical and him losing a lot of HP, which made it easier for Baron to finish him out. But, well, the damage histogram is in front of us right now. And Stalwart Esports, I mean, it's not a surprise to see them with that high of a damage number. But what is surprising is that from 2385 damage, they only picked up 6 eliminations.
Ooh. And not just that, then look at Seal. Boy, 11 eliminations, 2153 damage dealt. Vibes with 8. Again, I mean, over here, these stats are kind of like meh, as long as you're going to be able to make it to top 16. Personally, that's what's going to matter to me quite a lot. Now, A1 Esports, if I'm not wrong, they were sitting out on the previous game, so we can give them a pass by. But you can see, just because they weren't really doing anything in the first game, there's quite a huge hit, or there's a quite big blow right in their gut, as now they're pushed down to 3rd spot. They were in the hashtag 2 yesterday, or at least they closed things out in hashtag 2, and I think so there were only 3 points difference for them to close out in the 1st spot. But now A1 Esports back in the next group now to play with. I want to see them absolutely pop off and get that spot for themselves.
Same here, but let's see. I mean, how much time are they going to take in this? On the other side, though, I mean, A1 Esports, I think, again, as you mentioned, I think they are going to be returning to this game. It's going to be a map of Miramar. The first one was a little bit dicey for them, so maybe in this one, I think they will try the level best to recover, but priority, like always, Necro remains the same. It's the latter half of the leaderboard, the second one, where the fight for survival is very important for a few of the teams. And I want to see how much of a difference do Phantom Esports need to cover up in the next 2 matches. That is what I'm looking for right now. And here we go. So they're sitting on the 17-point marker, and ElementriX is on the 16th with 25 points for now. So the difference is not that much. It's just 8 points. Pretty easy for Phantom to secure in one game. But don't be satisfied with 8 points. Go for at least 10 plus points in every single match. They have 2 matches. If they manage to secure 20 points, then it's the 37-point marker that they reach, and it's still going to be a gamble.
Where the hell is Stalwart Esports?
Oh, they're on the first half. I think they jumped up 7 positions.
Just with 1 game? All right, that's quite nuts. Well, this is why I wasn't really worried for Stalwart Esports in the first place.
Yeah.
1 single game, and they're already on the first half of the board. I mean, they were on 15th or 16th spot. And now, just with that 1 single game, that just boosted them up so high in the overall rankings. And now, as you take a look at the schedule, we're going to be moving on to the map of Miramar again in the day. As Group C this time is going to be sitting out, Johnny.
And Group C is going to be sitting out. That means no Vibes, no 1952, no Savage Esports, and no ElementriX. But you know what? It's always a trade. If 4 teams are not going to be playing, then 4 are going to be replacing them. Then this time it's going to be Skylightz Gaming, A1 Esports, as we have been talking about them quite a lot. DRS Gaming and TRZ Esports are going to be stepping back into the arena in this particular match, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be quite interesting to see what exactly A1 Esports are going to do to start building up their momentum again, which was kind of shut down in the very first game of the day. And I would love to see if they can compete with the lads from Seal Esports and Vibe sitting on the first position, because right now A1 Esports are looking very strong, sitting in the top 3. And none of the teams from the Group D are well in a position from where we would say, like, all right, this is a dire situation. All of them are doing quite decent. Even TRZ are in a decent position right now. All they have to do is just not lose their footing and, well, not get eliminated with 0 points in these games. Anything under 5 points for TRZ can cause trouble, but anything above 5 is just going to keep them stable and keep them inside the top 16.
I mean, again, one thing I really noticed, though, here was Savage Esports. I mean, they've just nailed their 12th spot down. They're like, we're not going to leave this hashtag 12th spot We're just going to be staying there no matter what. We're just going to try to get as much as consistent points, and we're not even going to move anywhere out of this. We're just trying to stay in hashtag 12th, and we're probably going to be trying to stay in the 12th spot throughout the day. Hey, as again we said, as long as you're going to be able to make it in the top 16, that's all going to matter, because Savage in the Super Weekend 2, and especially in Week 2, they were able to perform pretty well.
Well, let's see. I mean, what's going to happen in this particular match, ladies and gentlemen. And again, I think Necro, we need to bring our game back of picking colors and trying to predict who's going to win. So we're going to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, our lovely viewers, you guys are required to join us in the chat as well. Yeah, do let us know. A lot of smiles on the faces. And we have 2 games, by the way. So right now is mini game number 1, where we see any weird stuff happening with the players in their cams. Right now, all of them are just like... I see someone flicking their phone very hard, but... Whoa. Have to be careful so as to you don't accidentally toss it.
Whoa, buddy. You better not toss your phone. Just give it to me.
You would
Maybe,
appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of these players when they get pissed, you just want to be in their room, and whenever he throws, you just go and catch the phone. You'd be like,
just catch the phone and run away.
Yeah, just run away. Be like, that's my phone now. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little question for you guys. Go ahead and give us your favorite color in the chat. Which is your favorite color? Type it in the chat right now. And whichever is your favorite color, that color team will be your prediction for this game to win. For example, if you guys go ahead and type purple, maybe the team that is color purple in this game will win. So let us know in the chat which is your favorite color.
Well, I'm gonna wait for the entire rainbow to be on our screens right now. I want all the teams to take an exit.
That's why I am. No, listen. That's why I asked the question before the colors even popped in, right? Because if the colors are not gonna pop in, everyone's gonna like type their favorite colors in the chat. They will have no clue which team is what color.
Yeah,
it's just gonna be completely random.
Well, what about you though? What are you picking this time? What is your favorite color in this match?
I'm gonna be going with like cyan blue, which is Stalwart's.
Alrighty. Esports, you mean? Stalwart Esports is red-ish.
No, I mean in here it's red, but actually on the map and like in game it's cyan blue.
Oh, you're going with the player colors. I thought you were going with the team colors that have been allocated on the map. Because that's what I've been using, Necro. We gotta clear out our rules, man.
All right, listen, bro. Yeah, we need some clarifications. But yeah, I think so. We should. Okay, you know what? Maybe we can also use the team colors. But some of the team colors are quite similar to each other, so it's kind of tough. For example, high voltage and vibes, they're kind of like orange.
Look at DRS and 7C.
Yeah, exactly. So they're pretty much similar. So that's why I'm saying is let's keep it in game, right? The in-game colors will be the best one.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll have to just wait. Because I don't remember those colors. I remember these colors. That's I like look at the map quite a lot. So
we can also go with in-game colors. I mean, we can also go with team colors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just let us know your favorite colors in the chat. Your actual favorite color, just not because you're looking at the team. Tell me your actual favorite color.
We are sitting here, I think, for the last 2 days, just confusing a lot of people as to exactly what is going on. I think we're gonna get a lot of DMs like, "What are you guys doing? What are you up to these days? Like, what's going on during the broadcast? Just talking about colors."
Man, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Colors is the best things in the world. You want to make sure your life is filled with colors. Is your life filled with colors, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm a pretty happy guy these days.
Why?
I've just been chilling. The matches have been amazing, and so I've started working out as well. So probably, hopefully, by the I guess PMPL 2024, I'm gonna make the weight that I want to be.
Ooh, so
just one more year, just one more year, man. 2 more years, sorry. We're on 2022 right now.
Oh crap! So you want to pop out those abs and stuff?
Yeah.
I'm also thinking of like getting some 6-packs myself.
I mean, we can work on that together, man.
Oh wait, how's that gonna happen? So you need to put on weight, and I need to lose weight. Can I transfer my weight to you?
That should. I mean, there should be a button for that, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I don't know why is there not a technology yet where I can just transfer my weight to you. Like,
That would have
Like,
saved me a lot of time as well. I would have
Yeah, like-
appreciated that. Both of would have appreciated that, but I guess we got to wait for the future, man. And that should happen in about another 20, 30 years. But let's
That's
see.
too much. At that point, I would have my own kids. I don't know if I'd be having it though. It's,
Let's see. But on our screens right now, coming back to the game, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what we do in Miramar, because yeah, it's 4 minutes in, literally not a single shot fired. Venom Legends Dictator is like looking for weapons. It's 4.5 minutes inside the game. So yeah, this is what we talk about at this point. But bear with us, because as soon as the game starts, we're gonna be back with the action. And but look at this. So this is something that has been going on Miramar for a while now, and I think even Raw, they want to move forward with this, their collision against Dax, but it's a little bit risky to step out in the open like this and try and force a fight, especially in the early stages of the game. So I think that's the only reason they avoid it.
oh man. I mean, Raw is one of those teams. Again, they're being contested by Dax, if I'm not wrong. They're right in the right next to him. Something they really need to watch out from. Yep, Dax is one of those teams that's right next to the players of Raw, and they really need to watch out. But Johnny, one thing I feel like we haven't really done so far is greet and welcome the chat. So I feel like we need to do that. So everyone in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PMPL SA. How are you guys doing? Let us know in the chat. Maybe me and Johnny will take a little glimpse.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. Thank you for noticing that, because we just I just remembered right now. We just popped out of the break with this team comparison in front of us, and no greetings. Yeah. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, Necro, he's done that. So once again, welcome. And
look, man, look, the chat we've got, the wholesome community we have.
Yeah.
Every single person in the chat is the cutest person alive. I'm not gonna lie, chat. You guys are handsome. You guys are cute looking. Go ahead and slay it in the games, and not just in the game, in real life too. I am telling you guys are the best.
I mean, Chad, go be Chad, basically.
Ooh, be the Giga Chad.
Yeah. All of you. But talking about being a Giga Chad right now, who do you think in this match is going to be walking away with the win?
Oh, and this one is quite easy. Stalwart.
I want to see what is going to happen with Stalwart Esports within the next 10 minutes, though, before I make a prediction on them, because I mean they were doing so well for themselves, and in Miramar in particular, I think is a very stressful early game situation for Stalwart Esports, since they land quite close to the players of DRS. But we'll come back to this conversation, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the action has begun. 7C Esports finding the opening, knocking down one of the lads from the side of JyanMaara, and Snipe YT, he's going to be taken out as well. So JyanMaara, they're losing out quite a few players in this early fight, and 7C Esports, they're going to look to capitalize now.
Oh man, they're indeed looking to capitalize as two of the players from JyanMaara have already been taken down. Great openings being found from the side of 7C, and that's buying them enough amount of time to try and push on in. Snipe YT will be confirmed, and that's the first blood on the board from the side of Precious. Another nade to follow it up. Connor's going to fall down again, and he's also now going to try and fall on top of the flame as up to shot, another Molotov to follow it up. Memo misses quite a lot of shots. The 6x in the close range is not really going to work out. Fear, though, all the way on the back right here on top of the hill, being the Overwatch, also providing huge cover fire. Catches a couple of bullets himself, but now it's the only man left alive from the side of JyanMaara, and the call will be made from 7C to make a push happen, and Precious is doing the exact same thing, but No Fear has spotted Precious out.
Well, let's see. I mean, No Fear, he is right there, but it's not going to be easy for him to survive to the later stages of the game, as well, 7C Esports did just annihilate 3 of his teammates right in front of his eyes, and he couldn't do anything about it. But let's not forget, No Fear is the same man who clutched out that 1v2 yesterday and secured a chicken dinner win for JyanMaara, so you never know. I mean, his name literally in game is No Fear, so the man for sure has no fear.
Yeah, listen, man, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen a lot of times him also having a lot of fear, so even if his name is No Fear, humans in general, they have fear. They fear something in their lives. And chat, let us know what you guys fear in the chat too. There has to be something you guys fear, huh? Let us know. I fear my mom.
Everyone fears their mom, Necro. I mean, what are you talking about? I fear my parents too, both of them.
Man. I'm not gonna lie, I've got some great stories to share sometimes, but I don't feel like this is the right stream
Yeah,
to share it on.
this is not the right place. We're gonna talk about that after the broadcast. But I'm pretty sure like the chat understands what we're talking about. Everyone over here has gone through kind of a similar situation in their childhood, but that's what happens when you get bad grades in school.
Oh man. Not gonna lie, I've also gotten a couple of fights in school too, but that's something to talk about some other day. Let's focus on the game currently as these teams are getting engaged in a fight with each other. And High Voltage and Phantom, as you can see on the south side of the map, Phantom Esports is currently sandwiched between Deadeyes Guys and High Voltage. And this is something that Phantom Esports is not really going to be looking out for, because Deadeyes Guys, they have a clear line of shots or a clear line of view on the players of Phantom Esports. And Phantom Esports, they're quite exposed too. They don't really have a lot of cover to play with.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, they don't have a lot of cover to play with, but Deadeyes Guys, the split up with True Love being left behind can in fact backfire, as Fragboy and Shifu, so they're looking to go for a push, but here's the first airdrop in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Brings with it the Groza and the level 3 kit, and Phantom Esports, I think the best option for them is to try and disengage, because if they fall back, then Deadeyes Guys, they can't really go for a push at this distance, and even they will be forced to relocate to another position. And well, there it is, Phantom Esports, they're moving out. Deadeyes Guys are going to be following up next. Both the teams prioritizing finding a cover in the inside the zone right now. On the other side though, 7C Esports, here the lads are again.
He is here again. I'm not gonna lie, I like that name, Ripson. I don't know why. Whenever I say his name, Ripson, it's just such a great name. I don't know where he came up with that one, but that's a great name, not gonna lie. I might just copy it sometime in the future. But Raw now trying to challenge a fight against a big team like Stalwart Esports, one of those teams that is now currently in the first half of the board. And Raw, so far at least, they're able to inflict a lot of pain and hurt on the players of Stalwart. But again, as I said, so far, because you never know, a team like Stalwart, they might just start catching a grip in the game no time soon.
Well, let's see, Stalwart Esports, as you mentioned, it doesn't take them a lot of time to reset and, well, basically adapt to how they want to secure this fight. But Raw in a desperate moment right now as far as the point situation is considered in the overall rankings. And Raw Esports, I think the one thing they need right now to come out on top is the lads from Stalwart Esports just cornered and pinned down in one position. And if that happens, maybe they can take all of them down with just a few utility being tossed inside of this compound, which they are in fact doing. But let's see, this time it's going to be Pika finding the opening, taking Rig down. And now Raw Esports, this usually happens. Like, it's always been the same story. They lose out one play and the entire team falls in just a matter of seconds. Is that going to happen this time as well? Stalwart Esports applying a little bit more pressure with a few more nades being lobbed in Raw's direction. And Assault and Kazi sticking together. Oh, Mama Zord has been spotted out from the flank, but that's not going to matter. He takes down Action, and Scry is going to be spotted out as well. This UMP can be deadly at this range. So Stalwart Esports, they need to back off from this fight. Scry laying out the smokes, but will they be enough to protect Action? Well, if the smokes don't work, then Pika's weapons will, as he finds out another trade from the side of the opposition.
Yeah, equal trades on the board so far, but again, Scry's going for the rest back up on the fallen man. That's going to bring Stalwart Esports back to 4-man strong squad. On the other hand, Raw, they're quite hurt, down to a 3-man squad, and Raw, it seems like they're going to back out. Makes a lot of sense too. This is a mature decision from Raw, because they realize they don't really have a lot of compound to play with. And currently, Stalwart Esports, they're feeling themselves. They might as well just give the team the space they deserve, but still, it seems like Pika's not going to let them go away just like that, without harm's way. But Mama God was right here sneaking, and he was able to get away with one. But again, the knock is all he's going to get. The reset should be there from the players of Stalwart. And if I'm not wrong, now it's Raw, they're just down to 1 man alive. But again, he's trying to get the res back up on the fallen man. Down man needs hands, and he's trying his best to get him up. On the other hand, TDK as well. In a fight against 7C, Sundesh is being taken down. Memo will confirm the frag.
But let's see though if this is going to be as easy as it looks. 7C Ripson right now has vision of the players from the side of T2K. Precious and the other lads that are trying to get the boosters going so they don't run into a lot of trouble while they are in the middle of the entire fight against the lads of T2K. Legend right behind this wall of sorts with his buggy right next to him. The smokes have been laid out, but still the chances of survival if he steps out in the open, they're going to be very slim.
Man, Mama God just left in the back like that. They just abandoned him. They were like, all right, we don't really care about you, Mama God. Our lives are what? Something that's going to matter to us a lot. Maybe they should have just tried and play for the fight. Maybe they should have just tried and capitalized on the man that got knocked out in the first place. Being a bit proactive sometimes in the fight might just be the way to reply back in style, but trying to kill again! Oh, another casualty on the board for them. At 7C, they're just not letting TDK have a sigh of relief. Back-to-back, players are getting eaten alive, and now it's just all down to Jane and Siog. The final two men up from the side of TDK to try and hold things off here. As Venom Legends, too, they've got their eyes locked to the final two men. And 7C, man, they're right in the back. They're right in the backside of Venom Legends.
Well, let's see. Venom Legends right now, they can capitalize on this moment, but look at this. Oh, Deadeyes Guys, they were doing so well in the previous matches, but now they're getting destroyed. True Love on the other side is going to be taken out, and Frag Boy is finished off as well with that nade. Last player remaining is going to be Chauri, stuck in the blue zone, and he can't really do a lot to survive apart from just keep on healing. IHC, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens right now going at it against the players of Skylightz Gaming. A lot of utility being exchanged between these two teams, and IHC are the healthier of the bunch, although Zeol has also found an opening, and there is going to be a trade from the side of Alex. Zeol was taken out. In fact, Galzin being traded out from the side of Skylightz Gaming. IHC, they're looking to go for a push, but Nima, again with the high ground on Miramar, is just causing a lot of trouble for everyone. Look at Mafia Ninja, he's trying to go for a flank, but this can backfire if he gets caught off guard. And in fact, IHC, they have a read on this. They know there's a Skylightz Gaming player isolated right behind them. And while we are talking about all this, ladies and gentlemen, the first exit is there from the lobby. Deadeyes Guys eliminated. T2K have been eliminated from this match as well. And the next one is going to be high voltage. In just a matter of a minute, in under a minute, 3 teams completely tossed out back into the lobby.
Oh, man. There can't be 2 Alpha Tines in the lobby, and Skylightz Gaming now. They're going to try to back out from this spot. And I'd see they did take a bit of hit onto themselves, but at least for now, they're able to get out of harm's way. Godless is going to spot out the entire squad of Skylightz Gaming. Making a rotation. One of the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming is quite low. One single bullet from Godless will be connected, and that player will be taking out the car. But I'd see so far, taking things quite slow, just raining down death and destruction on the players of Skylightz Gaming. And wow, well, that's one way to get over a ridge.
Well, let's see.
What was that stunt? I want to learn that.
When you gotta do anything and everything to survive in this game, man. Stunts are nothing.
Boy.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. That was some magical stuff.
So yes, let's talk about more magical stuff, Necro. 7C Esports smack in the middle of the circle.
Oh, and we'll talk about magical stuff. It's the bush firing out now because it's the players of Stalwart Esports right behind him. As Mafia Ninja will be instantly retaliated. A great reply from their side too, but Seal, oh, that's a weakle that you really do not want to play with. And Skylightz Gaming making a huge rookie mistake, and now they will need to pay the price for that. Baron out in the open, catching a bullets from the back too. It's the players of Avon Esports greeting the players of Seal. Seal now, they will need to try and watch their backs out, because one of the players from their side has been taken out. Avon Esports will be wiped out. The existent Skylightz Gaming, even though they don't really have the manpower to play around with, still they're trying to fight back. And so far, they're doing a great job. But Demo is a man you want to watch out from, because this man is one of the kill leaders, and he's going to deliver on all the cylinders. Demo is one of the men you can always trust on. A great nade from Demo. That toss was so perfect.
I mean, the man deserves to be in an NBA team after a move like that, but let's see what's going to happen. As well, the other lads are going to start fighting as well. Esports, last one they did pretty well in, but this time IHC in a world of hurt as They run into the players of DRS completely unaware that they were waiting for them. And IHC Esports, Necro, how often do you get to say this, that IHC Esports have been eliminated so early in this match? They took an exit on the 12th position.
Oh man, I'd see too. They try to amp up the aggression, but a bit too many players left this late in the game. But in the next circle, it's not going to have place for every single player in the lobby, so we're probably going to be hitting, or we're probably going to be seeing a lot much more bodies hitting the deck soon. Avon Esports, 3 players up, still in the back. Stalwart Esports trying to close in on the players of Seal. Baron's been taken out. One of the other players of Seal is quite low. Demo now also trying to steal some meds from the death box and will be able to do so. Again, Seal, they're just trying to reset themselves up. Baron, if I'm not wrong, has now been confirmed.
Well, let's see though. Stalwart Esports, they are still applying a lot of pressure on the final 2 surviving players from the side of Seal. You're still going to be pinned down along with his teammate Demo right next to him. And nowhere left to go for these 2 lads. They're going to be pinned out outside for the blue zone to take them. And finally, look at this. Leo is going to try and move forward. Demo is trying his level best as well. But Stalwart Esports, they do capitalize as soon as Demo is spotted out. They take him down. And Leo, I believe, is going to be finished off in a few short moments. But Top, from shooting in one direction, just turns out and starts taking out the other players from the other team. Finds one from the side of A1 Esports. There's going to be a little bit of a trade between the teams as Leo steps in with a third party. Stalwart Esports, they forgot about him, I guess.
Oh,
now they realize that was a mistake.
Man, that's a 2-tap dirt nap with that Mini 14. Oh my god, that was so satisfying to watch. Stalwart Esports Top is taken down. But again, that's something that really needs not to be worried about. Venom Legends, all 4 players up so far, playing it really safe and cautious. Being a bit proactive too to try and gather a bit more info around them. But that 2-2 split's so perfect from their side. The amount of info that team's gathering is absolutely nuts. Stalwart Esports still alive and cooking in the game with 3 players up for themselves. Venom Legends with 4, 7C with 4-2. Dax is one of those teams. Currently, they're proven to be the IHC Kryptonite.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, they're proving to be the IHC Kryptonite, but if they take down Stalwart Esports as well, we're going to start calling them the Mongolian Kryptonite at this point. But Dax, the priority right now is pretty straightforward. They have 2 teams closing in from 2 different directions, and their objective is to survive. But Stalwart Esports, they capitalize. Octopus, what have you done? Takes down 2 action, and Top have been taken out. Pika and Scry, they're going to try and go for a push, but Pika decides to go for a revive first. Octopus, well, just like an actual octopus is, quite slippery. Can he slip away from this? I don't think so. Finally, the man is down on his knees. Spike, the last player, finds the backstab, but it was a little too late as all Pika had to do is just finish down that one player, and even then he was on the advantageous side of the trade. So I'm pretty sure Stalwart Esports, they're not going to stop until they get the winner chicken in this match, as the players are quite far away from the lads of A1 Esports. And wait a minute, A1 Esports in the top 5, so the boys are back, I guess, Necro.
Man, Stalwart Esports, though, they got 200 eliminations for themselves total, if I'm not wrong. It's quite a huge record.
I wonder how many of them are with action.
I think so. It's like 85 plus, just by that one single man.
In the last game, right?
Yeah, something like that. I don't exactly remember, but that nade from him, the 6'9" boy, man, what a Kobe. Another one to follow it up. This might just be on the mark too. Yes, it is. Steel shot falls down. What's going on? 6'9" boy with these nades currently. He's looking unstoppable. He's going absolutely demonic mode. He's possessed currently. And now he's just going to try and put the pedal to the metal. Another nade lobbed in. If this one connects to... What? 6'9"! 3 nade eliminations or 3 nade knockouts all by himself. And now he's trying to make the push to Venom Legends. Something needs to be worried about is because now this man also has the MG3 to play with. Oh! He's not going to be able to deliver. He falls down because the players of Venom Legends, they're able to get the reset through. Rafa the Small is back on his feet. Alibu is making the push happen. And now is also going to catch a couple of bullets, but retaliation is there.
I mean, but still, what happened to A1 Esports? They were doing so well in that fight. There was no need to push. You could have just lobbed in a util, a nade or a Molotov, and it would have been all been over. If you did not have a utility to finish that off, just back off from the fight. That was an unnecessary risk. that was taken by the lads from A1 Esports, and they have paid the price for that. But look what is happening. Pika from the side of Stalwart Esports has been taken out as they are trying to force a fight out in the open against the players of 7C. They have taken out Ripson, and it's the man, the myth, the legend Action doing the job right now. Precious is going to be quite close to his teammate, but can he get a revive going? It's going to be so important for 7C Esports to be a 4-man roster till the end of the game. Otherwise, there's no way they can win this.
Yeah, it was just the heat of the moment from his side, and A1 Esports got eliminated out. All 4 players up for Stalwart Esports, and now this, as I said, they're going to try and get the grip back up on the game, and so far, they're able to do so pretty well. 2 of the players surviving from the side of DRS. There's 3 of the players. Stalwart Esports, all 4 players up, and they also have a nice dominating position for themselves, as it's all down to Akujad now. The final man alive from the side of 7C. Will definitely have a lot of burden on his shoulders. Molotov flames right on him. I want to make sure he's not going to be falling on top of the flames, though, as Delta is now going to try and move on the right side. Again, getting a better position for himself, being a little proactive in this situation, but that's going to be too many men to deal with, and also not just men, it's Stalwart Esports.
Well, let's see. Stalwart Esports, they're doing very well for themselves, and it's kind of an even-Steven situation if you forget about A1 Esports, because Dante is all alone, but apart from that, all the teams are just left with 3-man rosters in this matchup, and Precious from the side of 7C Esports is finally going to be shown the exit. So 7C Esports are brought down to the final 2 players. Memo is trying to go for a push, but I believe Action, he has seen him, and the nade is going to be lobbed in his direction right behind the buggy. It is going to blow up to take him out, but top with the Groza is going to find Aku Jord. Memo is going to be finished off as well. Stalwart Esports, how many elimination points do they have right now? That's what I want to know. 15 eliminations? What are you doing?
Oh my god. A1 Esports finally taken out on 3rd spot. Not really a bad spot to get taken out from. And now Stalwart Esports, they're just going to keep the pedal to the metal because they realize it's all down to the final man of DRS. And an easy sweep coming through from the side of Stalwart. We call him the Queen of Crew. At this point, just change your name to Queen of Crew.
That's gonna be an interesting name. Clean Up Crew Esports.
Ooh, no, just Clean Up Crew. Johnny, if we ever make a team, we'll call it the Clean Up Crew.
We already have a team. We're called the Mike Bleeders. Did you forget that?
Oh, I don't like that name.
I love that name. I mean, it's kind of a reality to what happens with the headphones that we have at home, basically. Not just working properly during broadcast, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about ourselves another time. Right now, it's the moment for Stalwart Esports. Another winner chicken dinner. And again, Necro, at the start of the day, I think just for the sake of the story, we were saying, like, all right, Stalwart Esports on the 15th, what is going to happen? Will they make it, or will they miss out on the Super Weekend? But in the back of our heads, you, me, and everyone else, not even on the English broadcast, but literally everyone else watching the PMPL South Asia this time, they knew that Stalwart Esports was going to make it. And now it's pretty much guaranteed that Stalwart Esports will, in fact, move to the Super Weekend.
Did you forget about my prediction, though? The predictions was on point, huh?
I mean,
come on, you gotta
much
tell
of a
me.
prediction if it's inevitable, like.
Huh? Dude,
Yeah.
Stalwart Esports wasn't even doing that great in day 1.
But
Even
it's
today, in the
Stalwart
first 2
Esports.
games, Stalwart Esports did not do that great. I made a prediction Stalwart Esports get a chicken dinner. What do you mean, man? You can't just say that.
You
Come
can't
on.
just pick Mike Tyson in a tournament and say, yeah, he's going to be the best boxer, right? So that's Stalwart Esports right now. They are the heavy hitters. They are going to make you, bow down in front of them. They've done a pretty phenomenal job. But what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is take very short breaks to stay tuned. Keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
It's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia spring season of 2022. This is Super Johnny joined by Necro, and this event, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And again, I mean, I was just intrigued by the graphics in that last clip. They were so photorealistic.
Man, I don't know about the graphics, man. I was just vibing to that music.
Oh yeah, that's epic as well.
Dude, the music too, the soundtracks that Pubgmobile is hooking us up with, man, it's insane. Like, it's like I would rather just put it on loop and just keep on listening to it. But yeah, jokes aside, though, I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be having the MVP of the previous game soon in front of us, and let's take a look and let's find out who's going to be the man of the hour, the most valuable player of the previous game. It has to be someone from the side of Stalwart, because we did see them just put an absolute pedal to the metal. And yep, as I said, it is going to be one of the players from Stalwart, and it is top with 7 elimination points and 7 knockouts. Wow, this man did not steal a single kill.
Wow.
Respect.
Wow. I mean, didn't take away a single one from his teammates, and also assisted them in return with the 3 eliminations that he had. And look at that, the perfectly round figure of 1300 damage. Not one more, not one less. Survival time of 24 minutes and 20 seconds on the other side. And Stalwart Esports, I mean, definitely have been very impressive. I mean, even no matter what I say, everything is going to be an understatement for this team. I mean, they are doing well in the Super Week. They're doing well in the league play stages. They've played, well, they are going to play all 3 Super Weekends. So, I mean, Stalwart Esports, again, even before the tournament started, I think in everyone's list were one of the top contenders. And whoa, so this is something that we can talk about, because in the list this time, Drop is not alone. He's joined by his entire team, and Sinister, I guess, just wanting to be a substitute in the ST lineup, is going to be there in the list of top players on the 4th with 3 eliminations and 791 damage.
Oh, man. And then Sinister, too, from the side of Avon Esports is right there. This man's not going to be backing out. I don't know what exactly is happening to Avon Esports in week 3. Why were they absent in all the previous week, like week 1 and week 2, and now in week 3, they're able to do so good. But again, it's just the league play. We never know how things are going to be looking like in the future line in the Super Weekend.
I mean, it's going to be hard to predict. It's going to be hard to predict what the Super Weekend is going to look like for A1 Esports. But for now, I think they can still enjoy the flow that they have for themselves. And even in this match, it wasn't a very shabby exit. They walked away with a few critical points. I believe they will still be able to hold on to the top 5 at the end of the day. So nothing to complain about for the players of A1 Esports. But I want to see what the position for Stalwart Esports is going to be, and what the difference is going to be with the teams that are closest to them. But on the other side, stats comparison time, Stalwart Esports versus the team that finished second, which this time was DRS. Now, DRS, they weren't part of a lot of the action. They weren't taking those fights during the mid-game stages. Towards the ending moments is when we saw them try and see if they can secure those elimination points to their name, but they only got 5.
3,000, almost 3.5k damage from their side, with the damage received of almost 1.7k. And then eliminations, 18 eliminations on their name. That one single chicken dinner, oh my god. Imagine the amount of points that's being racked up by this one single team right here. And let's take a look at, I mean, we also did get a couple of calls from our producer, Itachi. Now, if you guys do have any problems with the stream, you guys can hit him up. I don't know exactly his socials because I don't follow him. But yeah, if we do have any problems, you can hit him up. But we have a little TDM lined up in the future.
I mean,
it's going to be between
do that,
Stalwart and IT.
Oh! No wonder they call him Top.
Oh! Look at him.
Yeah.
Top is just... Okay, I actually want to see this, and I'm going to take a screenshot of this.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Top is just all over the place in the match summary.
Like literally all over the place. Highest eliminations, highest damage, highest assist, longest distance elimination, and highest knocks as well. Is there anyone else who shows up in all the spots? Well, Pika is there with 4 out of 5. Action is going to be there, and 4 out of 5 again.
Sinister's
no
there,
one is 5 by 5.
In highest damage.
Yeah.
Sinister's there, and then, yeah, the couple of players from Dax and stuff. But again, we call the players of Dax the kryptonite of IHC, and I mean, I don't know what's going on today. Dax is just putting an end to IHC's life, and then they're just able to eliminate them out the game. But again, a huge shout out to our producer too. He's been doing a phenomenal job with us, and make sure, even though they They are behind the phrase right here, behind the entire stream.
Yeah.
But they deserve a bit of a shout out too. So a shout out to Itachi, man. He's been doing phenomenal.
Yeah, a good way to fix your mistake, Necro. Realizing the producer can mute you whenever he wants. They have all the power. They're basically the gods, and we are just like puppets at this point.
That's true, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But yeah, the God's producer, I am really sorry. I will not make this kind of mistake ever in my life. Please forgive me. That was
you
just
gotta follow him now.
tongue slip. Listen, I'm only 21 years old. All right, please.
Let me be. I'm still a child.
I'm still a kid.
Well, let's look at the match rankings. The Stalwart Esports have managed to secure 33 points for themselves, and A1 Esports, look at that, 17 points from this game. So it was quite a decent game for A1 Esports. DRS tying things up with 17 points of their own. 7C Esports get 13, which I believe do propel them further in the top 16, but they were doing quite decent earlier on as well, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about the situation. On the other side, though, from the teams that were outside the top 16, no one did quite decent.
Ooh. All right, at least A1 Esports, though. They got some decent elimination points for themselves, and again, on the second spot, doing pretty good in that previous game.
Yeah.
The Stalwart Esports, they were just on a whole nother level. And this tells us, if Stalwart Esports start taking things a little serious, and they can just cause an absolute massacre in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the moment this team figures out, all right, guys, we are being left behind, it's time to get a little bit serious, they start popping off quite nicely in the match. And it's very exciting to watch them perform as well. I mean, talk about this. It's not like an immediate pop-up. It's just like one fight after the other, after the other, after the other. And they just keep winning. There is no way you can stop it. Till the end, all the teams put together tried. At one point, Stalwart Esports was sandwiched in this game, but still nothing could stop them. And that's why I think, again, it's going to be really important to see as to exactly what Stalwart Esports will do in the Super Weekend. Because let's not forget that Seal Esports did take away their throne. They have basically kicked off Stalwart Esports from the first position and just taken the throne for themselves. And Stalwart Esports, they don't like that a bit. They don't like it one bit.
Ooh, okay. Well, let's take a look at the Stalwart Esports map rotation. Let's find out how they were able to clean things up on the previous map of Miramar, and how they got the chicken dinner for themselves. Because, I mean, as I said, called them the cleanup crew. They pretty much just almost, if they could, they would have just eliminated out the entire lobby. 20, if I'm not wrong, they had 18 frags in total.
Yeah.
That's less than a quarter of the lobby, and that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite insane what the team was able to accomplish in this game. And again, I mean, even from the flight path, it wasn't a very difficult drop for them. They had a pretty standard entry into the circle. Did not have to move too far away as well, because from Hacienda to water treatment towards Cruz del Valle. So quite an easy rotation for Stalwart Esports as well. And this position is sort of their home ground. So you can't really beat them over here. I think DRS, for similar reasons, I would have love to see DRS be a little bit more aggressive, because even they start towards water treatment, Hacienda del Patron, and they also have a lot of good early game cover positions available for them. So they could have capitalized and have been on a little bit more of an aggressive position. But I think whatever works for the team. DRS, again, the previous map, they weren't even there. So in this one, they did try to go for a slow start, which I think a lot of teams do like to do. But still, let's see what the rest of the day is going to look like. And it was just Stalwart Esports' match this one the entire time.
Yeah. You can see that little, just those red lines just colored up north a little bit on the left side. And that's when Stalwart Esports took a bit of stop for themselves, and they started taking a lot of fights. And they were able to get a lot of elimination points, and then slowly and steadily moving on in, fighting their way inside the next zones and easily just grabbing that chicken dinner. And Stalwart Esports, a phenomenal way to close things out, and still showing the entire lobby that you guys thought we were absent just because you guys saw the overall rankings yesterday. But hey, that's not the game. We were just trying to hide some stuff, and now we're back with even more power.
Yeah. I mean, but let's see. Let's see if they can sort of keep this sort of a form going till the end of the day. And I mean, Stalwart Esports can definitely do that. Why am I even asking the question? I want to see what A1 Esports will do to take on the challenge, because now the Titans have returned and they will definitely see and try the level best to topple A1 Esports over. But I want to see A1 Esports continue the momentum, continue the amazing performances and the amazing run, and try to compete for the first position. But ladies and gentlemen, while we talk about other stuff, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 moments as well for this particular match and see all the action once again, which I believe from the mid-game stages onward is just majority of the clips are just going to be Stalwart Esports just getting one elimination, the next and the next and the next.
Oh no, poor man Gunner got taken out right there. And then 7C, this was a really nice wipe coming through from the side of 7C. A bit of whiff, of course. The 6X is not really going to work out in the close range, and yeah, was caught a little bit off guard right there. And then Stalwart Esports, they were just able to shook the entire squad of Raw away from their compound. And Raw, in the end, it did seem like they were scared for their lives, so they had to back out no matter what. Assassin High Voltage just trying to dismantle the entire team of Deadeyes Guys in the front. But I want to see those 3 nades, 3 knock from the side of 6ix9ine Boy, because that was so perfect.
It was perfect. It was like amazing play that was made. But let's talk about this as well. Skylightz Gaming, they were having a pretty fun time in this match. And then there is Dax, who well, sort of the kryptonite of IHC. And I wanted to talk about this earlier as well, that Dax, they have figured out how to stop IHC is just pick them off mid-rotation. Because once IHC is on their feet, they have the ability to just start fighting you again. They will definitely put up a lot of pressure and won't be easy to come out on top. And there it is, A1 Esports, the 1 knock per nade strat that worked out quite nicely. And Stalwart Esports, towards the end, they knew exactly where the lads from DRS were waiting for them, so it was quite easy for them to close it out. And look at that, they win, like not a lot of reaction. They're like, all right, one game done, just
Action
a few more
was
games
like,
to go.
Action had his legs on his desk, just like how you do, Johnny. And he was
Yeah.
just like chilling out. He's in the back playing the game, having a great time. And just by doing that, they're able to deliver such great numbers. Man, I can't imagine when these players will be actually just, having their serious game faces on and just sweating it out in the lobby. It's probably going to happen in the much more upcoming competitions where Stalwart Esports will try to establish their dominance in not just the PMPL, even in the upcoming competitions. But for now, let's take a look at the damage graph. Of course, Stalwart Esports is going to be on a whole nother league, so we're not really going to talk about them.
Well, definitely. I mean, as you mentioned, they are in a whole another league, and I mean, they have more eliminations in their own squad with more eliminations than DRS, A1 Esports, and 7C Esports combined together. So, again, I think we can't really say anything more about Stalwart Esports. We have said literally every single alternative to dominating, amazing, phenomenal. I think we got to bring Blotter in with the sort of word that I can't say it. Only he can say it, not because of it means anything wrong or anything. It's just like a complete tongue twister. That's the only word I think that can be used to describe Stalwart Esports at this point. And look at this. So they were so far behind in the competition, ladies and gentlemen, that even after a performance like this, even after gaining 33 points from the previous match, they still are on the 5th position. But I think just a couple of more games and we're going to see Stalwart Esports in the top 2 again.
Listen, I have a bit much more better version of the Blotter's words, all right? Phantasmagorical. That's how they played. It was a phantasmagorical performance from their side. And now, just with those 2 previous games, that's going to boost them up to all the way in 5th spot in the overall rankings. The Stalwart Esports now, they've got 73 points in the pockets to play with. A1 Esports, though, they're again in the hashtag 2 spots. So all the South Asians now, they're going to have a huge smile on their faces.
Well, I mean, they're definitely going to have a smile on their faces, but look at this. DRS as well. They are not letting things go slowly and steady. They're climbing up to the 8th position right now. IHC on the 9th spot. The drop is slow yet steady. And right underneath them, it's going to be high voltage in the top 10. But let's see what the next half of the leaderboard is going to look like. As ladies and gentlemen, the final 2 games of the day
remain, and after that the top 16 is going to be done. Group A, they only have one match left. So out of Group A, within the top 10, we see the Atrax, we see Stalwart Esports, we see IHC. It's only Phantom Esports who are missing, and they are outside the top 16. Or should I say, well, they still are outside the top 16. They just need 3 points. 3 points.
Boy.
Wow.
Oh boy, just 3 points needed, as you said. And then Venom Legends too right there with on 11th spot with 42 points for themselves. Savage, though, they were sitting out in the previous game, so now they're being put down all the way to 15th spot, and that's something that Savage is going to be really disappointed about.
Well, definitely. I mean, they are going to be a little disappointed, but I think there is still hope for Savage Esports. And since they weren't really there in the previous match, since they are going to be coming back into the next game, which is going to be Erangel, I think Savage Esports do have an opportunity to move further in the top 16 and not risk getting eliminated. On the other side, the Train to Kill, they definitely need some extra points, because this is a risk. Besides Savage Esports, I think any team from 16 to the 20th position, these 5 teams, they're going to swap places like crazy. And especially Phantom Esports, they need to be worried about the situation, because as I mentioned earlier, they only have the next game. They won't be playing the last Miramar of the day.
Oh man, that means this upcoming game, they will have to make sure they're getting as many points as possible in their hands. If they're not going to be able to do so, then things are going to be going downhill for that team. As we take a look at the schedule, of course, now the Group B is going to be sitting out, and Group B now, again, they're going to be getting a huge sigh of relief for themselves to just sit back, reset their mindset, and come back stronger in the final game, and potentially also try and end things on a great note. But if I'm not wrong, we also do have a little team deathmatch lined up between IT and Stalwart Esports. The moment every single viewer in the chat that was waiting for, we're finally going to find out whose gun power is better. Is it IT or is it Stalwart Esports? Just a little bit more time.
I mean, so here's the thing, right? Even we don't know what TDM is going to happen, and it's just a surprise for us as well, because we get a call out, and then you can see our genuine reactions as we try to figure out what's going to happen. And Stalwart Esports, IHC, as you said, Necro, who has the better gun power? I think just a perfect way to decide this. Also, I want the players to just go into this game without ARs, just pick shotguns and try and see if you can win that way. Yeah, I mean, ARs is going to be boring, man, between these two teams.
No, I want to see them sweat it out. I want to see them sweat it out. I want to find out which team's going to be a better one. Is it going to be
I'll give you an alternative.
Or is it going to be Stalwart Esports? All right.
Pistols only.
Oh, yeah, that can be a good one. Desert Eagles.
Yeah, Desert Eagles or Scorpion. Either one.
That's going to be... No, I feel like Desert Eagle, that's going to test like a player's aim pretty good, and we'll be able to find out which team is actually really good at aiming.
But it's going to be lengthy. I think we're just going to... But if we go with pistols only, I think that's the only problem, is that the game is going to be very dragged out. So it's going to be the entire duration of the TDM. And I mean, it's going to be very, very... very slow, because the majority of the time you're just going to see lads grouped up running around just behind those blocks and just trying to see if they can connect one shot after the next one. So hopefully we're going to see something interesting, but it's up to the players. Like, all we can do is just be here and talk about it, but it's up to the players to decide what exactly are going to be their weapon choices. But Necro, I think, all right, so out of Stalwart and IHC, pick one team.
Stalwart.
All right, you're going with Stalwart. I'll go with IHC then. And would you like to toss the question to the chat?
All right, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. The people in the chat too. Let us know which team you guys are going to be supporting in this team deathmatch, and let us know which team you guys want to win, because me and Johnny are definitely going to be taking a little glimmer in the chat too to find out which is the most supported team over here. IHC or Stalwart Esports? It's time to find out.
Well, let's see. Oh, this is not fair, Zero. You can't do this. It's supposed to be for fun. Tossing out a nade towards the right-hand side.
Oh my god.
He's going to try and see if he can find an opening. The UMPs, they're going very serious about this.
Exactly. I told you, man. I want to see these teams sweat it out. And that's a 4x too? Okay, UMP on a 4x. I mean, it's pretty good. But again, damn. I mean, I did not expect someone to use a 4x in the TDM. Or at least expected them to use a a red dot or something. There we go. Finally, he's going to whip out the red dot. Zell now is going to try and keep the pedal to the metal. He's catching a lot of bullets from top, and this time top's going to come out on top.
Well, let's see. It's Stalwart Esports right now leading the charge, but the third elimination is going to be there for IHC as Godless is going to shut top down. Godless now taking a lot of damage. Is going to be down to around 50% HP, just jumping and getting away from the stressful spot towards the cinder blocks. Stop. He has been spotted out so low, and that's the tie right there. IHC finally finding the lead in the game as IC is going to finish off Scry. Godless in the center warehouse. This is going to be a very risky position for him to be in, but finally Pika being caught off guard might just have been the thing that pushes IHC Esports even further, but that's not going to be happening as Action steps in right at the nick of time and capitalizes on the fact that...
Oh my god, two?
Oh!
He did, yeah, he got two fracks for himself with that nade right there. Just blowing two players up easily, and Action 2 is not going to follow it up as well. Action all by himself is trying to dish out a lot of damage, but unfortunately walks in the pre-fire, or at least the continuous fire of IC, and will eventually fall down. 11-10 is the scoreline. Stalwart Esports so far, or at least for now, they're having a 1-point lead. Not really a lead they can try and rely on. Another nade to follow it up. Two of the players from IC taking down to half HP. Maybe Stalwart Esports can now try and capitalize on that. Oh! The nades are sailing so close.
Well, let's see. Action and IC
Groza
against each other. This Groza is going to be very deadly at this range. Don't even need to aim, just like hip fire and run around. That was the players were basically standing on top of each other, on top of each other's toes. Action with a nade towards the left is going to lob it perfectly and takes down two again. These two for nades that we are witnessing, I think they're just becoming very, very common at this point.
Oh my god, he took him down so quick too. IC did not even see his death coming himself. So Action is just currently on a spree right now. He's on a killing spree without a doubt. He's on a domination. He's on a rampage. And I see now they're also just falling down. 4 points lead from the side of Stalwart Esports. Make it 3 as I'd see they're starting to close in slowly and steadily.
Well, let's see though. Pika with an 8 does see Zeol. Could he decide to switch towards the weapon, or is he going to lob it at point blank and does go for a toss? This is how damage to the two players, and the shotgun is here. The shotgun in the hands of Pika does wonders, takes down two players. It's 18-23. Stalwart Esports, they still have a pretty big lead for themselves, but IHC, let's see what they're going to do or try to do to fight their way out of this one.
Oh man, I told you, dude. Boy, I mean, you wanted to see shotguns, and we're finally seeing shotguns being whipped out to top. Instant switch onto that 3x. We'll shut the player down on the right side. Still 24-20 is the scoreline. I'd see in a bit of a disadvantage in this one, as Zal is now just going to camp with the third-person perspective in the center, hoping that someone will straight up walk in his crosser. Alex with the shotgun as well, pulled out, and he's delivering up to the mark.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, Godless is going to find one more pick for himself, for Steam. And now he's behind enemy lines, basically will be taken down by top, and the trade is going to be there. So this game is very back and forth between these two teams.
26-26.
Yeah, I mean, all tied up. 26-26.
Oh
it's
my
gonna be a
god.
little bit over the top. IC has 11 eliminations. Wow.
Yeah, all by himself, and goddamn IHC. I mean, so far they're doing good. A nice comeback as well, and now IHC, they have the lead to play with. Action is trying to create a huge off angle. Oh, that's a great place to find frags from. I did not really know that angle exists as well. And now Action is just going to move on in on the left side too. Is trying to take out Zell, but it's not going to matter. Pushed on a bit too much. Also gets his hands on the shotgun, and now Action is just going to be a man possessed.
Well, but let's see. When Action, as you mentioned, is going to be a man possessed, but will anyone be able to exercise this demon? As it's going to be pretty important. Well, finally, one who shuts him down. And Scry has been spotted out. Point blank range UMP. It's not going to matter. Godless going for an absolute beautiful jump shot. Just getting that pickup. 29-32. And now it's 30-32. slowly and steadily, IHC Esports, they do find their way back and they do get those equalizers, but by the time they make it happen, Stalwart
Man.
Esports again starts to move a little bit forward, and even though Zeol was able to dish out a lot of damage onto Pika, will not be able to finish him off. Switches over to, well, puts his weapons on his back, and now back to the shotgun, but the shotgun does not connect. And it is again Stalwart Esports with the advantage, the M249. Alex, stay behind cover, do not peek, you don't have any HP, and action is going to be like, yeah, that's why.
Oh boy, Alex right here too. 36-32, I'd see in a huge disadvantage now, as now they're just starting to get a huge lead, and I'd see they'll need to try and find a sweet tuning for themselves. I'd see they're losing the grip on this game, and Stalwart Esports, what a way to make a comeback again. All 4 players up for Stalwart, and they're just going to try and play things a bit more safe because they realize these final couple of points are going to matter quite a lot. You want to make sure you're not giving any of those away. As 34-37, I'd see they're looking to close on in, but are Stalwart going to let that happen? That's the question.
Well, let's see. Just 2 more needed for Stalwart Esports to get this win. And action, oh, he was almost able to make it happen, but Icy and Alex, they haven't pinned down. Look at Alex constantly going for the pre-fire, and one after the other, they are just going to empty out their clips to keep action pinned down, but that's not going to matter. The cross placement is on point, and Pika with the drop shot is going to try and attempt to win for his team, but in the end, they do win it, 36-40, and Stalwart Esports, an important win for the squad.
I called it. I called it. Told you, man. Stalwart's going to take this one, and an easy cake for them, too. I mean, not really easy. It was kind of back and forth, but still, it got really close to comfort in the end. And finally, it seemed like in the final moment, Stalwart, they just started getting that grip in their hands, and in the end, they were just able to close things out against. But it seems like we have another TDM lined up, and I'm just waiting for another call of the producer to find out which are those 2 teams that are going to be duking it out.
Exactly. I mean, again, it is going to be quite important to see which 2 teams are going to be going up against each other. I mean, what would you want to see, Necro?
It's going to be... Okay, I'm just going to make a prediction. I think so. It's going to be Skylightz and DRS.
Well, let's find out. I mean, as soon as we head to the game, we're going to find out which 2 teams are going to be competing, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to disclose this for now. We won't disclose this. And it's just going to be top secret. I would love to see that matchup as well. Skylightz Gaming, DRS. It's going to be very exciting to witness because, again, even though, I mean, all history aside, there is still a lot of history between these 2 teams. I mean, if we do talk about it, I mean, the lads from Skylightz Gaming previously used to be playing under the banners of DRS. The current roster of DRS used to be Wizard Vibes, but then kind of a swap switcheroo situation happened, you know, like the game where you put a ball between like 3 caps and you just shuffle it up, try and figure out where that ball is. Well, instead of ball, these are actual players and then just banners of organizations right there. Now there is a little bit of a swap. So it's like seeing which is better, I guess, if you want to say it, but both the teams are like not doing too great in the overall rankings. Yeah, it's
I mean, so far they're not really doing that great, but hey, as long as you're going to be in top 16 again, that's all that matters. So again, that's all that matters. We know what Wizards with Vibes was capable of. We've seen that in the past, and now, of course, representing a complete new banner of DRS, that's going to be a huge responsibility to try and keep up to the name, as the lads of Mafia Ninja were able to do. But Mafia Ninja and his team later on shifted on over to Skylightz Gaming, and now currently they're playing under the banner of Skylightz Gaming. So this is going to be a little bit of rivalry in between them, a little bit of drama, as well as we're going to be seeing a huge drama clash between DRS and Skylightz Gaming, and just to find out which is the team that has done a better decision of switching over the banners, I guess. I don't know.
And to be fair, a full disclaimer, like there is no actual drama. This is just a made-up hype moment for this particular game. Otherwise, I think the things are pretty chill between the 2 squads and all these individuals. But when as far as this TDM is considered, we would say like mortal enemies. These 8 players are like mortal sworn enemies amongst themselves. Like, how dare you finish me off in that game? Stuff of that sort. But let's see. Necro again. Pick a team.
I mean, we don't exactly know which team is it going to be. I just made a prediction.
I mean, if DRS and Skylightz Gaming are competing, who would you pick?
I'll go with Skylightz Gaming.
All right, then I'll go with DRS. And other than that, I think apart from these 2 teams, I think I would love to see A1 Esports go up against
Venom Legends?
Venom Legends, Phantom Esports. Yeah, both either one of those two teams. I mean, Venom Legends again, it's going to be pretty exciting to watch. But Phantom Esports, I would love to see A1 Esports compete with Phantom Esports for now, because maybe they can sort of give Phantom Esports hints within the TDM as to what exactly A1 Esports did right that got them into the top 3, and why Phantom Esports is just struggling in the overall rankings. Maybe that can fix everything.
Another TDM I would really like to see is, it has to be one of those. Okay, I would want to see Stalwart and Savage, because I honestly feel like Savage is one of those teams that has one of the strongest gun power in this entire lobby. Again, as I said in the past, they have been struggling on the team play a bit, but the way we see the individual firepower on this lads of Savage, it's phenomenal.
I mean, it is pretty phenomenal. Savage Esports, I mean, especially Sancher and Hershey, the way these two players have been playing has been pretty incredible to witness. But I guess, I mean, there's not enough time left, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for the final reveal. So as the drum roll, the imaginary drum roll begins, we're going to be heading towards the action of this second TDM, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
Wait, what are we doing?
That was a drum roll.
How is that a drum roll?
It's just an imaginary drum roll. Imagine that it's a drum roll, but it's not a drum roll, right?
Oh,
Exactly.
all right.
But yeah, here we go. Skylightz Gaming and DRS. Oh, my predictions are right, Johnny. Let's go.
Woo! Woo! Fortune Teller Necro.
Damn. And there we go. Gal's an easy clap. 2 players. But damn, what was that? That was a little bit of a TK right there. DRS, what's going on? Why are you blowing up your own teammates?
Well, but let's see. I mean, so far, Mafia Ninja, he has been spotted out. Killer YT taken quite low as he went for AJ. Oh, this nade could be brutal. Delta is going to be finished off, and Mafia Ninja finding an important pick for his team. Skylightz Gaming, they are struggling in this matchup. And
is he playing with a pistol?
I think so. No, I mean, we
heard
do see
you.
the M24 on rules, so there's one bolt action present, at least in this lobby.
I mean, he heard you, though. I mean, at least he's playing with the pistol. And yeah, we also do see them. 24 being whipped out. Galzin almost could have been taken out in that fact, but he was a bit too low. A nice drop shot, too, to try and compromise things on. Or at least to try and capitalize things on, as Delta has been taken low as well. Skylightz Gaming now. AJ just trying to create a huge off angle to try and catch someone off guard, but he's not really able to do so. So far, AJ trying to hold his ground off. Not really being really aggressive, just making sure DRS is straight up pushing in his crosshairs.
Well, but let's see.
God, what a
AJ is
nade.
going to find an opening, and they do, in fact, pin 2 down on the left-hand side. And Skylightz Gaming, they have a lead in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen, but it's just a 1 elimination lead. 11-10. Reaper board, just the nade almost hitting him right there, but AJ is going to be quite exposed. Reaper with impressive jiggles, and Galzin with an impressive backstab. Quite an important set of exits for Skylightz Gaming to secure DRS. They retaliate and find their way back here. And AJ, you need to be careful. There's a man towards your left. And finally, pushing Reaper bot out in the open. They will manage to finish him off.
They will indeed manage to finish him off, and AJ is just keeping on moving in here and there. Just going to find another one. 17 points on the side of Skylightz Gaming. So far, they're off to a rocket start, and DRS, they're just not able to find any full stop. But oh, that's a great shot from Gruels. He's straight up going to slap AJ back to the lobby.
Well, let's see. I mean, slowly and steadily moving forward, pushing forward.
God,
Skylightz Gaming, they
what?
do have the lead, but Rules with this M24 is just smacking them in their face, point blank range. Nima has gotten his M24 as well.
What a
So
nade.
Skylightz Gaming, just the bolt action, it looks like, are enough for the 2 lads from their side, and it's a 3 elimination advantage right now. They're being very quick about this. DRS still in the backlines. Killer and his teammate Delta, they have a lot of utility lined up, but no conversions from these nades.
Yeah, no conversions just yet. Again, great drop shots from the sides of DRS as well, but now DRS will need to try and get the grip back up on the game, because Skylightz Gaming, they're just able to keep the consistency flowing in their pockets. They're not really letting this lead get taken off that easily. Rules now is finally going to stop messing around, and he's going to whip out the M416, just taking things a bit more serious.
Well, they are being a little bit more serious about this, but let's see, will they be able to close it out? In fact, how long will they take to close it out? As DRS, they are finally starting to step up, but Skylightz Gaming, they are being absolutely brutal on these players. Look at that, now the advantage is 7 eliminations, 2 nades being tossed on towards Gyaltsen's direction to finish him off, but he runs away. He manages to get away and, in fact, finds a pick on the rules as well. Reaper bot barely left with any HP. Behind the wooden boxes, does C2 in the center warehouse, but will he be able to pick off any one of the targets that are laid out in front of him? And, well, the answer is no, but the man is still alive, so I guess he'll take it. We'll take it as well.
Yeah, indeed. And Reaper bot again, just trying to find some nice cheeky angles, some nice cheeky shots, but he's not really able to do so. 31-25, 6-point lead in the hands of Skylightz Gaming, and now make it 7 as it's 32-26. And Skylightz Gaming, they're just going to keep on rubbing that salt on the wounds of DRS.
Well, let's see though. 33-27, just 7 more eliminations for Skylightz Gaming to close it out. DRS, they might have had a dream start to this TDM, but things are not looking good for them. Rules is going to be taken out. Gyaltsen traded out 34-29, and now Mafia Ninja along with his teammate Nima is looking to close things out. 36-29, 4 more eliminations needed. They are running forward, make that 3. Delta is out. Rules is going to be there, quite low on his HP. The nade being lobbed is going to pick off 2 from the side of Skylightz Gaming, and DRS, they're trying to react, they're trying to fight back, but it's not working out. And now it's just 2 more eliminations for Skylightz Gaming. DRS, not a lot for them to do. Killer YT, he moves forward. Just 1 last elimination, takes down 1, but Mafia Ninja will be able to end it. All the answer is no. It's on Gyaltsen now. Goes up against Delta. DRS will... Is this a comeback? Is this how they win? Just 1 elimination shy from the victory, and DRS, they are not backing off. It's so close right now. Delta has taken a lot of damage, is trying to run away, barely surviving. Pulls the pressure, but Gyaltsen and the lads, they finish it off. Skylightz Gaming walking away with a win in the CDM, but just 2 eliminations shy of DRS. That was, the last push was very impressive. So,
man,
round of applause to the players.
It's just too easy for me. I'm currently just making all the predictions so easily, man. Like, damn, Johnny, like, what do you want to call me at this point?
One. I mean, DRS, they were doing so well in this in the start, but yeah, they messed up. They went and overcommitted when this should have just backed off. And again, if you're just going to keep on running forward to your opposition in TDM, there's no way you will find those exits unless you nade first and you can, like, you're pretty sure that the opposition on the other side is going to be low. So yeah, Skylightz Gaming, I think they were very smart about this, especially Gyaltsen on a mechanical level is like, he's a monster.
I mean, look, there can be a lot of ifs and buts, all right? I just won. I won my prediction. That's all. Just give it to me, Johnny, all right? And Johnny's probably going to take me out on a nice treat tonight.
No.
Can't wait for that.
There was no bet.
Dude, what?
We didn't set a bet for this. There was nothing on the line.
Dude, that's kind of lame. Come on, chat. I need
it's
you
your
guys
fault.
to
You
support
should have
right
said
now.
it before.
I want every single viewer in the chat to support me and tell Johnny to give me a treat tonight, because 2 of my predictions were right. Stalwart Esports in the map of Miramar. Now both
Jack's
these
gonna be
TDMs,
fair about this. You should have said it before the games.
That's not how it works.
That is how it works, Necro.
I won all my predictions against you, though.
That's how gambling works. You put something on the line before you gamble, and if you win something in return. If you lose, that thing goes away.
All right, just a little disclaimer, ladies and gentlemen: do not gamble. It's not.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
It's bad. Do not.
Just
do
like
that.
this guy, he's getting nothing now. Oh, this guy, you're right here.
Yeah, I was like, who's right next to that? There's no one there. But yeah, do not gamble, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a good thing. But yeah, moving on in. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Erangel. Again, a big map to go forward with. And I'm pretty sure we're not really going to be seeing a lot of bodies hitting the deck soon. I mean, a lot of bodies hitting the deck in the first couple early minutes. But man, I just can't wait for the next game to start, because again, there are a couple of teams in the latter half of the board. I was supporting Savage this whole time, and Savage, it's their time to bounce back.
I mean, Savage Esports, it's going to be their time to bounce back. In this particular match, I'm going to be rooting for Phantom Esports because, again, last game for Phantom Esports. If they finish in the top 3 in this Erangel, then maybe we see them in the Super Weekend. If they win this, then for sure we see them in the Super Weekend. But if they get out, like if they get taken out anywhere but outside the top 5, then it's pretty much done and dusted. I think their hopes for making it to this Super Weekend, they're going to be completely shattered. And ladies and gentlemen, the player cams are in front of us. You know what time is it?
Yep, it's time to get locked in and loaded because the Erangel map is upcoming soon. You better strap on your belts because, man, this one's going to be full of heat.
Also, it's almost 7.
Man, yeah, it's... Talk about heat, man. It's summertime, dude. It's getting heated up over here, too. Not gonna lie, just sitting on one chair for a long time gets me heated up.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to melt the moment I step outside, but yeah, you just got to
feel like I'm ice cream.
It's just melting already.
Man, here we go, though. The plane flat path is going to be in front of us as it's going to start all the way from Lipovka, ending towards the area of Katka. Again, one of those plane flat paths every single player is going to be happy about. And, man, teams like Stalwart Esports and Seal, they're going to have a huge struggle to go towards their drop locations.
But let's see. I mean, Stalwart Esports, as you mentioned, yeah, they're going to be struggling, and CD Esports is going to be struggling as well. But it's going to be quite interesting to see. I mean, Stalwart Esports this time, we've seen them take on trajectories like this before as well, and their game plan is like just drop somewhere close to Milta Farm. In that spot, pick up a vehicle and go towards Nova Repnoy. CD Sports on the other side, they're going to try a similar thing, just dropping out towards just west of Pachinki, and then picking up a vehicle and rotating towards the military island. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what the early game is going to look like for these two teams in particular. But all right, so CD Sports have switched up the game plan. In fact, have gone for Rozok, realizing that Deadeyes Guys are not playing in this game. That's quite smart, but since they are not alone who are relying on this strategy, they might have to fight for early game survival. Look at that, Skylightz Gaming in a similar position, quite close to Seal Esports. TRZ are going to challenge them for that position as well, and so is Vibes, who this time around have gone for a 3-1 split. I mean, had they just all 4 of the squad, Vibe squad players, had they dropped towards the Water City, which is their usual drop location, I think would have been much safer right now. But let's see if we will see the team make it to the late game stages. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the circle is in front of us right now. It's, again, circle heavily towards the western side of the map. Centered somewhere around Katka, so it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what the rotation pathways are going to be like. But still, Necro, what do you think? I mean, Seal Esports, Skylightz, and TRZ clashing this early.
Ooh, I mean, hey, look, man, you already know I love these kind of things, and I'm always up for them, so I'm going to support this clash. I absolutely love it, as it's a complete Grand Theft so far. And Seal, they're not really stopping anytime soon. They're just going to try and be a menace. They're just going to try and be a nightmare in the shoes of TRZ so far. Even though Seal, they're kind of on a back foot so far, but TRZ is one of those teams that needs every single point desperately, and Seal is trying to deny them that.
Well, let's see. TRZ, Manish, he has managed to take out Demo right now. And 3 players from the TRZ squad are still looking quite decent. And this util might be able to find them an extra knock, but that's not going to happen, Leo. He needs to heal up, but finding a healing utility early in the early stages, it's going to be quite tough. And TRZ, they're just destroying Seal Esports in this early drop clash. Leo, the last player surviving, is going to be finished off. And ladies and gentlemen, TRZ in this game, they get the first blood, and they also get the first squad wipe. 3 minutes in, and Seal Esports, one of the biggest teams in the lobby, have been taken care of.
How did this just happen? They gifted some points to TRZ right there.
Yeah.
Well, at least, I mean, TRZ was one of those teams on the struggling phase, so they need every single point in the lobby so far because you only have 2 more games to go, counting this one in. And TRZ, they're off to a phenomenal start so far. Look at that skin. Instantly, as soon as it sits in, the skin just gets applied to the vehicle too. Perfect, man. Savage is one of those teams that I'm personally going to be eyeing out for. And you know what? Just because I'm eyeing out for them, I might as well just call it. I think Savage, they're going to take this chicken dinner.
But let's see. I mean, Savage Esports, they do have what it takes. They are in quite a decent position in the circle as well. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, Stalwart Esports, they're going to be in no Repnoy, like always, 1,400 meters away from the zone. And it's going to be a while before we see any sort of action from the side of Stalwart Esports, since, again, they are quite far away from the circle. So it's going to be it's going to take them a while to rotate in and then start picking off those teams. In the meanwhile, though, as you were talking about Savage Esports, I mean, starting from Yasnaya Poliana, they can have a pretty easy time if they go for a late rotation on the main island itself, or if they rotate in early, they can have a decent time rotating in from the northern side. But in the elimination feed right now, we did notice another sort of collision. A1 Esports, I believe, have started the aggression, started a fight against the players of 1952, and in fact, it's the opposite. A1 Esports, they've been caught off guard mid rotation. 1952 securing one extra point for themselves already in this matchup, and Evil Eye with the smoke being laid out along with C-Vine. Looks like the lads are getting pinned, and the Urus is being shot at. 6-9. Just dishing out the damage on that Lamborghini SUV, but can they blow it up and finish off these two lads straight out their own teammate? Now, Sinister can be picked up quite nicely, and C-Vine and Evil Eye, they're trying to make it happen.
A1 Esports, Sinister's going to be in the closer fray this time, as the rest two players are going to try and take care of 90 Degree. Quite a huge split from both the teams, but Sinister, all by himself, will need to try and go against two players in 1952. He better take things a bit slow and cautious here. If he isn't going to do so, then the trouble or the threat is just going to linger on top of his head. And look at the Kong just running in forward, coming back again, gathering the info, giving it to Sinister. I mean, of course, he's not doing that, but it's kind of funny. Oh, man.
Let's see, but how will Sinister exactly figure out his way out of the sticky situation? So far, the only option that he has is to keep himself prone down, and hopefully his teammates from the flank can pick off one of the players from these two 1952 duo right there in the shack. Atrax on our screens, and they seem to be having a lot of fun just drifting their vehicles. Gyante will again just straighten it out, focus on moving further in this match, as Dax, they're quite close to the players of JyanMaara, so they can't afford to make a lot of noise mid-rotation. They can't afford to make mistakes. That's a different way of riding a buggy.
Well, that's one way to ride it, I guess. And I'm going to be a huge fan of riding the buggy this way, but no, man. You got to make sure you're moving out the harm's way as quick as possible, because both of his tires got shot out. And now Sinister, even with the broken buggy, is trying to move out of harm's way. He's catching a lot of bullets on himself for sure, though. Finally, we'll find a little bit of Rich to play around with and also patch himself up. But now he doesn't have any vehicle to play around with.
Yeah, and that is why you don't sit on the outside. You sit on the inside, because it's quite easy to connect shots when you're sitting on the outside of the buggy. But yeah, we all know that's not how it works. But
yeah, just a little bit of visual magic.
Yeah, visual magic. But talking about magic, I mean, what can A1 Esports do? Now, they are getting surrounded because 90 Degree... Oh! He should have waited for the rest of his teammates to close in, but 90 Degree, if he gets picked off and finished off, then A1 Esports bring the numbers down to 3v3, and then Sinister will have the backup available because 6-9 and Jax, they're going to position themselves on those houses, close to the walls, from where they will have the line of fire available to pick off entry, C-Vine, and Evil Eye. If they try and see if they can go for it. And in fact, look at this. C-Vine is already down. Sinister is the one who found the opening. Now it's a 3v2 situation with A1 Esports in the advantage. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why this team has been very impressive this week.
Indeed, they have been pretty impressive. And now A1 Esports with 3-man squad to play with. Dante, one of the entry fraggers, already taken out. If I'm not wrong, Dante is also the IGL of the team, so... Man, this is quite interesting, right? Being the entry fragger and also being the IGL. Do you think it's a good idea?
I mean, I've seen it work out before as well. And we know a bunch of different players from our own region as well who kind of have a similar role in their own team. But it's a very stressful position. It's a very stressful way to play the game. Because you're responsible for basically setting everything up for your team and more. And plus, being an IGL, you are forced to micromanage every single thing your teammates are doing. So I think it's a very intense way to play it. But hey, if you can make it work, good for you.
But I just feel like that's a bit too much pressure on the entry fragger, and that might just hinder their performance a bit too much as well.
Maybe, I mean, it can hinder the performance, but I mean, Dante has been doing so well recently, so yeah. I think that's what they needed, I guess. But
I'm not really
things
sure. I
we
think
need-
so. The role is also switched between Dante and Sinister. if
I
I'm
mean,
not wrong.
sometimes it happens on map-to-map basis, but
Yeah.
not a lot of the times. Plus, especially, I think Pubgmobile in itself is quite unique because there's a new role that was introduced within the competitive circuit that was supposed to be a filter. Well, they call it the filter, but I mean, I guess the better way to say it would be the secondary IGL of the team.
Yeah.
And that I think is very interesting position to be in. I mean, because you know that as soon as the main IGL is taken out, then it's up to you to
Yeah.
reassess the position while being in game, like exactly what is going to be possible. Because from the outside perspective, I mean, all you're going to be getting is just extra information, and it's going to be your job to make the plays. Plus, I mean, a lot of the teams do like to go for those 2-2 splits, right? I mean, it's better to have two strategists available on your side who can, in fact, make sure that those duos survive constantly. But talking about survival, and RC is going to be asking the question to Slipknot, lad, do you think you're going to make it to the other side? As he knocks him down, Phantom Esports, they have been reduced to a 3-man roster for the next few moments. And Slipknot, he's going to be, well, he's not going to worry too much because Yeta was quite close to him. So it's going to be like an instant revive for Slipknot. But Yeta right now, just trying to see if he can trade out his teammate. Like Slipknot is going to be back on his feet, just slowly and steadily healing up. But what is IC doing? Like one after the other takes down two players. The first one was with the Mini, the next one with M4 headshots.
Oh man. And then IC now also trying to move on in. That was some great openings that were found, and now Phantom, they're going to find themselves in a bit of more troubly or pickly situation. How are they going to try and bounce back from that? That's something I want to know. IC moving in from the side of IC. He does know there is a player in the front, and oh, that's a little bit of TPP angle to deal with. IC did not really expect that to come in his way, but he will instantly be confirmed, as well as Slipknot is now going to pretty much slip away to the players of IC, and wow, that's a great frag to be found. They pretty much do get the trades flowing through, but that's on the casualty of one of the players for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, an important one as well. IC has been taken out, but let's see, IHC, can they push forward and just wipe out the entirety of Phantom Esports? They have to be extremely careful about this because look at the radar. They're not alone now. DRS can close in at any moment as well. They are in the back lines, and it's not just them. 7C Esports are closing in on this cut position as well. We don't really see IHC going for these early rotation, early centering controls. I mean, we haven't seen them go for this since this PMPL started, basically. But now, in their last match, they're going all out, I guess. And it's not working out too well for the team.
What is going on?
Yeah, I think the buggy has been changed.
Man,
Just
I guess
drive it
that's
from the top.
it's like a wireless steering wheel.
what all wireless stuff are you going to come up with, Necro?
Dude,
Last
look, he
PMPL
doesn't
you
even
came
have
up
the
with-
steering wheel in his hands, all right?
Last PMPL, you invented the wireless fishing rod. Now there's the wireless steering wheel.
Dude, look, I'm telling you, man, just wait for a couple of more years. You're going to see everything wireless.
Yeah.
Challenge.
There's one thing that's already wireless. Weapons! That I hear going off in the background. Who's shooting who? Would love to see, but I mean, the map in front of us right now, and not a lot of stuff happening over here. I mean, majority of almost every single one of the teams is inside the circle. 1952, they are towards the western edge of Gutka Farms, but entry is, well, he's leading the charge for his team, and they are going to have not a lot of trouble in their entry towards the circle. But let's see. IHC and Phantom Esports. Now, this fight is getting extended, and, well, IHC, they lose out on Godless as well. He was knocked out, but if he gets finished off, then IHC in a world of trouble because it's 3v2 with two teams waiting to third party the entire fight, so they won't be able to handle the pressure. But Savage Esports from the distance bringing 6-9 down. A1 Esports reduced down to 3 players, or 2 in fact, as It was just 3 players in those compounds, and one of which was knocked out. So Savage Esports, they're going to be waiting for the lads to
Ooh.
reveal themselves before they push any further. Anif on the other side, just keeping vision of Susan, just making sure that his opposition, his competition does not get away.
Oh man, but again, I want to test chat's luck. And chat, let me know in the chat which team you guys think is going to win this one. Let's test you guys' luck. Let's find out if you guys are going to be the lucky charms for your designated teams or for the teams you guys are supporting. So let me know in the chat which team you guys want to win or want this game to win. As JyanMaara and Savage, they're just exchanging a couple of shots. Not really able to find any connections just yet. No fear too. Does exactly know there are a couple of players in the front, but he hasn't really found a clear line of sight just yet on them. Anifo peeks out. Did catch a couple bullets. Did catch a bit of bullets on himself, but he's not been taken out just yet. But it's Vibes now, third-partying this entire fray.
Well, let's see. Vibes, they have the opportunity to pick off the lads from Savage Esports. They did find an opening, and it was Malik, in fact, just starting things off. JyanMaara, they're going to utilize that breathing room that have been brought in from them, from the lads of Vibes, and try and back off from Savage Esports. And if he has been revived, Hershey, although getting pinged down, is going to be able to take down Reeve. And now switching up his focus to Jiggle, who gets inside the bug. He tries to run away, but JyanMaara, they step in as well. And now it looks like Savage Esports and Vibes, it is complete and utter chaos between these 3 teams, all put together. Savage Esports, they are making a run for it, but who is going where? Vibes also getting into their vehicles and trying to escape. Hershey is going to be left behind, and JyanMaara, they are going to try and see if they can, in fact, get a few extra points from this fight. Look at Gunnar just jumping around left and right and trying to see if he can hit, if he in fact can get some extra information on the players of Savage Esports on their position to be a little more precise.
I don't know if I read that stat right, but did Action just get 20k damage all by himself?
I think so, yeah.
Oh my god, that's insane.
That's in fact, that's quite a lot, especially for just one individual player. But it's Action, so yeah.
You expect just greatness out of that, man. Anything under greatness is just an underperformance from Action at that point. But Top now from the back is going to find a great opening. One of the players from DRS falls down. Reaper Bot now needs a hand for himself to get back up. But Avon Esports 2 just third-partying this entire fight as Sinister now is going to move on in from the back.
Well, let's see though. Delta thrown down, crawling forward with a nade in his hands, and well, Stalwart Esports, they're going to lob their own grenades towards the players of DRS, and they find the openings. Reaper Bot getting taken out, but Action was knocked out in the trade, and Stalwart Esports, they're getting surrounded from every single direction. We saw A1 Esports close in. JyanMaara, they want some piece of this action as well. Even though it's not advisable, I mean, it's already a pretty heated up situation. A1 Esports picking off the players of JyanMaara. Phantom Esports, they want some pieces for themselves as well. JyanMaara, they are pretty much right now regretting ever showing their face in this open field.
Oh, Susan also getting confirmed from the back. It's Phantom Esports just stealing that frag away from them. Savage Esports right here. Eisenberg is able to inflict some pain and hurt in the front. That nade from Gunnar is going to take down 2 players. A huge nade. And Sinister does know. Stalwart Esports, one of the players just pinned down behind that little hay bale. He cannot even move out. It's Action, the big man. Stalwart Esports needs to make sure Action's at least back up on his feet.
Well, let's see though. I mean, so far, it's this match has all been about complete and utter chaos.
Savage.
And Savage Esports, they have been ported out by 6ix9ine. He's going for a few tap shots onto them with the M4, just switching between the taps and a few bursts, but not committing the entire spray. I mean, it would have been difficult to just dish out the damage from just spraying out the M4 at that distance was quite a lot, but A1 Esports, they need to be extremely careful about this. Sinister has been spotted out top, dishing out a little bit of damage on the lad. He prones down right in the nick of time to survive. And now from the flank, Scry is going to try and see if he can find an opening. Pika on the other side is zoned in on the players of 7C Esports. Spots out Ripson in the open, but missing the mini 14 taps.
Yeah, it's just whiffed all the bullets onto him. And Ripson now is not going to be ripped apart, surprisingly. Stalwart Esports, 3 players up for them. Avon Esports are in the receiving end. Did exchange a couple of bullets or a few bullets, as now Sinister needs to be alive in this entire fight. If he's taken down, that's going to be the main IGL taken care of. And in this game, Dante is not there as well. I mean, he got taken out pretty early off. So Sinister now is going to have all the load on his shoulders.
Well, let's see. Ooh, Jax, just one shot could have done the trick, but now Sinister right next to his teammate asking for a revive quite desperately as well. But look at this. So 19 minutes in, 15 teams remaining, and Delta never saw that coming. He was just lying there. I think even Top is thinking right now, how easy was that?
What just happened right there?
Go
Top
for
easily
more.
ran it over. Yep, they're probably going to try and go for more, but Savage now, they're taking a lot of bullets, or at least they're catching a lot of bullets onto themselves. Stalwart all the way from the top. They're just peppering down so many bullets on Avon Esports. Too many bullets to try and dodge, and Avon Esports, they'll finally fall down early this time in 14th spot, as now IHC and Stalwart, they're going to keep on inflicting hurt on this entire lobby. And now, and Savage too, they're still up and alive in this game.
Well, let's see though. I mean, Savage Esports still surviving. I mean, even though we saw them in what looked like a very dire situation, they're doing quite decent for now. Vibes Esports, Malik just hopping away slowly and steadily. What are the players of Stalwart Esports doing? They're just driving over people again and again. First it was Top, now it's Cry on the elimination feed. Is vehicle elimination a new meta in the game? Well, we'll find out. On the other side, though, IHC and Vibes have completely sandwiched Phantom Esports, and now Yeta is the final player surviving for the team. I don't think he's going to be surviving for long. Zeol with a wonderfully lined up nade inside the house is going to dish out a lot of damage, but Alex, he has the players of Vibes closing in. He's ready. The nade being lobbed behind the shack. Should have been able to take out Joker, but it's a little bit short, so he tosses out a Molotov. Now Vibes, they try and push forward, but Yeta takes two down! Vibes, they're down to the final player, and all of a sudden the tables have turned. Yeta doing a phenomenal job of keeping his team inside this match, but Joker is in a world of hurt as the blue zone heads in his direction. Yeta falls back. The blue zone's damage is going to be quite a lot. Yeta managed to dodge out the damage inside the safe area for now, but the utility is going to take him out. He's down to around 10 HP, tosses out a nade towards the players of IHC, puts on a first aid. And while he does that, Alex's nade is going to be lobbed inside his building, and Phantom Esports, that was a valiant effort, but they are out of this, and they only get 7 points from this match. Necro, will that be enough to keep the team in the top 16? Oh boy, this is going to be very close.
Oh man, Savage. That's something we'll only be able to find out in the overall rankings when we take a look at that. 7C Esports having straight up eyes locked on the players of Stalwart. There are some smokes though to try and deny all the visual info. And 7C, they're just trying to find a little bit of opening, but no, it's Pika instead, who replies back in style, and who's able to retaliate back as well, but no, instantly denied by the entire aggression. Just straight up weaker ramp coming in from the side of 7C, and now ElementriX in the front fray. ElementriX was one of those teams that was also on the receiving end, that was also on the struggling phase, and ElementriX, they are performing when they really need it the most. And they're doing a great job. Savage taking an exit from 6th spot too, doing it quite decent in that previous game.
Definitely, but let's see. 7C Esports, it's going to be quite risky for them, just on the edge of the blue. IHC knowing exactly where the lads are. Godless is going to pick off Ripson. And IHC, they're going to look to reposition themselves. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, in the previous 4 minutes, we have seen a grand total of 14 teams getting taken out. Not 14, sorry, my apologies. But I think 6 teams have been taken out. Yeah, 6 teams have been taken out. And as we move forward, I think the next one should be 1952. As they are not in a comfortable position at all right now. It's just that one last player, Evil Eye, stuck between the lads of ElementriX, but we'll talk about that later. 7C Esports are also down to the last player, and it's Memo. He knows ElementriX are rotating, going for the dip, trying to survive in there, but 7C Memo is gone for a revive on his own teammate. And look at this, Evil Eye. One with the nature.
He has an evil eye on all the players of ElementriX, and he can just spoil their glimmers of hope. We talked about ElementriX positioning on the overall rankings, and it's not really looking that great. Inca's been taken down by Godless. Things even getting easier for EvilEye now to try and strike, but he's still going to keep the trigger discipline in. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. It's the final man alive for 1952. And a little bit more help from the side of IHC, or even from the side of TDK, can help them out quite a lot.
Well, let's see. Alrighty, and finally 7C Esports have been shut down, and it's going to be between IHC and ElementriX. ElementriX, they also need this win, because let's not forget, they were on the verge of making it to the Super Weekend matches, but if they win this one, then I think they move themselves in a position from where they can say, like, yeah, we can qualify quite nicely. T2K is also one of those teams standing in their way. Yoga has been taken out. Legend, Sandesh, and Jane still remain. Alex almost getting taken out. Finally, Jane connecting the final few shots needed for that knock, but how do they plan to save Suyog? That's going to be quite intense as Sus steps out in the open, going for the jump shot, but it's not going to work out. Jane, one after the other, is going big, just getting those knocks, keeping his team's hope and dream alive. But will he keep Suyog alive as well? That's the question.
Oh, man. 3 players off from the side of ElementriX. Fourth man, Sus, is knocked out. Or pretty much out the game, as he likes to call himself, Sus. 3 players up for ElementriX, though, still, as Godless now is going to be moving out in the open. Positions compromised. Incas is not going to find a nice timing. But is he going to strike on that time? That's what I want to know. Godless is being really fearless so far, but he needs to fear from that nade right there. Crawl's quite close, and the other one's going to just seal the deal. Godless now knocked out.
Let's see. When Godless is going to be down on his knees, as he said, and Ziol is quite close to him. They have the smoke wall laid out in front of them. That's going to block out the vision, and ElementriX, the players, are going to be just guessing exactly where the opposition is going to be. But does ElementriX know that there's someone behind them that does not have good intentions for ElementriX in their mind? EvilEye slowly and steadily. Look at him moving along with the blue. And ElementriX, they're just going to be cleaning up his way. They've picked off Godless as well. His point has been secured. Now just the final 2 players from the side of IHC are in this matchup, Ziol and Alex. On the other side, T2K with the man advantage. Jane finding another one. Alex is out, and he's, well, completely out now. But Jane is finally going to be knocked out by Ziol. An important trade, but that's it for IHC. They are finally shut down and put out of their misery. Now, then there were 3, ladies and gentlemen. 3 teams, 8 players surviving. 3 for T2K, 3 for ElementriX, and, well, 4 for T2K. Jane is going to get a revive. There it is. So 4 for T2K, 3 for ElementriX, and 1 for 1952. I thought Jane was going to get taken out. And the util not being tossed by the lads from ElementriX. Orange is going to start shooting first. Mr. Joseph from the flank is going to find the trade. But will this be enough? That's going to be a big question.
There we go. Look at ElementriX now. They're just trying to find some blind shots. They are inflicting some hurt as Sandesh is being taken down. And at this point in time, it's all down to just these teams trying to take an advantage of both of these 2 mammoths currently in the lobby fighting against each other. Mr. Hyozu is going to be the last hope alive for ElementriX. And still, keep this in mind, EvilEye has done a great job securing his team that 3rd spot. EvilEye knows this final game is going to matter a lot. And he strikes in, takes down a final man of ElementriX. And oh my god, I mean, the snake is really, I mean, hey, you know what they say? Snake it till you make it.
I mean, I guess EvilEye is going to be saying that after this game. But finally, the snake's going to be shut down and, well, defanged, if you will. As T2K, ladies and gentlemen, walk away with a winner chicken dinner of this game that brings them to the 9th position in the rankings. And the question again remains the same. Is this enough to take the team to the Super Weekend? Well, in the top 9, definitely. But I want to have a look what the situation is going to look like with Phantoms, what the situation is going to look like with ElementriX, because those 2 teams in particular are not doing too well for themselves.
Oh, man. TDK, not gonna lie, the final circle too, or at least the final couple zones just started shifting on top of TDK, and they also got graced big time at that. But again, it really does come down to that, securing that manpower till the end, keeping all your players alive, and just staying really good, up in touch with the mentality with every single player. And TDK, in the end, they were able to defend their spot to the victory, and that's how they got the great chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a pretty impressive win for themselves, but it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly how far can they take this. I think T2K in the second Super Week did quite a lot to dominate. I mean, they walked away with 2 chicken dinner wins in the Super Weekend as well. So I think we saw this coming. We saw T2K, the improvement that was there for the team. But going into the last week, I think this can be a good moment for the team to build a little bit of an extra momentum for themselves. So they're feeling comfortable. The other teams are feeling quite threatened by T2K. Make sure all of that happens so that you can play a little bit of extra mind games. But so now I guess there's only one thing left before the last game. It's a very short break, and after that, time for us to see the overall ranks and see where is Phantom. Are they in the top 16? Are they outside the top 16? We will find out after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and wait, I thought. Listen, all right, Johnny, we had a little talk. All right,
It's a force of habit, my man. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. You know what? I'm gonna welcome. I want to have the opportunity to welcome every single viewer in the chat. So I'm gonna take it away this time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pubgmobile Pro League 2022. Of course, I hope you all are doing great. If you guys are not doing great, let me know in the chat what's wrong with you all. Hopefully everything's going great with y'all. Have a nice smiles on your faces too. Drink your water, drink your coffee. Make sure to stay hydrated because it's been a long day, Johnny.
I mean, it has been a long day. Even I'm like a little tired, especially, I mean, considering there are 3 Miramars and the matches are getting dragged out. I mean, not a lot of aggression in the early stages, be it Miramar or Erangel, but in the late game is when we see most of the chaos. In the previous Erangel, we did. I mean, the fights were pretty evenly paced out, considering it was an open zone going towards Gatka. But still, I mean, Top again, the MVP of the game. Look at that, 2 in a single day.
Oh man, the most valuable player right here. Top, I don't know. This man is indeed. I mean, right now he's just delivering up to his name. This is what all we can say. Top is currently on the top, and it's going to be hard to take this man down from the top, because if you do, he will probably make you bop. Ooh. That's great, Ryan.
I mean, we can sort of make it a little better, but we're going to work on that. We've got to come up with rhymes and
we got to come up with a new rap for all the casters, like making a rap song.
Yeah, if you can get everyone to on the same page, I'm willing to produce the music.
Oh, you are? Wow.
Yep.
I mean, you're not a musician.
I mean, I used to be a producer before I became a caster, so.
Oh.
Yeah, we can make it happen, but the deal is that you need to get everyone to agree to it.
I think
Which
so,
is, I believe, the hardest part, because.
I think so. I mean, everyone will be down.
Yeah, really?
I think so. No? I mean, would you be down?
I mean, I'm gonna be down, but I know of certain people who you can't get to sing to save their lives.
I mean, we're not singing. We're just. I mean, we're not talking about the expensive people. We'll just talk about ours. But yeah, take a look
It's
at
just
the
gonna be
top
you and me
lane.
then, I guess.
Yeah, you, me, some of the players.
We're
some
gonna
of the
take top. We're
casters.
gonna take Jane, Alex, Gunner, Incus. We're gonna take the top players in our crew.
Ooh, we'll take the top players. Yeah, that would be cool. You know, we'll also get a lot of viewers. But yeah, taking a look at the stats comparison between TDK and 1952. As TDK, of course, they're going to have huge stats racked up their sleeves. But 1952, hey, this is the prime example of that. Snake it till you make it. They're nowhere near the stats of Train to Kill, but they still managed to secure hashtag second spot for themselves.
Well, definitely, and it's gonna be quite interesting to see what the overall are going to look like. I mean, Train to Kill there, we're doing pretty phenomenal. 1952, I mean, have to give props to Evil Eye right there, because had he not been there and he not played the way he did, 1952 would have been eliminated so early in the match. Because look at that, just 14.44 minutes of average survival time for the 4 lads, and we know one of them got the team to the top 2, so quite close to the 26-minute marker.
Man. And then you can see the elimination difference too, like 9 elimination from the side of TDK and just 2 eliminations from the side of 1952. Matt Semery in front of us, and top is going to be top in the charts without a doubt in the elimination brackets. But then if you take a look at the highest damage, it's going to be Godless with the highest assist number as well. But then you have Mad Max from the side of Phantom also showing himself up with the longest distance elimination in Cuss from the side of ElementriX. And ElementriX is one of those teams. So far in the overall rankings, they aren't really doing that great because they still have the sword hanging on their neck.
Well, definitely, but let's see. I mean, how long is the situation going to be like this for them? And again, I mean, top, Godless, Incus, all the star players from their particular teams are going to be there. But is there someone we see everywhere, just like we did top in match number 3? I don't think so this time. Moving forward to the match rankings, ladies and gentlemen, the important stuff is here now, finally. Train to Kill walking away with 24 points, 15 for IHC, 1952 get 14. And again, all thanks to Mr. Evil Eye.
Man. And then IHC there too. As you said, all thanks to Evil Eye for securing those 12 placement points. And then those rest 2 are right there with the eliminations. And something I'm really bothered about is what just happened in 1952. They had a decent showing in the week 1 of the Super Weekend and even in league play. But then in week 2, but then in the week 2 and week 3 now, it seems like things are just getting out of their hands. Things are slipping off.
I mean, definitely. I agree with that. I mean, things are definitely slipping out of their hands, and it's going to get more and more uncomfortable as we move further with the matches. But on the other side, I mean, Phantom Esports getting 7 points from this game. It's going to be a stressful look at the overall rankings and the last game for them. But let's have a look at the Oppo F21 moments of this match, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, by the way, totally forgot about this. Seal Esports, they got nothing, nada from this match, as they were eliminated within the first 3 minutes of the game beginning.
I mean, does it really matter to them, though? That's the question. Like, I don't feel like they even care about that. That's probably at most... We know this, right? And we've been talking about this since the Week 3 start, is that Week 3, all the teams that are doing really good in the overall rankings of the Super Weekend, they're probably going to try and mess around with a lot of the lobby, right? They'll try and go either ham, or they'll just take things really back and they'll just chill out. And, you know, just overall enjoy the entire game. And that's what Seal and some of the big teams from the Mongolian region, that's what they're doing. They're just taking things back. They're just taking a huge chill pill currently in the lobby. And Seal, they just wanted to aggress on in just right off the bat. And they got wiped out because of that aggression.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly when will they adjust. But let's see. I mean, IHC, look at this. Godless just going for a push when there wasn't anything available, and he was taken out because of that. The other players from the side of IHC were left in the backlines completely exposed. T2K having a pretty fun time eliminating IHC, ElementriX, and then Evil Eye also having a fun time just watching these teams get taken out, because that was the entire game plan. And this was the 3rd vehicle elimination that we saw in this one game, by the way.
Damn, look at the player from TDK on the bottom left cam. Man, it seemed like he was pissed, but I'd see right there on the forward spot. Look at the damage numbers that's been racked up from the side of IHC. I mean, they were getting a lot of limelight. No wonder why they were getting that. I mean, only 7 eliminations, but 2045, it's like 2k damage all by this team. Man, that's insane.
Well, that is definitely going to be quite insane. But let's see. 2045 is going to be there. A1 Esports, early fights, 14-24 damage. So almost everyone had a fighting chance in this matchup. I mean, you do see teams with low damage numbers like 435 for 1952, 551 for 7C Esports, but they also were able to pick up those eliminations. I think the upsets in this match were Skylightz Gaming, DRS, and Seal Esports. And specifically Skylightz Gaming, because 710 damage, but not a single conversion. Think about that for a second.
Oh man, take a look at the overall rankings, and this is something every single viewer wanted to see. I'm pretty sure this is, I mean, the first half of the board, okay, pretty cool. We want to see the latter half of the board. We want to see the leftover teams, because you clearly do see ElementriX is nowhere to be seen here. ElementriX is probably going to be on the other half, and we talked about this. ElementriX decided to step up in the second last game of day 2 of league play, and that's not really a good idea. Unless if they're able to do absolutely insane, even in the upcoming game, then maybe ElementriX will be out of harm's way.
I mean, maybe ElementriX gonna be out of harm's way. I mean, that's well, we're gonna wait and see. But look at this. It's not just about ElementriX, because you see 3 teams: Dax, Seal, and IHC with 8 matches played, and then there's Phantom Esports. Oh, that has to be upsetting. Their journey is done. They're outside the top 16. They won't be able to make it to the Super Weekend. And talking about the Super Weekend rankings, Phantom Esports, 181 points, sitting on the 10th position. They played 2 Super Weekends. So, will it be enough to keep them on their path to the finals? It's going to be tough. Yeah.
That's something that's just creating a huge mysterious aura. And considering the fact that now Phantom Esports, as you mentioned it pretty well, they're going to be sitting out from Group A. Phantom Esports are not going to be playing the final game because they were in the Group A. Group A is going to be sitting out from the final game of Miramar, if I'm not wrong. So Phantom Esports, beautifully pointed out, they're not really going to be seen in the Super Weekend anymore. So that's a little bit of confirmed news. And we might as well just confirm that TRZ2 are probably going to be sitting out from this final weekend because they're all the way in the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, TRZ aren't going to be playing if they do not get a massive chicken dinner win for themselves, but they're not the only ones. Necro, so Raw Esports was sitting out the previous game, and Raw Esports, you saw that they are outside the top 16 as well. Going into the last match of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very important match for these 2 teams, TRZ and Raw Esports. All eyes are going to be on them and on the other squads outside of the top 16 as well, because it's so important to make it. Will one of these 4 teams, well, one of these 3 teams pop off quite nicely and steal someone's top 16 place away?
Ooh,
who knows,
man,
but that's what I want to see.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. And as we talked about the Group A sitting out, the teams that are going to be sitting out are Dax, Seal, IHC, and Phantom Esports. These are the 4 teams we're not going to be seeing in the final game of the day of League Play Week 3. Day 2. And of course, after this league play, we're going to be moving on into the Super Weekend, which is going to be after a day break. Again, action is going to be action-packed. The entire weekend is going to be action-packed because it's the final week, and we pretty much don't know what to expect from the final week, because I'm expecting a complete chaos. I'm expecting complete randomness. I want to see the top teams that are all the way in the top in the overall rankings. I want to see them go ham, just like they're doing in the league play so far.
I mean, it's the same with me. I mean, I would love to see a lot of action from the teams at the top competing, and in fact, the entire lobby just being all about the aggression. But again, I think for this particular Super Weekend, everyone's going to be watching the top 3 teams and A1 Esports, if you will, because I mean, they're going to be starting things off, and with the way they're playing in this league play stages, I mean, they're looking very impressive right now. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head towards the final league play game, the last Miramar of the league play stages, and also the last match of the league play stages. Here we go. The player cam's in front of us, so if you see anything weird, just let us know in the chat, I guess.
What do I see? Anything weird? Do I see anything weird?
Nothing
I don't think
going
so.
on
I do.
right now.
Yeah, no, everyone's
getting ready.
just chilling. I also like you see on the first lane, 4th cam. Look at that, man. He's just sitting back on the bed, chilling, playing some Pubgmobile. Man, that's the life I want to live.
I mean, we can.
Can we?
Yeah, we can. I mean, we do have an opportunity. We are commentators, esports casters.
So you're asking me to sleep? You're asking me to lay back and cast?
Not right now, but after casting, you can go back and lay back and play Pubgmobile.
You barely get any time.
Why? You don't have
Man,
anything tonight.
I don't know about you, man. Look, man, let's focus on the game. Playing flypad starting for Campo Militar all the way towards Los Eagles. As now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final game of the week 3 of league play. The final chance for all the latter half of the team to try and make it to the Super Weekend, to try and take the 16th spot. On 16th place is Savage Esports, barely hanging on the cliff. Are they going to be able to defend their spot? That's something we want to find out. The teams that are all the way in the latter half, you talk about from 17 to 20 spot, this is their final chance to capitalize. If they're not going to do so, they are going to be out of this final Super Weekend. As Savage, man, you talk about the pressure. Savage, they're going to feel all sorts of it today.
I mean, definitely they are going to be feeling. I mean, they have to be extremely savage if they want to win this. That's all I'm going to say. Just don't let it leave anything to chance. You see someone, especially since it's Miramar, it's quite easy to finish up players out in the open. And yes! Oh boy, this is going to end between Los Leones and Puerto Palacio, like somewhere between those hills. And high voltage, you don't get to say this enough, but I think high voltage is now one of the happy few teams.
Yeah, they are. They are going to be, they're going to have like little smirks as soon as they found out the circle. So far, things are going to be looking great for them. Venom Legends, too, they're not really going to be that far away. ElementriX Esports as well, right in the smack center next to high voltage. Savage Esports are one of those teams that's going to feel a bit of pressure as they've dropped right next to the players of 1952 near Chumacera. Hershey's kind of separated out.
Well, but let's see. Hershey is already started to move to inside the circle, while the rest of the lads from the side of Savage Esports are still towards Chumacera. I believe just collecting some weapons so that once they start moving in towards the zone as well, they don't get caught completely unarmed and empty-handed. But on the other side, A1 Esports all alone. Los Leones and Seal Esports are not present in this match. It's going to be quite interesting to see what exactly A1 Esports will be able to accomplish in this one. Vibes, their competitors, at least for this week though, are quite close to them. In fact, on the northwestern edge of the circle, quite close to ElementriX's position.
Man, and not just that, Johnny.
Look at that, Raw going for an early rotation towards the southern roads.
Yeah, not just that, Johnny. Something I just noticed is that the overall rankings point distribution, or the points difference, from 12th to 18th spot, it's not a lot.
It's 4 points.
It's like barely any points. Yeah, it's so easy for the teams in the bottom. But again, the teams on the top two, they're going to give it all. They have to just stay on that spot. Yeah. Savage as well is one of those teams. We know what they're capable of for doing. And I'm pretty sure Savage will now try and bounce back, or at least give it all they have in the final game.
So now that you mentioned the point difference that's there, Necro, I mean, it's going to be even more fun considering only one team is not playing outside of the bottom 10.
Yep. A huge chance for every single team. I've said this at the start of the game. A huge chance from teams from 17 to 20th spot to try and capitalize, because there's not a lot of pressure, not a lot of points too. This can be easy if you don't stress yourself out too much, but again, it's going to be tough to not stress yourself out.
It's 13th to the, well, let's say 19th position, because not 19th, the 18th position, because Raw Esports are sitting at 38, and on the 13th position, that's High Voltage with 42 points. So I think this is going to come down to eliminations, Necro. You have to somehow figure out a way to get a lot of eliminations in this match and just not let the game go to a tiebreaker.
Talk about not letting the game go to a tiebreaker, though. ElementriX Esports, one of those teams. Man, in the week 3, half they performed. They have. But I want to see what they're going to be able to pull off in the Super Weekends, though, because teams above them, they've already racked up quite a lot of points, and missing out on 2 of them, and now making it at the last nick of time. I don't know what to expect. But Savage, too, they've got a huge lead for themselves in the overall rankings of Super Weekend. So even if they do not make it in this one, maybe they will have a decent chance of staying in the top 16, but we're not sure about that. Why do you want to take those chances? You might as well just give it all you have as Savage. All eyes on you on this game. It's do or die.
Well, let's see.
Hershey! No! It's so close to the players of Raw!
Yeah, he's right next to them, but did they see him? Or, in fact, will they have an opportunity to take him out? Let's see. I mean, it's not just them. Look at the players of 7C so close to Venom Legends towards Impala. There's a lot of intense collisions that can happen, but I think for now, none of them are going to take place, and teams still in the early stages of the match. Look at Hershey, backs off, moving towards the rest of the Savage squad and looking to regroup.
Talk about regrouping now. Deadeyes Guys all the way in Campo Militar. It's going to be a huge rotation out from them. But again, so far it seems like the route they're catching, it's quite free. There's going to be no thorns in their way. And you talk about Venom Legends, one of those teams missed out on the second Super Weekend, now the third one. They would want to make sure they're qualifying in. So far, they're doing a good job, you know, maintaining that high for themselves and making sure they're going to be qualifying in.
They're going to try their level best to make it, because right now that's the only objective, qualifying for the Super Weekend. Oh! Ruffeth focused in on the players of 7C. In fact, on just one right in front of him rotating. Forgot completely about the players in the back and was taken out by Memo. Kujot finishing Ale with the vehicle out of everything. And Venom Legends, all of a sudden, this situation that was looking, well, quite nice to them has become their own personal hell. And let's see if they'll be able to make it out alive in one piece. They are definitely going to lose a lot of players. Skylightz Gaming on the other side up against 1952. Gyalzen finding the opening, picking off Evil Eye. AJ is going to be there as well. And just trying to push forward, see if he can deny the revive. In fact, Gyalzen is going to be denying it. CYN has been pinned down. So AJ and Gyalzen can, in fact, try and pick this player off as well.
1952, though, they're in quite a dicey situation. It's Skylightz Gaming right on the top. There's just being the king of the hills currently on top of the players of 1952. It's going to be hard to try and bounce back from this because he's just taking some insane amount of damage with those nades. He has the booster popped. He's trying to patch himself up, but the entire info is now going away. Gyalzen, a nice reflex shot from him, will shut down the man of 1952. 6'9" boy will fall down too. Or, oh, my bad, C-Vine will fall down. And Skylightz Gaming, an easy wrap-up for them. Still 16 teams alive and 60 players in total. We are seeing a bit of early bodies hitting the deck this time.
Well, let's see. A few early casualties in the match. 1952 entry and 90 degree, 2 last place surviving for the team. The man who was responsible for securing the points in the previous game, Evil Eye, has been picked off quite early in this match. And, well, since it's just the first blue zone, it's going to be quite an easy rotation for the lads to move towards the circle and find an entry. But let's see if that is actually going to work out for them. DRS on the other side, quite close to the players of Stalwart Esports, like always, have picked up the Golden Mirado. And they're going to try to rotate out of here. But rules first, priority first, protect the super rare vehicle. Parks it behind the church right there, and Stalwart Esports on the other side, their mindset is different. They do not want to take this fight. They just back off instantly.
They will back off. DRS with a great hold for themselves. I mean, of course, you guys don't really have the map feed in front of you guys, but we do. And Deadeyes Guys is one of those teams that have already made their way on the 2 islands, all the way on the right side, and this is so interesting. It seems like the teams are expecting an island shift. And is that really going to happen? That's something I want to know, because we saw that in the PMGC West. But is that, again, going to happen or not? That's what I want to know. But no, okay, scratch that. It's just a little bit of visual problems. Deadeyes Guys are still trying to make their way inside the zone.
Let's see what is going to happen in the next few moments. TRZ, once again, forced to fight for survival. And Raw is the one dishing out the damage. This time, Assault with the UMP at the close range is trying to protect Kazi, but unable to do that. TRZ, they have one of their own knocked out. Storm OP on the other side. Manish, he's going to try and see if he can get his teammate back into the action. Raw blocking their lines, and in fact, the trade is going to be confirmed as Storm is going to be finished off. So it's a complete 3v3 between these two teams. But Raw, they are sort of spread out wide, while the players of TRZ are kind of pinned down. Not kind of, well, they are pinned down in that in those three buildings, in those three compounds in front of them. Mad Cat has been dropped really, really low in terms of his HP, but he's still alive at least.
Yeah, Mad Cat's dropped down low. Assault making it back to his teammates. Raw 3 players up. Airdrop's taken by Chari from the side of Deadeyes Guys. I'm hoping this man will deliver some punch in the guts for every single team in the lobby. 3 players up for Raw, 3 players up for TRZ. Equal trades on both the sides. And for now, it's came down to a complete stalemate. None of the teams want to strike or try and go for a strike. They're just waiting with their third person's perspective and just holding each other off at bay, making sure none of the teams are being over-aggressive or overconfident in this situation. They have a decent positioning inside the zone too, and now every single team, they're just waiting for the next circle shift because it has sort of shifted on the main island.
Well, as you said, I mean, that was bound to happen in a few short moments, and I mean, it's not like on Erangel where you expect the circle to go on water. On Miramar, I mean, the land is always going to be a priority for the circle, for the zone, but TRZ is being extremely careful. Manish, look at him perfectly using the TPP, the third person perspective free look mode right there. Small button with the eye, but using it to look around the walls, just scout the surroundings. Mad Cat just looting a crate right now. And Fardi, I mean, we would love to see this man in action as well. Right now, the entire fight that took place, the fiasco that was there between TRZ and the players of Raw, Fardi wasn't even involved. We saw the damage numbers, like no damage dished out, no taken. But the next time these two squads go up against each other, he's definitely going to be needed. But look at the center of the circle, 7C Esports, early control, secured.
Yep. Right in the smack center too. It's like a little dot in the center of the zone. Even Esports, they're surrounding the entire squad of 7C, but hopefully they don't really get their eyes locked on them, because if they do, the 7C will be in a world of trouble. And so far, all the teams, they're just trying to take things a bit slow. There's TRZ right here. They do spot the players of Raw. It seems like now they just disengaged from the fight completely and try to be a little bit more proactive, but instead they're pushed outside the zone. They will now need to make it in.
Well, let's see. I mean, they are pushed outside the zone, as you mentioned, but I mean, if they time it right, I think they can find a way in. But on the other side, I think if you're talking about teams pushing in from the outside, I think ElementriX and Skylightz Gaming are the ones right now who need to be more sort of cautious, because with the way Skylightz Gaming are moving in, I think they are just going to slam in towards where the players of Raw are exactly. And ElementriX moving in a similar direction, just headed in the same sort of collision point. Look at this, Skylightz Gaming, they have finally arrived, the vehicles. Just showing up out of nowhere, and I think Raw will have to adjust to this. TRZ, they're trying their level best to back off, but even they don't have anywhere to go. They have high voltage just holding the back lines on the other side of the hills, and they are also waiting to see someone and try and take them out. But you know who has capitalized on this position quite nicely on the shifts of the circle? Nentry and 90 Degree from 1952. Because they use the highway that's on the perimeter of the map. They have gone through all the routes and are now on the Port-au-Prince
I saw this.
moving forward. But Assault just finding Nima from the side of Skylightz Gaming. That's the opening, and welcome to the 3v3 party, SG.
Yep, now it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah.
Things now just equalizing here, the man number equalizing, and it's TRZ just boiling the hopes and dreams of Raw of coming out on top of this fight. Nade follows it up too. Mafia Ninja will get a free confirmation for himself. One elimination. Now that's going to be a little bit of retaliation, a little bit of reply back from Skylightz Gaming. Mafia Ninja to follow it up with another one. The final man's position known as well, Raw. They were able to take down another man from Skylightz Gaming and a confirmation to follow it up as well. This nade from Mafia Ninja is going to be a crucial one. Is it going to find the mark? That's what I know, but no. It's not going to find the mark in the wall of death as
Yeah.
well. It's not going to move in.
I mean, the blue zone is here finally, but so is ElementriX. And Venom Legends, ladies and gentlemen, becomes the first team to be eliminated from this game. Raw Rig is going to try and run away, but ElementriX, the players, still haven't left the perimeter. And Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja, he's taken a lot of damage before he makes to the other side. Incus is going to find the knock and will try and go for a finish on that lad as well, and in fact does succeed. So now Skylightz Gaming are also down to their last surviving player, Rig. This is just going to be absolutely brutal. The buggy in the air goes around. The tires have been blown up.
Oh my
Rig
God, it's
barely
so
on
low.
any HP. Goes out by the zone. The point denied. ElementriX.
Oh, that's
Solid.
going to hurt them so much. It's like the food's right in front of you, and you're the hungry man, and the food just gets stolen, or it just drops on the ground.
It just vanishes.
Yeah, it just vanishes. Oh, dude, that's going to hurt them so much in the longer
Yeah.
run. A kill point denied right there. ElementriX, they're definitely going to have those sad faces on. And we talked about ElementriX. It's one of those teams that are currently hurt in the lobby. Every single point's going to matter quite a lot. With Stalwart Esports, 2 easy openings. And now they're just going to try and stack them up on top of each other. They're just trying to line them up. An easy confirmation there. The
is
final
right.
man goes down too.
Stalwart Esports just beat out the entirety of DRS in just under 20 seconds right there. I mean, 2 nades push on the isolated lad, then the flanker gets taken out. That's it.
Easy. That's all I
Wow.
can say.
I mean, so anyways, 17 minutes in, we're down to the top 13 teams, top 12 teams. I'm sorry, 43 players alive. As Skylightz Gaming have to take it out. TRZ against High Voltage, and even the M249 won't be able to help Assassin against the mad lad called Mad Cat. And Extreme, he switches directions as well, but Mad Cat has finally been shut down. And I think it is going to be quite close for TRZ as well. We're going to see them take an exit from this game, but let's see. JyanMaara right now against Deadeyes Guys. Chari finding the opening, and well, JyanMaara, they're falling left, right, and center. What's going on?
Indeed, they're falling left, right, and center. Deadeyes Guys, they're just going to keep on aggressing in. They're not going to stop. Pedal to the metal is the name of the game for them. Gunner catching a lot of bullets in retaliation as the AKM to play with. 18 bullets in the hands of the UMP. And on top, will deliver or at least connect all the shots onto him. Unfortunately, we'll be able to get the rise back up on the fallen man too. But unfortunately, there's just a 3-man squad. High Voltage, hearing the presence of ElementriX, just moving right next to him. And they're trying to be as quiet as possible.
Well, but let's see right now. I think when it comes to survival, lads from High Voltage, can they make it happen? They see the players of ElementriX, but if they start shooting in their direction, their position is going to be compromised, and it's just the final 2 players. And in fact, they do want to go for this. Extreme pulling the trigger first. Prabeen, he's going for a heal sort of situation, has 2 first aid, 10 bandits available, and has a flank on ElementriX as well. Does secure 1 elimination point, but did they just sabotage their own chances of survival? Because this is going to get more and more tough. They are stuck inside the blue, the players from High Voltage. In fact, ElementriX's Extreme is out, and Prabeen, I feel like, is going to fall. It was just a kamikaze.
Oh my god,
move.
it's the play zone! Again! He did not get the elimination point. The play zone took it away.
And the final first aid for Prabeen. Will he just fall down or bow down in front of the play zone as well, or will he survive? Oh, Mysterioso, no! What just happened? 4 players of ElementriX, just 2 from the side of High Voltage, and they still outplay the entire fight.
Well, there we go. At least now we know that ElementriX are not going to be seen in the Super Weekend 3. Ladies and gentlemen, High Voltage 2 will follow them up. But man, ElementriX, the journey, man. Tough times for them indeed. And they're not even doing so great in the overall rankings of the Super Weekend. So making it in this weekend, ElementriX really needed to do so. And they're just not able to step up when they needed to. A lot of pressure to deal with. They definitely cracked under it. But 7C, they pick over the reach. And instantly they get knocked out. Trying to kill all 4 players up. Indeed, they're going to have a lot of manpower to play with. And a lot of mental dominance over the players of 7C.
But let's see. I mean, as you said, they are going to need to be very, very strong to pull this one off. But 7C Esports, again, the final 2 players remain inside of the match. Precious and Memo. T2K. Legend is going to be revived in a few short seconds. few short moments, and Precious, he has left Memo behind. So Memo's entire job is going to be to delay the players of T2K, to keep them distracted, see if they can pick them off. Just the blue zone damage, make the blue zone damage work in his favor, and he's doing that as well. 2 players knocked out. He's going to try and secure these eliminations, secures 1 point, but the rest of the players have in fact gone on the other side. Pressure's going to be knocked out. Memo under pressure. He's the last surviving player for his team. Tries to make a push to the safety, but it's going to be troublesome. He's moving towards the players of DE. Is he going to end up giving away his point? That's going to be quite important. But ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 6 teams right now, and Memo face to face against Fragster. The damage being exchanged between the 2 lads, but Fragboy is going to find the pick and instantly gets traded out, but not by 7C Esports. It's A1 Esports now. We've managed to survive all this time, even in this match, and look at the top 5 right now, Necro. Stalwart Esports, Vibes, A1 Esports, T2K, and Deadeyes Guys.
But dude, Savage got eliminated. Did they make it in the top 16? That's what I want to find out. Oh my god, I'm so worried for Savage, not gonna lie. Deadeyes Guys, the play zone is also doing a lot of damage onto them. All 4 players up for Stalwart. Look at Action taking things so slow and cautious. Why now they're being spotted out, and the spread from Stalwart Esports is absolute perfection. They're gonna try and play off of that spread perfectly. Action's in the front lines. He will try and deliver. He does know the rest 2 players are all the way in the back with the high ground, so might as well not try and overextend.
Well, let's see if they are going to overextend or if they will fall down. A1 Esports, though, against Vibes, and Jiggle is going to be taken out. Mulling fighting the trade. Trying to get the second one as well, but it's not going to happen. Stalwart Esports, oh, the arm shot to the head of top is going to make him rethink his decisions moving forward, but Stalwart Esports, they're not ones to go down so easy, so they react as well. Now Vibes, they're completely sandwiched between A1 Esports and Stalwart. Rio is going to be there right next to Joker, but Action from the flank and Scry from the front can definitely quite easily take him down. This trade is perfect. Jiggle is down. Malik down to 50% HP. 6ix9ine Boy lining another one up to the same spot, but now Malik, he repositions, and 6ix9ine Boy hears it, trying to take down Action. Malik has to go for reload. Double pressure from both different direction. Scry, oh, Action almost made it to go for a revive on his teammate, and now the man is going to be angry. He's going to try and see if he can get revenge for his teammates' early demise. In the meanwhile, Deadeyes Guys, look at these 2 players on top, and Chari just peacefully rotating, trying to see if they can go for a few extra points in these extreme late game stages. And Stalwart Esports, in classic Stalwart Esports fashion, have 12 eliminations already.
Trying to go for the late game points, as you said, and a nice shot, and that's going to crack his skull open into 2 pieces. 6ix9ine Boy, though, from the top's going to deliver too. That's going to be T2K taking an exit from the lobby. On top's already fallen down. The down man needs a hand. Is Chari going to be able to get him back up? I'm pretty sure it's going to be a bit tough, though, because Stalwart, they're currently dominating the entire zone. They have a nice split to work with. They have the dominating position, too, and Pika is just going to put the final nail in the coffin. 6ix9ine Boy shut down right there with the big green cannon. Boom, right on his head.
Well, let's see if he's going to be able to get back up on his feet. Deadeyes Guys, it's 2v3 situation. Chari, and on top, all that remains. They do have the cannon, but is the cannon going to go off right in the time to save them? Plus, I think in a spot like this, just a few nades, a few Molotovs can do the trick. Oh, one from the as well. The second one is going to be on point, right on top of the head of top. Does bring his HP down quite a lot. Pika is going to be down to just barely a sliver of HP as well. Action is the healthy man for the squad, and he's going for a push right now. The 2 players, Chari and On Top, in a world of hurt.
Oh my
On
god.
Top is going to be the first one to go down. Chari still left fighting, and he takes down one. Can he take down second as well? It's going to be a big, tough moment for him, but finally falls down. Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing that can stop these lads, and another chicken dinner win for the Titans.
Dude, they're just smurfing on the lobby. Can someone please put a full stop to them? Can someone stop and prove that they're more dominant than Stalwart Esports? I mean, Seal have done that.
I don't think so.
Seal have done that, but again,
Esports have done that,
it's just from the same region, though. I
mean,
want to see a bit of variety.
The only team that can get close enough is Vibes, man. I feel like it's either Vibes or Deadeyes Guys, in fact. Deadeyes Guys are also another team who have gotten quite close to, well, taking on the Mongolian Titans. Well, and it is going to be quite interesting to see if, in fact, and when does someone stop them. But for now, Stalwart Esports, unbeatable.
Unbeatable. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite a great word. Unbeatable indeed. Stalwart Esports just proving up on the occasion all the time. They're just able to step themselves up. They're able to wake themselves up somehow, and always just deliver up to the mark. We talked about Stalwart Esports at the start of the day. They were all the way in the latter half of the board, maybe 15th or 16th spot, and now look at them on #2. Man, it's a piece of cake.
13 positions climbed up just like
Easy.
in 4 matches, and yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I think again, the moment, even though it belongs to Stalwart Esports for now, the more important thing is to see the top 16 teams, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we're going to take a very short break, so stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pubgmobile Pro League 2022. Man, I want to find out has Savage qualified or not, because they were right on the 16th spot, Johnny, and they got taken out in 6th place. So, again, we need to find out, have they gotten those consistent points to just nail it down or no?
Exactly, and it's not just them. I mean, as we were talking about it during the game, I mean, 13 to the 18th position, the difference was 4 points. Just 4 points needed for the teams to qualify. Which team got those points? Which teams missed out on them? I mean, it's all going to be revealed all in due time, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I'm super excited to see what the overall rankings is going to be. Unfortunately, though, we have to talk about a lot of stuff before that. I mean, starting things off, I guess it is going to be with the MVP of the MVP of this match. Who do you think is going to be Necro, though?
Oh, it's going to be Top again from the side of Stalwart Esports. Easy clap. I mean, he's been doing this all day. It's like another day in the office. Top, come on, man. Why don't you give me a bit of coaching too, and a bit of that merch? That would be good. But yeah, moving on into the most valuable player of the previous game, and I'm not going to be surprised. It's probably going to be Top on the top as always. And yes, it is Top. Let's find out. There we go. Most valuable player. Top's been doing this entire day today. And not even surprised. 7 eliminations with 5 knockouts. This time he stole some frags, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive performance nonetheless, just making sure the consistency keeps on going. And I think it's a little bit, as we have been talking about this since, I think, the previous season, Top and Action, there is a little bit of a competition between the two lads. So maybe Top is just trying to pull through, because let's not forget, Action has a massive lead going, just already crossing, I think this Super Weekend, he's going to hit the century, man. He's going to be at 100 eliminations, just solo eliminations.
Ooh, 100 solo eliminations? Damn.
Yeah. So I think Top is just trying to get there before that happens.
Dude, that's. I mean, if you think about it, right? You're playing in a professional lobby and you're able to pull off some stats like that. I mean, that's insane. Like, that's out of someone's mind right there. That's mind-blowing. But if you take a look at the top players, of course, Top's going to be on the top with 7 elimination points. And then the rest 2 players, the show players from the side of Stalwart Esports, are going to be there too. With Action, with 3 elimination points for himself, with 476 damage wrapped up. And Pika, the IGL of Stalwart Esports, of course, has got himself 4 eliminations and 522 damage.
Well, but let's see what the point difference is going to be like when we have a look at even the match rankings. I think I'll just take them at this time. Memo from this game again. I mean, 7C Esports, they have been kind of inconsistent. We can't really say like the day hasn't been good to them, but the inconsistencies have been quite clear. And look at this. Deadeyes Guys, Stalwart Esports, there's a comparison between the two teams. I mean, the damage numbers are always going to be in Stalwart Esports' favor. There's no way you can take it away from them unless they like completely lose out on the match. But 15 eliminations in this game, Necro.
Yeah, that's quite insane, huh? 15 points on their name, and then you have 2159 damage wrapped up, and Deadeyes Guys nowhere even close. Man, that AWM shot is just ringing in my head currently because that just wiped out the existence of Venom Esports in that one. It was the final man alive, 6-9, all the way on the top, just raining down bullets on the players in the front. And that one single bullet just got rid of him from the lobby. Matt Summer in front of us. As top is, of course, going to be there with the highest eliminations. Memo from the side of 7C with highest damage, 797.
Well, I mean, stats are right there. 797 for Demo, top right behind him with 658. Chari on the third with 564. Had a little bit more damage been dished out. Maybe, I mean, Stalwart Esports would have lost a few players, but it can't really say much. I mean, the Blue Zone was also chasing the players of DE. They just capitalized on the moment quite nicely. DRS Delta is going to be there with the longest distance elimination, 303. Oh, I wish it would have been 404.
Unfortunately, though, that's probably the maximum render distance. Yeah, can't really see anything further than that. So hey,
I wish it could have been 404. That would have just been cool.
Yeah, that would have been pretty cool. Yeah, match ranking is in front of us. Stalwart Esports with 30 points after that chicken dinner, also boosting themselves up in the hashtag doing the overall rankings. As we saw, Deadeyes Guys with the consistency flowing. Venom Esports too, just keeping that consistency going. But are we going to see the same sort of performance in the Super Weekend too? That's a question everyone's wondering currently, or every single viewers that's going to be having in the chat. As we take a look at Vibes as well with 6 elimination points, 8 points in total. TDK, somewhere down the line, they mess things up quite a bit.
Well, I mean, definitely, but alrighty, so it's still not clear. It's still not clear. We still have to wait. But still, I mean, looking at the match rankings, I mean,
3 points. From Savage, dude. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot.
That is gonna hurt. But if they are out, who's in?
ElementriX, probably. That 4, 1 point over, but. Was that enough, though? Dude, there's just so much confusion right now. My brain's not able to handle so many calculations. Our raw into...
Necro.
I think so.
We just have to wait. We let the computers do it. I mean, they've already pretty much done it, but we're just waiting for the graphics to pop up on our screens right now. I guess in the meanwhile, we can do other things.
Producer, don't show anything else. Show the overall rankings right now. I want to see them. But no, he says no. Let's take a look at Stalwart Esports map rotation. We don't want to see this, man. Show us the Stalwart Esports map rotation.
Our entire game plan right now is to make the production look like the evil guys, the evil overlords.
Yep, they control us. As you said, we're just the puppets.
Yeah. They are the Illuminati.
Confirmed.
Yeah, but talking about Stalwart Esports, I mean, as we did talk about them quite a lot during the match as well. I mean, even before the early stage of the game, I mean, we always knew it's going to be between them and DRS. Whoever made it out of that early collision was definitely going to have a pretty fun time rotating into the circle, because all these La Benedita teams, all the teams that are between La Benedita, Hacienda del Patron, they would have rotated towards the circle, towards the center quite earlier on, and surviving those Los Leones fights, it's not going to be easy. So Stalwart Esports is playing it, timing it out quite nicely, were able to take the high ground towards the 4th circle quite nicely, and from there on out, I mean, we know this team, they are not going to back away from a fight, so it becomes very difficult to sort of build up any pressure against them.
Yeah, indeed, and you take a look at that, right? The split from the side of Stalwart Esports was quite huge. They made sure in the final zone they're covering the most amount of area, and that's what kind of helped them win the entire game. You see the players just moving around here and there, and this also comes with a lot of confidence to play with. And Stalwart Esports is one of those teams that is not lacking in any of those things, that they have a lot of confidence in the entire game. They have currently been the best team overall. They are all the way in the overall rankings in the #1, or at least in the top 3. So Stalwart Esports, it's like the stars are aligned for them, and they have made the stars align for themselves.
I mean, they've definitely made the stars align for them forcefully, if I might add. But for now, let's move forward, have a look at the Oppo F21 moments of this game, ladies and gentlemen, because this one was quite an intense one from the get-go. We knew it was not going to be easy for the teams to survive in a position like this, but 7C Esports again, Venom Legends, and Venom Legends made the mistake of getting distracted too easily.
Yeah, and then Rafa just goes down right there, and the rest of the players of 7C over here too. Just trying to run him over. Akujad was there. 1952 was one of those teams that we were eyeing out for because they were right underneath the players of Savage. And you talk about has Savage made it or not, man, the chances are so slim.
Well, but let's see. I mean, this was another one of those interesting fights because Raw Esports were at a very, very big disadvantage, but still Rig managing to stay alive for so long. And then the Skylightz Gaming moving forward, the collision with ElementriX was quite brutal on them. ElementriX again. So those rotation pathways were quite clearly laid out for the teams. I mean, Raw Esports should have realized, like, all right, we might have a few more uninvited guests headed our way. We need to move out as quickly as possible.
Oh my god,
but
taps.
still, the extended collision did not really work out for them. And, well, Chari with that arm was, like, very nice to witness. But in the end, Stalwart Esports, they knew how to take care of him.
Man, we're definitely saw a lot of bolt action high in the end phases
It's
of the
Miramar.
game. Yep, it's Miramar. But, I mean, usually we don't really see this much. Maybe like a couple of mini 14s and stuff. But usually it's just the M46X sprays. As we take a look at the damage graph in Stalwart Esports with 15 elimination points and 2159 damage. We saw this, but 7C is going to be the second highest damage leading team.
Well, I mean, 7C Esports, that one big squad fight that was there was, as I said again, lasted quite a while. So the damage numbers, I believe, did majorly come from that. But they were having quite a decent run in this match. 6 eliminations secured, but this match was dominated by, ladies and gentlemen, Stalwart Esports. 21, 59, 15 eliminations. And here we have it, Necro.
Oh, let's
Overall
go.
rankings.
Overall rankings. Vibes
So-
is on the first place. What?
I mean, Wives have always been on the first place since the start of the week. They've never been second.
Man.
Wow.
I wanted to see Stalwart Esports, man.
Just 3 points.
It's so close, dude.
3
Okay.
points, just 3 points. But hey, I'm happy nonetheless, because if these two teams play like this in this Super Weekend as well, that means the 15 matches are just gonna change everything.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart Esports, they've just been taking dubs all day long today. And you might as well just call them Dubs Esports. Ooh. But yeah, moving on over. You take
I
a
thought
look
we were
at
gonna say
Skylightz
Easy
Gaming.
Clap Esports.
Ooh, that we can call them that too. Or we can call them Clapping Cheeks Esports.
We need to find something much cooler.
Oh, no,
much
we
more
can-
deserving of Stalwart Esports.
Oh no, Cleanup Crew. I feel like that's the best.
Necro
Oh,
Savage Esports are
They
in!
barely made it. Raw.
They made it!
No, they choked. Raw
Oh,
choked.
man.
They're on the 17th spot, but yeah, congratulations, Savage, for barely making it. Now, this is what I wonder: was this calculated or not?
I don't think
Oh,
this was
boy.
calculated. You can't predict this or make it happen before the match.
1 point difference to 1 point, ladies and gentlemen. 1
Ooh.
point. And Venom Legends and Savage, they have currently tied up. ElementriX, they boost themselves up on 1 placement point.
but-
Damn, so
Yeah.
close.
Necro now again, TRZ 1952, they won't be playing their second Super Weekend, and since Raw Esports are going to be missing out on Super Weekend number 3, so they are on the 11th position. So them and Phantom Esports, I think, are just going to be watching the matches with their fingers crossed, because Phantom Esports is 10th with 181 points, and Raw Esports is 11th with 178 points as far as the overall standings of the Super Weekends are considered, where points actually matter. 1952 and TRZ are pretty much done, because 1952, even before this, were outside the top 16. TRZ, they were barely holding on to the 15th position, having only played 1 Super Weekend. This is not going to be enough. 2 times, if you miss out on the Super Weekend, that is definitely the final nail in the coffin for these lads. But A1 Esports, they're going to be stepping back in. 7C Esports is going to be stepping back into the Super Weekend list. And also, Dax is going to be back.
Ooh, Dax there too. Yep. Oh boy. This Super Weekend, I just can't wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. The Week 3 Super Weekend is going to be one of the most high-octane, action-packed weekends, and I'm pretty sure every single viewer in the chat, you would not want to miss out on that. So you guys better tune in on the Super Weekends, because today was the end of the league play days, and now after 1 day break, we're going to be moving on in to the Super Weekend 3, which is going to be the final Super Weekend of the PMPL SA 2022.
And well, today's day, ladies and gentlemen, has been dominated by, once again, Stalwart Esports. As this, what am I seeing? Wait, 22 eliminations in 4 matches?
Bruh.
Yeah, there has to be.
All right,
I
want every single viewer in the chat to try bruh in the chat. Type bruh top in the chat. I mean, that's legit a bruh moment. It's like, bruh, what? You pulled that off in like 2 days? Or you pulled that off in like 1 day pretty much. I mean, today was the day where we saw Stalwart Esports pop off. Yesterday, they were just completely deactivated.
I mean, yeah, as you said, I mean, yesterday quite not present, but I think they were just taking a day off, like just a little bit of a day where they just showed up for the matches, because, I mean, 2,500 for playing your league stages, and then inside of the game just look to see if they can just get a few extra points. Today, they just showed up and they were like, yeah, we missed out on quite a lot. Let's just make sure that we don't miss out on the Super Weekend. And whoa, the pop-off. But elimination leader is in front of us right now. And again, Joker has been quite incredible. Just the man representing South Asia for the elimination leaders right there. And again, Vibes Esports, as I said earlier, is one of the teams that can definitely take on the Mongolian Titans. But for that to happen, we got to wait for the Super Weekend to begin, which is going to happen Friday.
Ooh, here we go. The day summary in front of us, of course. Dax was able to kick things off on a good note today. Yeah. And then Seal, they just carried on over. And then Stalwart Esports, the day was just dominated by them. Absolutely, they went ham. You take a look at that too. Eliminations 18 on their side. And then TDK is just in the between, try to steal a bit of limelight away. But then Stalwart Esports, they got back up on the final game and just ended things on a great note. And now the Super Weekend, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, you guys do not want to miss out. You make sure to tune in, because these are the Super Weekend teams right here. They're going to be duking it out against each other.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, these 16 teams, they are going to be duking it out amongst each other. And you, ladies and gentlemen, the viewers, and us, the commentators, we're going to be the ones enjoying all this action that's going to be presented to us on the Super Weekend. But again, there's going to be a lot of surprises. A lot of the teams are going to be struggling. We will have our eyes set on the outliers. And let's not forget A1 Esports. They will be playing their very first Super Weekend this time around. So there's going to be a very big question to see, a very, very big gamble to see if they will be making it to the other side and if they will be able to qualify for the finals. We do see the comrades on the other side. They got a Coliseum, man.
Yeah, man, they got like an entire stage too. Yeah, like an entire arena they're casting from. I mean, it would be kind of annoying, like all the dust and stuff just flying on your face when it's just like a team taking a chicken dinner and stuff, and just casting it out in the open when the sun is right on top of you too. It would be kind of annoying, but it's okay. I'm glad we're just sitting in our houses. We're able to enjoy this action with the viewers. I don't want to be there standing out in the sun. I would melt like an ice cream.
I mean, but there's a lot of people present. I mean, I would love to be like with the audience again. I mean, just be in the arena surrounded by the audience. Chat. Yeah, we have the chat, the absolute alpha chat right here
Giga
with
chats.
us. Yeah, Giga chats. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But, ladies and gentlemen, I think our day is done with this. We are just coming to an end of our day. And if you guys do want to check what we are up to after we are done with the broadcast, do follow us on our socials. Mine is right here. Necro is going to be right about there. So until then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be coming back for the Super Weekends matches. You guys make sure to tune in and do like this broadcast as well. Subscribe to the YouTube channel you're watching this on, be it Pubgmobile Esports or Pubgmobile Esports South Asia, no matter what, because the finals are coming. The finals are coming. And until then, until the Super Weekend and the finals, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Until then.